Here at the Euros of Cricket Group C final last night, we saw the hosts Spain conquering Belgium ball to book their place in Championship Week, which is only 3 days away. One more group to go, then Group D. We'll see 5 more teams competing for that coveted last place and a chance at the European title. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, I can tell you that it is Group D time, just one more group, 3 more days of action to see who will conquer this group and get the last chance at Championship Week. We'll have 5 teams from Tuesday, and they'll run through to the ultimate final, which is next Saturday. And yeah, that's exactly a week from today. Let's get ready then for the first game. This is a bit of a northern battle between Norway and Sweden. 2 teams that I really enjoy to watch. They're very, very attacking. At the other end, we're ready for the giant coin toss.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
Okay, Norway, you are the home team. Sweden, you're away. Norway, you'll be tossing the coin.
European cricket.
European cricket's the call. And it's European cricket. Sweden won the toss. And they'll have a bowl. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
So the news from the toss is that Sweden have won it. You saw Charles Croucher, the sheriff there, standing in for Ian Ramage, who has the day off today. Sweden say we will bowl first. So yeah, Sweden, we saw them recently in a 5-match series against Austria in Vienna. They play a very attacking brand of cricket. They do play a lot of T10 cricket in Sweden in their regular season as well. So yeah, I think they'll be really exciting to watch. Yeah, Ajay Mundra, the keeper and bat for them, I think it's been a really interesting addition. But watch out for Emil Zuvak, watch out for Sher Ali, who used to hold the record for the fastest ECN ton, and Nasser Buluc, very, very useful left arm bowler. Maybe that's a reason they want to bowl first. They get a crack at this Norwegian lineup, and Raza Iqbal likely to open for Norway, the former captain. He is going to have a bit of a role, I think, with his left arm spin to provide some variety in this attack. And also watch out for Mohammad Sher Sahak. I always say the Sahak attack is pretty exciting to watch here at the Khartoum Oval. Didn't have the best series last year, but yeah, I'm sure he's keen to make up for it this year. Let's talk weather-wise. I know we had some issues with the rain yesterday, but we've got some blue sky behind me. We do have a few clouds around, and there is a possibility of some showers. Hopefully they don't come near the Khartoum Oval. It's kind of very microclimatey here, so you never really know what to expect, but fingers crossed we don't have any weather interruptions today. We're expecting 26 degrees, currently a pretty pleasant 20 degrees out here in the middle. Andrew Ryan up in the commentary box. I know that you really enjoyed the Group C final last night, Spain versus Belgium. That had us talking, but we got 5 new teams to talk about today. Of course, we have these 2 teams, Norway and Sweden. We have the Netherlands 11, we have Italy and Jersey in a pretty strong group here, fighting for one more spot in Championship Week. Let's get ready for the first ball, with Sweden winning the toss and electing to bowl. Over to you, Rhino.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive preview of Group D. Mr. Maximo looking resplendent in his green jacket today. Great to see that out. And speaking of green, this wonderful Khartoum Oval, it was home to a couple of classic contests last night. Belgians got through qualifier 2 against Finland, but despite the scoreline, it was somewhat by the skin of their teeth. They were really struggling at one stage. The Finnish bowling attack took plenty of wickets early on. Raz Mohammed, very good for them. And then Kushi, the leg spinner, 3 for 11 before the Belgians ripped them apart. Marty at the back end of the innings. And they ended up keeping the Finns to a very, very paltry score in comparison. And then we had the big final. Belgium putting 121 for 6 after they were 93 after 5.1 overs. And it was comprehensively chased down by the powerful Spanish batting lineup. A few stutters there and abouts, but in the end, Hamza Salim Dar and his big left-handed swings took them to victory. So Spain qualify for Championship Week. As Vinny mentioned, we're about to move into Group D, final group of this tournament. So we'll be into Championship next week. That starts on Monday, the 14th of October, but we've got, Tuesday, 15th of October, but we have 3 days of Group D before that. Norway and Sweden. First up, it is the Nordic Nosh. The Norwegians. Plenty of speed, plenty of big hitters in their lineup. I know they're a team that Norway really, really loves, but Sweden are the boys that I've seen a lot more of up in Stockholm. Some excellent players. Guys like Emil Zuvak and Samuel Romani out from the Huddinge Club, and Nasir Bullock, the left-handed paceman. He's a joy to watch, and tell you what, on this bouncy Kardama deck, he could provide some real problems. Sher Ali up the top. He was the holder of the fastest century at one stage in ECS cricket. Just a powerful strike over the ball. Supercomputer giving it to the Swedes at the moment. 57% chance of winning as far as our mathematical whiz is concerned, but none of that will matter once these two teams get out on the field. Looks like just be a few moments until the players start to make their way out to this magnificent cauldron here in Kardama. Field's holding up well. It's had a few repairs overnight. Obviously, a lot of cricket being played here in the last few weeks, and there was certainly some rain around yesterday morning. Fortunately, we did lose 2 games. We saw Switzerland eliminated from the tournament without being able to take the field yesterday. Would have been disappointing for them. They had fought back bravely in the tournament, and the Finns progressed and set us up for a good little final series after Belgium were unfortunately the loser of the second rained out game. But a man who's seen plenty of games on this Kardama field over the course of the last few years, and a man who's looking very much like that green turf out there today. Welcome to the commentary box, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rhino. Great to be here. And we're almost ready to get the players and the officials out there. And good morning to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether it's on ECN YouTube channel or, of course, one of our international broadcast partners, including Fancode in the subcontinent. All right, shake, rattle, and roll. Here we go with Group D. Just this grouping, obviously, I like the Nordic Nash. Is that what you said?
Nordic Nosh.
Scandi Smash.
Scandi Slap.
Whatever you like, but it's going to be fun. There's Joe Foster and Asad Ali, who getting us out. And I'll tell you what, the Sweden new uniforms, we saw them in Austria. I like something you'd see in the Kentucky Derby, but I like them. Got the sash, maybe kind of a second-tier Australian football side. Then there's Norway coming out. And, Norway, for me, I actually think they might be one of the best teams that haven't made a group final. They've been competitive kind of every year we've seen them. They've got kind of a real heartbreak story. Sweden actually knocked them out of the 2021 inaugural event in the 3 versus 4 match. Sweden and Norway were drawn in that same group, and they had some very good games in that group as well. They actually met on the opening day of the first ever ECC. Remember, we had Spain-Belgium first game. The second game was Sweden-Norway, and it was a really good one, 125 to 121. And then Sweden would ultimately finish third in that group. In their next tournament, Norway ended up losing to Germany in qualifier 2, and they had Italy and Germany both in their group. Obviously another tough group. Last year, Norway actually finished third in their group after the group stage. Scotland 11 knocked them out, chasing 145 with 11 balls to spare. So Norway, I talked about the Finnish team as yesterday as kind of good team out of luck, or just getting occasionally a tough draw. There's no such thing as an easy draw, let's be honest, at the Euros of cricket, but still, I think it'll be a very contested game.
Certainly will, Vinny. I've seen the Norwegian team in action in the ICC T20 qualifiers, and they almost approach those games a bit like an ECN T10 contest as well. A lot of batters who like to go hard, hit over the infield early. So this format of the game does suit their natural style. Like that man, Nasir, ready to take the opening over. As mentioned, he's a left-arm paceman of some repute. Really can move the ball, does so at pace. Been a key member of this Swedish team for a number of years. Ajay Mundra taking the gloves for Sweden.
He's good keeper. Watch out for him. Here we go with Baluch getting us going. And starting with a wide. And makes Mundra work straight away. Now Baluch is a guy, a bit of a heartbreaking story really this year. Was selected to play for Team Europe, but unfortunately, due to an injury he sustained late in the ECL, he wasn't able to play. He was forced to withdraw. But he is one of the most feared first over bowlers going around in European cricket. You can see he's really getting it to fly through. And even before the first ball, maybe the supercomputer adjusting for just the way things were looking as they headed out to the middle. Norway have gone from 43, and they've jumped up a few percent already on the supercomputer.
Supercomputer must like their outfits.
Do like it slightly different with the red shirt rather than mostly navy blue. Third time on it, there's some bat. Mundra's called it, the keeper, and he takes the catch. Well, straight into the action. It's his first ECC match. He impressed me in Austria a few weeks ago, and Raza Iqbal is going to have to go. So Baluch with the early strike, and Norway 1 for 1.
Helpful early snare and made it look easy, Mundra, but that ball went very, very high off the left-handed bat, and he had to wait under it for an eternity, take it over his shoulder. Excellent catch. Look, getting some jump off the top. That's good pace. As you've seen, he's already getting some shape. Early rewards and an excellent start for the Swedes.
It's a good catch. And just got to try and find that drop zone and swirling around a little bit. Mundra, he knew it was his. He had the gloves. And unfortunately for Raza Iqbal, he starts with a 0. Baluch with a wicket, 1 for 1. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Thomas Martinez, saying it's absolutely bucketing down in Madrid today. Great to see Cardam are getting some good weather. And yeah, we are normally blessed with good weather. I know this time yesterday it was unfortunate. We had a couple of games affected, and the Swiss actually were eliminated due to their inferior group record. Here's Wally Gowrie, who's a really interesting player as well. Very hard hitter. Also took the first ever ECC hat-trick. And he's going to use the pace here. Geez, that's confident shot first up. Went on the charge and just kind of jabbed down on it. The first boundary of Group D.
Lovely timing from the left-hander, not trying to overhit the ball, playing it on its merits. Nice line and length actually from Nasir in a typical game, but as it is, beautifully played, soft set of hands.
Yeah, that was a good use of the pace also. Not an easy shot to play any time, but especially first ball against the pace of Baluch. Could easily just got a little tickle on it. Already took the hat-trick versus Spain back in 2021. Which is the next one go by. Remember the ECN wide interpretation, which was kind of clarified in April this year, that offside blue line, the wide line essentially, belongs to the bowler. So if the ball passes the popping crease and it's touching that blue line, the ball's fair. It needs to be fully outside the line to be called a wide. Nicked, and I think he's put this down, you know.
Well, a shake of the gloves from the keeper. It was an early appeal, sounded like a genuine edge. Lovely piece of bowling. Shaped away actually quite early, but flashed the drive wide, and Mundra goes down on his hands and knees. Might be praying for forgiveness from the fast bowler.
Oh, that's not really indicative of what a good keeper he is, but that's just a little bit of a clanger. First up from Ajay Mundra, and really Gowrie That was a little bit of a nick risk after watching that first shot. Does nick one, gets dropped on 4. This one probably is wide, just a little bit wide of the mark.
It's almost getting too much swing at the moment.
Yeah.
NASA, it's swing early. It's sort of, it's fast bowler. You don't want movement starting to happen halfway down the deck, but you want it sort of moving late and not even that prodigiously.
Worst feeling as a keeper, though. It's a regulation feather, and it just didn't hit the middle of the gloves. It went down. Now, Mundra has to wait to see if that error costs Sweden. This has worked off the back foot. It's only one. Oh, could be trouble. Oh, you know what? They're still very, very close. This is actually Khizr Ahmed, the captain, who's in jeopardy. He hasn't faced a ball yet. I know that Ajay got the ball on the stumps pretty quickly. Just zero communication between the Norwegians.
Poor stuff. Fundamentally bad running, no matter what the outcome is here. And he's gone. So 2 wickets in the opening over. And it was a completely unnecessary run out, Vinny. It never looked like there was a 2 on offer.
Yeah, you know what? Khizr, maybe he doesn't realise it yet, but he's going to have to go. And, well, it's a proper teapot from the skipper. You see here, it gets turned around. I always felt that that bail was off very, very quickly. And there's the decision of Joe Foster. So, well, that's both openers out without scoring. And now Khizr Ahmed, he's out without facing a ball. And this is a disastrous first over. Even with the dropped goober by Sweden, they're well on top, 6 for 2.
Certainly are. It's the benefit of having, obviously, good fielding side, but the paceman, that's here. Even when he drops one in the wrong spot.
It's baby Derek.
Diamond, a little mini Derek. Mini Derek.
He couldn't have afforded the bigger diamond. But yeah, it's pretty, is it? A more sparkly diamond than normal.
Looks like a typical English private school child just walking behind a wealthy piece of jewellery as they trot into school in the morning.
I'll say that for both these countries, not the cheap side.
Certainly not.
But, well, Norway aren't laughing at the moment.
Can you actually say that you give away your wicket cheaply when you live in the Nordics?
Not much goes cheap there, but we'd actually love to get up to Norway for a series. I know it's been talked about for a while. End of the first over, 7 for 2. Khalid Zahid is going to bowl over number 2. And Gowrie, who's just run out as captain, arguably, he'll be facing up. He's been joined there by Faisal Raza. Yeah, it was a funny one that Khizr Ahmed, I don't know if the 2 was ever on. I don't know if Gowrie ever kind of intimated that he wanted a second. But yeah, under you for unnecessary.
Nice bit of fielding from Imal Zuvak too. He's a man who quite often has the gloves for Sweden. Probably would have been tutting from his position on the offside when Mundra put down that first catch, but managed to rectify things with the run out.
It's pretty well bowled, but a good shot as well from Gowrie. That's a proper cricket shot as well. It was darting back towards him, straightening down the line, but he strokes it through the covers for 4.
He's got a lovely technique, doesn't he, Vinny? Look at that high elbow, weight transference, no risk with the shot, just good placement. Really, really good cricket.
Some numbers, and I think during this innings we'll probably go past 23,000 runs. This is the combined stats for both divisions, of course with 2 divisions this year. Over 2,000 Maximos now, and an average run rate of 14.1. 13 sixes on average per 10 overs. That's a very, very good Maximo rate. On the walk again, Gowrie likes to do this. Well, he probably isn't in a rush to get back to the dugout, so he's going to have to do his work in the middle. Another cracking shot through cover point.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful strikes. A lovely sound off the bat. This shot slightly more unconventional, a couple of steps down the wicket, but feels like the pace here is not worrying him whatsoever. Zahid's been hit for consecutive boundaries, and Gowrie showing that even during the power play overs, you don't need to go aerial.
Does have that little shimmy down the wicket. It's always interesting as a bowler what your counter tactics are for that, whether you want to bang it in. Matthew Hayden used to always do that, and he kind of wanted you to bang it in because he wanted to pull it away. Zahid has Fuller, not a bad ball, knocked out for a single. We'll get our first chance to have a look at Faisal Raza.
Yeah, tell you what, Gowrie needs to make up for that run out. He's got the ability to do so. Absolutely. But a lot sits on his shoulders. Norway recovered a touch with those few boundaries. 16 for 2, 2 balls left in the over. A bit of field manipulation with the right-hander coming onto strike. So Norway, helpful that Gowrie brings the ability to keep the left and right combinations.
Well, we saw Faisal Raza in 2022. We didn't see him last year, but he was out 7 times for a total of 37 runs. So I'm sure he's keen to
You wouldn't call it a form line.
Yeah, no, that's one way to avoid getting out. Just pulls away first ball. Of course, it's a pretty brutal form of the game. Often you are having to give up your wicket depending on the situation. So let's see if he's able to make a bit of an impact here. It's a situation where his team would love him to stand up. First one is very, very aggressive swing at the ball, but no contact.
No less aggressive than the appeal. I didn't detect an edge from our supersonic hearing up in the commentary box, but the Swedes were very confident.
Really big swing and a miss. And let's just say, he actually played a very good shot. Just after over was called, it's the end of the second over. It is 16 for 2.
Have a look at the group standings. Obviously, don't really mean much at the moment, but as you mentioned, Vinny, it's a really power-packed group, this one. Obviously, these two teams from Scandinavia, Norway and Sweden, both very adept at this format of the game. And then you look at who is to come. Netherlands 11, Jersey, who have been very prominent the last few tournaments, and Italy, who really, really do love T10 cricket.
The Jersey side will be super interesting because I know they have been impacted by availability issues due to some longer form of the game that they're playing. And Asa Tribe was meant to play. He's unfortunately not been able to make the trip. So Jersey, there'll be a bit of sink or swim for them. We'll see them in the tournament starting against Norway, actually. In match 3 is Baluch. Loses the handle on this one through to Mundra.
Yeah, pretty ordinary ball. I think he's trying just a touch hard to generate pace. He's generally got a very nice rhythmic action and very reliable. So a few concerns from Swedish Brains Trust as to getting their premier paceman into a rhythm for this tournament.
So probably another wide. That's a fixed wide line there.
Shows how hard he is to deal with, doesn't it, Vinny? Like, it's been a pretty ordinary spell from him so far, but he's still got 1 for 9.
Yeah, and he's just got genuine pace. It's one of those things very hard to teach. And a lot of these balls, if there's any bat on them, if you can reach them, it's going to fly for 4 or 6. But it's a good contest, isn't it? Slightly test matchy first morning feel about this one between Baluch and Gowrie. Again, there's full up, too much swing. Needs to make this adjustment, Nasser.
Even that one, that wasn't really the swing that's causing him problems there. It did obviously curl, but at least it curled late.
If I'm Baluch here, I'm just making my run up a bit wider, keeping everything else the same. Just make that approach a bit more angular. That way my body position is more towards the leg stump, and then hopefully you still get that movement. Everything else is working the same. This is taken on, and that's what we're talking about. Any bat's going to fly, and that's Maximo sees Carreras, the first 6 of Group D, and it comes off the bat of Wally Gowrie.
Class shot from Gowrie. Read that the outswinger was coming again. Opened up his body, swung truly. Great contact. Norway not doing a bad job of resuscitating their innings after a very poor start, and helped along by a couple of extras. And left arm paceman just making his way through a little bit of a disappointing start here at ECC 2024. I'm sure it'll be good for the first run today, but hasn't really been able to zero in on that off stump or just outside off stump line.
Yeah, Baluch, he's never really challenged the stumps, has he? Not for a while, at least. Slow ball. Variation again. I don't know where he's going, but he's living dangerously out there. He's still there. He's on 20, and that's out of 25 of the total.
I'm not sure I'd be leaving my crease without getting dragged the way that Gary's calls are going at the moment. No need to panic. He's capable of finding the boundary with ease, even once we get out of this power play, but don't want to lose a third wicket within the first 3 overs.
Against close, but umpire says no, not happy with that. It's going to be a wide. So, yeah, Baluch. As a batter, it's a funny place to be because you're not feeling bat and ball too often, and so you're not really getting more set.
And you know, eventually he's going to come up with a good one. He's too high class a bowler to continue to drag balls way wide of off stump.
That one's lifted up. That is some serious bat on ball there. Maximal. Which goes large. I've already to 26.
Makes such a sweet sound. It's almost symphonic coming off the bat of Gowrie. He actually stepped away there. He was only able to just reach the Grizzly, particularly with the swing, but it makes such a beautiful noise coming off his bat. This is along to 26 off 11. His partner, Raza, just enjoying the sights and sounds of Kadama from the other end.
All right, 3 more bullets in the gun. Nasser Baluch. Slow ball, skied, very high, catchable for Sammy. He takes it. Very, very good catch. Well, he was spinning like a record right round, but he turned the right way in the end. Baluch gets his man Gowrie gone for 26, and it's 32 for 2.
He's a pretty talented cricketer, Samuel Rahmani. Does everything with almost a bit of an air of ease, but that was not the easiest catch, but a very important one for the Swedes. They've broken the back of the Norwegian order already, 3 wickets down. They haven't even completed the 3rd over. Nice change of pace from Baluch. Just held up and swung hard again. Rahimi's only just snaffled that in the ends of his digits, but still a well-taken catch, and Gowrie goes for 26. It was an attractive innings while he was there, but key man is out for Norway.
Yeah, 32 for 3 actually, of course, that wicket of Gowrie. Top 3 back in the shed now. And it's a very good catch from Samuel Rahmani. And watch out for him, he's a brilliant all-rounder. I really thought that was going to be a difficult one for him to get in the middle of the hands. New batter coming out, Sufyan Salim. But this is always the question I had, is how's Baluch going to go to the right-hander? Because he sprayed almost everything to the right this morning.
To be fair, that ball wouldn't have actually been a bad one to the lefty. He hasn't made a mental note that we've changed sides. So 2 batters out there with no runs on the board. Norway going to have to build their way back up. Say patiently, but almost 3 overs down. Big late swinger. Scoot through for the 1. The pad, and
it's one that you need to get inside the line of that. I think you've got to spot it's going down the leg side, and you're asking a big question of wicketkeeper. That was still going to swing a long way. But anyway, Raza will get another opportunity. Well, what we saw from him were 2 of the all-time great swings of a bat in the first couple of balls he faced. Let's see what he can do against Nasser Baluch. Gets a little bit of pad on this, I think. That's going to run away for 4-leg five. So Baluch, yeah, probably not his most commanding performance with the ball, but still shows he is dangerous. That'll be the end of the power play. 24 off Baluch's bowling. It does pick up 2 wickets. The score is 38 for 3.
yeah, your average paceman here at ECC 2024 would probably be happy with those figures of Baluch, especially with the 2 wickets, but fairly disappointing pair of overs from such a high-quality paceman, but sure he'll come back with a vengeance in the coming games.
He bowls 7 wide balls, and then also he had 5-leg buys, which he created as well. So yeah,
can't say he's faultless in those leg buys.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll get on with the game, and Saeed Gilani is going to bowl for the first time over number 4, end of the power play. So 5 outfielders can go back.
Pretty talented player, Gilani. They've actually got a really good unit for T10 cricket, the Swedish team. I'm very impressed with what we've seen out of Sweden over the last couple of years when we have been there for ECS.
His first one is going dragged away. It's a pretty good stop. in the end. And, well, that could be out, you know.
Saw a great view of the throw, but as Vinny's mentioned, this is going to be a tight one. I tell you what, Norway cannot afford to have a second run out within the space of 3.1 overs.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. It's okay, yeah, let's have a look. This one, yeah, I think it's fine on the boundary. So now we'll check the run out. It was pretty close.
So much happening on this ball, having to check the boundary as well as the run out opportunity. Relatively pedestrian effort going through for the first. Turns back and then takes a big deviation sideways. And tell you what, it's not looking good for the Norwegians. An athletic take from the wicketkeeper, Mundra. Jumps up high, brings it down quickly. He's got control. And he's taking the stumps off there. Really, really tough call for the umpire.
Yeah, I think there's probably nothing to overturn an original decision call, so you can't really see the bails because the gloves are in the way.
What's the Vinny Sandhu verdict if you had to make
Yeah,
a
I
call?
mean, look, there's the on-field call's not out. There's not quite enough there for you to change the decision.
Great bit of fielding, both in terms of the throw coming in and Mundra with the athletic grab and almost indoor cricket style coming down in the same motion.
Yeah, this is actually one thing I'd look at. Big swing on this from Salim. But I'm kind of in favour with technology these days of, you know, when you touch the stumps, that should be the moment that you judge whether the bat is in or out. Not necessarily when a bail is removed, which is quite a fuzzy concept of when a bail is removed. I think that's what they do when the zinger stumps are on. Probably makes sense. There's so many replays. This is quite an interesting shot, and it's going to be right off the end of the bat. It's brilliant fielding down there. But the result will be 4 runs.
Yeah, handy little nibble outside off stump. Oh, wait. They'll be thanking their lucky stars that they were saved by probably just a couple of millimetres on that run out.
Yeah.
Already one back in the pavilion from a completely unnecessary run out early in the game. 2 would have been absolutely criminal.
Close to cut. Norway, living up to the reputation, they like to attack at all costs.
I know they'll certainly keep swinging. I guess their run rate's not horrendous at the moment. It's sitting at 12. It's certainly not putting their way towards an epic total, but found the boundary enough times and been helped by a few sloppy efforts from Sweden, particularly the ball.
Someone to fly through as well. Sweden in charge of this contest. I take the point, the run rate isn't too bad, but top 3 in the shed, and even just kind of the way we've seen these two going about it, bring more swings and misses than swings and hits so far.
The Raza or Salim inspiring a huge amount of confidence. They need to get one off the middle of the stick.
Get some bat on this, and it's going to be a welcome boundary. Salim moves to double figures. Lani ends up with 10 off the over, and it's 48 for 3 after 4.
Well, that will give Salim some confidence. Asked for one off the middle of the stick. He's delivered. Pretty good shot out to the offside. Well, Norway 48 for 3, and so sticking at that 12-run and over mark. So run rate's not a major problem at the moment. Late flourish could get them up to a pretty good total. The question mark is whether or not they can actually, through these next 3 or 4 overs, continue to score at a healthy rate without losing a bunch of wickets.
Just look at the Swedish side compared to the side we saw in Austria. And a couple of key spin bowlers, Prashant Shukla and Zakir Takawi, in the end were ruled out of the trip. So, yeah, it just means they've probably got a bit more of a pace or seam kind of attack. I mean, not quite the variety that we've seen from them before. We'll see how that pans out for them.
Speaking of seam attack, one of my favourite players on the network coming up, Saeed Ahmed with the ball.
He's fun to watch, isn't he? It's like wheel change down there.
It's not quite Formula 1 speed.
Yeah, not quite. Anyway, here's Saeed. First one was a bit wide. There was little bit of noise, don't think it was bat.
Very naturally talented cricket. Ahmed, isn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, and
Powerful striker with the ball. And even with the ball, he's got a fairly relaxed run-up, but he's a very strong man in the upper body and generates some significant whip and speed.
All right, good speed off the bat. Raza finally gets off the mark. He does it with a bang. Maximo, 6 runs.
Been there for a while. Only faced 3 balls before that one. Finally saw something that he liked and smacked Ahmed for a mighty Maximo. That's a great shot.
Really good shot. I mean, Syed had a great tournament for Hudinga, didn't he, when we saw him in the ECS Sweden. We did that together back in 2023. He certainly likes a certain type of bowling. Something he can hammer over mid-wicket generally. Some people say he looks a bit like former Australian Test cricketer Dougie Walters. But,
what a lovely comparison to that. I mean, he at least bats a little bit like Dougie.
yeah, the bowl. I don't think Dougie's bowling this quick. Well, uncontrolled, up in the air. Should be taken. It is taken. And Gilani getting into the action, this time in the field. As Syed Ahmed breaks through in his first over. Norway, they do get a 6 out of Raza, but he has to walk soon after. It's 55 for 4.
Good bowling from Ahmed. Got yanked over the boundary earlier in the over, but brought his length back really hard into the deck. He's a tall man, so he gets some good lift off the pitch, and it was just too much for Raza to deal with on that occasion. Sweden continuing to field pretty well, and they've got control of this contest for the moment as Raza makes his way up the Spanish steps. And he goes for 6, and Norway 4 wickets down.
You got to say they fielded pretty well here. I mean, Mundra took that good high ball early. I know he dropped a sitter, but in the end, Gore's back in the shed now anyway. We saw Samuel Uramani with a brilliant outfield catch running back with the flight. Gilani looked good under that. We saw the run out, which I suppose was gifted, but still had to be taken. Almost saw another one created. All right, this is going to fly away, all the way over the top. Maximo! This is Wahidullah Sahak, who has come out, thrown the bat at this. And it's going to be 6 runs now.
I'll pose a question to you, Vinny. Last year, ECL, ECC, felt like we had a lot of catches down in the third man area.
Yeah.
Feels like this year, more and more balls are flying over that space.
Yeah, it's a good point. I'll give you my thoughts in a second. Could be a couple of things. All right, this is another ball skewed up. This one might be reachable. It's just going to get away from the fielder, Emil Zubak, and it gets away from his teammate as well. It'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit of fortune, but boy, do they need some at the moment, Norway. They've dug themselves into a little bit of a hole. Run rate's still up there, though. Even this over from Ahmed.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty good one.
Might be one of those kind of ugly 130s or something like that. Sweden will have the right of reply, of course, but they're a similarly uber attacking unit. Back to live action. Okay, that's one way to play. Partly, I think the Grizzly balls, the general feeling is they fly a bit further than when we used to use the other balls. End of the 5th over, 65 for 4, but also maybe the bowlers are getting a bit quicker. Field, of course, stayed the same. Often the wind has been assisting that part of the ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. Welcome to Group D action. Rico's off on a little mini break at the moment, but you know he'll be back very, very shortly. But today we have the return of Corey Rutgers to the commentary box. He's meant to be doing the next game, Netherlands 11 versus Italy, which should be a good one, and actually have a little bit of a break later in the day as well. I'll leave you guys to it. But yeah, of course, that was the big story last night with Spain qualifying. The host nation are back in Championship Week.
Yeah, few concerns, 2 rogue elements in the commentary box there together, Vinny. We know that Rutgers and Ryan together can create some magic. I'm sure, speaking of magic, that's a pretty good catch in the end from Jarwood. Sunnies, and the ball off the bat looked like it was going to carry the boundary. It was a pretty decent shot, but just died in the end, and that's a nice snare.
Really good catch, and Jarwood's a guy that we saw for the first time in Austria on the network, and he judges this perfectly. He doesn't want to jump because he thinks if he jumps, he's probably coming down on the rope or outside. So he just kind of, almost like a game of Twister, when things are starting to get pretty awkward. And he keeps that foot grounded,
Tell you what, Jarvid's a dead ringer for Cap and Dev, isn't he? That lovely little moustache, reminiscent of the 80s Indian superstar.
That's a very good one. It's I'm sure a lot of our interviewers will appreciate that. But yeah, very good catch. They've caught well. Just I said that. Okay, that last one last over was a half chance at best for Zuvak. And Mundra dropped one early. Probably want me to stop mentioning it. And yeah, it's a wicket first ball. This is a spin option they brought in. Adavait Darbe.
Gives it some nice air, doesn't he, Vinny? A little bit of drop.
So here's the thing with this ball. A lot of people might think that's a wide, but does it take a bit of the blue line on the way? You'd have to decide. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Umpire says it does. This one won't be on the line. It'll be called a wide.
Really bowling to a plan to get it outside the tram, get it around the tram line as much as possible. Nice air, good action from the young man. I could have seen so far.
In the air, and Samuel Rahmani will take the catch. And that's Mohammad Sahak, who had a bit of a miserable time with the bat here last year. First shot in anger, and he's going to hold out. So another duck in Norway. Well, they're feeling the heat at the moment, 66 for 6.
Certainly are. Well, the young man, Advait, showing what a little bit of dip does. That's 2 wickets that he's got from just slightly mistimed strikes because he's beaten the batters in flight. So canny young bowling from this young man, and Samuel Rahmani, he's got a bit of a gravitational force on a cricket field. Ball tends to end up in his hands a lot. And I'd have to say Norway in a bit of trouble here now, Vinny.
They are, because there's still 4.5 overs to go. Okay, just the top, let's say 3 of the top 4 failing, 0, 0 and 6. Gori 26, played some nice shots of course, but he wasn't able to bat any decent length of time. Losing the captain, Kizar Ahmed, without facing a ball. It just hasn't gone to plan at all. In fact, when you win the toss and bowl, this is exactly what you're hoping. So Sweden are getting right now. Darbe, full toss, edged into the keeper's pads. But he's an interesting young bowler, and we haven't seen too much of him, but he does play for Albi Zalmi, of course, a very famous club on ECN. They used to hold the consecutive streak for most ECS wins in a row. Obviously, they made it all the way to Championship Week in the ECL back in 22 as a dream run. This is another ball that's hit high, and this time it will carry Maximo. Wahidor Sahak brings the attack as Norway reach the 70s.
Nice strike from Sahak, but Darbe can at least console himself that he's beaten the batter in flight once again. Just enough stick on it, though, to carry it for Maximo.
Now this one up in the air. Is it reachable? It is, but Samuel Rahmani puts it down. Well, I was going to say it was pretty casual the way that he went about the last one, but he caught it, so that just looked cool. This one looks a bit lazy, doesn't it?
To be fair, it looks casual with everything he does on a cricket field. It's just generally has better results, but that's a really, really good over from the left arm orthodox spinner. So Norway, 4 overs to go, 74 for 6. Once again, their run rate's not in a drastically bad situation, but you've now got the number 8 at the crease. A lot sitting on the shoulders of Wahidullah Sahak.
We saw Advait play one game actually in 2023 for Albi Zalmi in the ECS, but obviously they like the look of him. He's still young, he's only 16 years of age. It's very mature kind of an over. In the end, it went 2 for 9. What a great start for him. Here's Javed Stanikzee, who's going to get his first one down. It's I think the bat from Sahak. Okay, so Arif playing a role here, probably wasn't planning on playing. There's Ishan Siddiqui. He brought me that Norwegian brown cheese last year.
Had they brought some this time? Have you inquired just sort of gently?
I'll never assume anything. It's delicious. All right, well, that's a bit of luck. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4. The fielding off the field's been pretty good. Demenda down there looking pretty official. Yeah.
A little bit security guardish, if I do say so.
Yeah, he's thought very hard about his tactics, and you can see there, he's still actually a pretty decent player. Seen him for Ariana Keefe in the ECL before. It's well bowled, really well bowled. Remember, this is the kind of ball, it's getting a bit of the line. Used to be a wide, but now with the wide ruling that anything that's on the line is fine. It has to be completely outside the line to be a wide. So
it's like one of those bad mottos that they try to teach school kids the right thing to do of on the line is fine.
On the line is fine. Just say no to wides. This is going to be into the hole, and that's going to be for Arif. Gets a boundary.
Gets the boundary and fixes up the snake of a boundary rope out there. They haven't done the straightest job of it, and looking more like probably the Swedish border at the moment. But either way, it's a nice shot. Stanningsay bowled pretty good over here. He's stuck to his methods. A bit short of a length outside off. That one is called wide.
Yeah, Advait, last over you saw him coming on. Picked for Sweden under-19s this year. And yeah, he's obviously made a great start here. Javid's a guy that impressed me a lot when I saw him in Austria. You said he's a Kapil Dev lookalike. All right, throws about it. This fielder will hold it. Wow. Boom shakalaka. How about that from Galani, who goes up, comes down. Doesn't quite stick the landing, but he holds the ball. Arif's out, and it's 84 for 7. First wicket for Javid Stanningsay.
Well, that's a pretty good bit of athleticism from the big fella. Stanningsay completes the wicket, and it's been a good over for him. Once again, really challenging the Norwegian batters wide of off stump, and that's a beautiful jump, split-legged grab, and takes it right at the top apex of the jump.
Arif is able to crack a couple of fours, but he is no more. He's out for 9, 84 for 7.
I love it when the big fellas show a bit of athleticism on the field, Vinny.
Yeah, that was amazing, actually. And actually, Danny, our ball retriever in the background, he was getting ready to maybe wear it. Rahimi gets about at 9. He hits the first one. They go on contact. Slight fumble from Zufak means there's no attempt at a run out. It's the end of 7 overs, 85 for 7.
Impressive all-round performance from the Swedes so far.
What's the background as well? It's like, you know, when you have spotters in gymnastics, just making sure he's all right. And, yeah, fantastic pictures from our crew at Spring Media. This is what Championship Week is looking like. Now we have 4 of the 5 golden tickets filled up, and whoever wins Group D will join Scotland 11, Germany, Spain, and England 11 in Championship Week, which is only 3 days away. All right, Darbe, the youngster, gets the second over. First one just misses the mark.
Intelligent bowling, really challenging the Norwegian batters to take him out over the offside. And he's got some protection there too, sort of deep, quite squarish cover, and one down at mid-off. Sunil Rahman, and he's other side of the field. And that's a really, really nice take. Stanningsay again.
Whoa!
And, wow, big biceps. Stanningsay, that's a good celebration. And Kapil Dev Jr., he's having a pretty good day so far.
Well, someone get the body oil, because Javid Stanningsay has arrived, and it's a little bit more Mr. Universe than deep mid-wicket. I don't know what's better here, the catch or the flex. Again, takes it easy as you like, and then looks around. Does he touch the rope? He says, no, I haven't touched the rope. And, well, Sweden, they are here, and they're looking strong. In Norway in big, big trouble. 8 wickets down. Rahimi goes for a single, 86 for 8.
Tell you what, we should check whether or not Fahim Nalancherry from Finland has jumped on his plane yet. We could have a pretty useful arm wrestle between those two. Barely able to fit their biceps into a cricket shirt. Bloody piece of bowling from Hardbait. He's been very patient and very persistent with that line. It's paid dividends, 3 for 10.
Yeah, well bowled. Actually a bit of spin there. And a spinner trying to actually spin the ball was a bit radical. But I think he's got plenty of natural attributes, doesn't he? Darbate, 3 for 10 on ECC debut.
Lovely pair of overs from the young man.
Well, this one is going to get cracked. It's up, it's high, it's out of the ground. Maximal! That also shows you, the depth in this Norway batting lineup. Mushtaq coming out at 10, but still throwing the willow they're going to go down. They're going to go down swinging.
Never got them down and out completely, Vinny. See, there's not much room for error for the left arm orthodox. That one just a little bit fuller and much straighter, and he's taken the distance.
See how he responds here. Nice little slider that kind of curves in. Very good. Good ball, that one. Mushtaq staying a bit like...
Problem is the concerning one, because if Sweden can knock them off before the end of the 10, then they'll really mitigate what they have to chase.
But
here.
you're right about, look at that 12 and over, steady, despite the kind of taking the impact of the wickets there. So yeah, you need to, 12 and 12 is probably minimum here. 120 gives you something to bowl at. We know that Sweden there, very much an all or nothing kind of lineup as well. Here's Galani getting a second over. First one dug out by Sahak for a single.
Nice piece of bowling. He's pretty good in the death overs, Galani. Got a job to do here. These two have resurrected the Norwegian total somewhat. Mushtaq with the 2 big blows in the last over.
That's short, surprises him really. But he'll just kind of bunt it out for a single. Hello to John Gray in the comment section, to Terry Richmond, to Kai Bay, to John Heeson, Chris Ward, Paul Kempen, Kroom. I'm sure I've missed a few. Bob Pook was in there as well. Great to have the discussion going today, and yeah, new set of possibilities, new group. Oh wow, it's a very good shot. It's an excellent shot really from Sahak. Took a bit of a gamble there. If that hits him in the pad, he's walking back, but instead, that's cracking into the fence, 4 runs.
Easy timed this, didn't he, Vinny? Just a little whip. And Galani probably put it in the most accessible area for him. Taking the gamble, but it's paid off, and you've only got an over and a half to go. You can take those risks. There's only so much downside. And Sahak playing a little gem here, 23 off 8.
If that's a Yorker on full toss, becomes a lot more difficult to dig out. Hit down the ground, so yeah, the resistance is coming from Norway, who, like I said, maybe they haven't had the attention that they deserve because they've had a few early-ish exits from the tournament, but there's normally a good reason behind it. They ran into Scotland 11 last year, who, at that stage, Scotland only won 1 out of 4 games. Scotland kind of clicked on finals day, made it to the final. That's hit pretty hard, and it's going to get the gap, it's going to get the boundaries. So Mushtaq playing a bit of a mini gem here, 17 off 7 from number 10.
Yeah, as far as number 10s go, it's a pretty good innings. If you're batting down there in a T10 game, you really don't expect to face at maximum more than a couple of balls, but he's doing a very good job. And Galani's second time he's over pitched with the full toss in the over, and Norwegians have taken full toll.
I think it's probably a few top order batters or middle order batters are looking at this. Hopefully they're taking note. That's a pretty good Yorker. Galani, they think a 2 here. I don't think with 8 down you can take too many risks. Oh! Well, lucky they didn't. I thought maybe that could have deflected anyway. That could have been a rare 5.
Romani's just doing Romani things from long off, and that is the end of the over. And Norway 110 for 8, so they're reaching up to a reasonable total. It's been a nice performance from the Swedish bowling lineup. The look at the top was inconsistent, I think it's fair to say, but 2 wickets, and Darbe, the left arm orthodox spinner, really, really impressive. And it looks like Khalid Zahid is going to come on and bowl the final over. I'd
be curious to see how Darbe goes, maybe against a Dutch lineup that has probably a few left-handed options in there. He can be quite slow through the air, which I think it's good if you can get away with it. But also, I think it'll be fascinating. Zahid to close out for Sweden. First one is going to be a decent, I say bouncer.
I'm not sure I'd be ducking it at this stage.
I don't even know if it was that high. And there's no fine leg here, right? It's not a wide, it's straight over his head. I don't think it's one for the over. There's no fine leg to get some bat on that. You get a boundary. Well, this is in that area.
Got something on it.
Had an interesting sound that didn't seem that woody to me. It's straight off the melon. Dunk.
Timed it well off the helmet, though.
He did. Yeah, it was a slow ball, but I feel like it might be time to say hello to the medics.
Well, they're up and out of their tent. Let's see if they get the call from the umpire.
He's going to get the Joe Foster initial consultation. Is right off the forehead.
Expert in triage, young Joe Foster.
You can see why maybe ducked the first one. Maybe wasn't super comfortable. I guess like a lot of lower order batters. But, you know, if you top pitch it up, they look $1 million. But that one at the scone found the target. Well, here come the medics, and I know they've certainly caused a lot of discussion at this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. The Norwegian Spanish language barrier is an interesting one. Yeah, look down, look to the side. He's looking.
Mushtaq's doing his best. Tell you what, I mean, I think that is the main factor in whether you have passed that concussion test.
And Mushtaq's concentration is shot. Head knock or no head knock. He's just needs to get back into his game zone now.
Looks pretty happy for a man who's just been snotted in the melon by a pace bowler.
He's looking thrilled. There's the one for the over. And, whoa, we've got Mr. Baywatch, but with the kit bag. Maybe we've got Miss Baywatch. All right, round the corner. And something. We're about to find out. I got a feeling he might have stepped out here. It might be 6. But it all depends where that last step is before he touches the ball.
Pretty crafty piece of fielding regardless. Had to make good ground. Looks
That's
like
the rope.
a foot on the rope there, doesn't there, Vinny?
Or maybe not. This might give us a better view. Is that on the rope? Hard to tell there, actually. I don't think that's on the rope.
Has been signalled 6.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that it looked like it might have been on the rope, but that's the camera line. See,
I felt more likely than not there was contact with the rope there.
Yeah, conclusive. I guess it's in the eye of the beholder. Norway will take the runs. Oh, yeah, that's one way to do it as well. So Sahak taking over. That one's definitely 6. Maximal. Well, there's your kind of ugly duckling 120 plus and still a couple of balls to go.
Yeah, Sahak playing a gem here. Actually really executed that scoop well. Ball was outside off stump, so had to move across and play the shot with great care, but 36 off 11. This has been a cracking partnership for the 9th wicket. Not something we say in ECN cricket too often.
Yeah, Zahid is going to put the fine leg back now. Makes Sahak do something else. 2 to come. It's full toss, and that's out of here. So tail wagging for Norway. Maximal. 1 to come. They're 129.
Oh, this is turning into a pretty decent total. That's what happens when you keep that 12 run and over rate, then you get a flourish in the last couple. You get yourself a decent little knock, and these two are playing really, really smart cricket. And well deserved for the Norwegians. We talked about the fact that they bat very, very deep. Sahak, 42 off 12, and Mushtaq's giving him excellent support.
Can't connect with this last one, but they'll scramble through for a leg by. Well, how about that? What a partnership. 86 for 8. They came in they came together in the last 17 balls. They're able to manage 34 runs and just take it. So, yeah, it's, or 44, I should say, 44 runs in the last 17 balls. So 130 for 8 is the score. Norway will be defending. Sweden 131. I mean, often 131 to chase. I think Sweden probably would have taken it, but Norway at least giving themselves a shot and a very interesting start to Group D.
Certainly was, Vinny. It can be sometimes hard if you're the team bowling first and you've got a team on the ropes and you just let it go in the last 2 or 3 overs to get the momentum back when you come out to bat. So Sweden have got a job on their hands here. Fist bumps all round to start Group D. And there were plenty of fist bumps being thrown around by Sweden early on as Sia got a pop-up and an excellent catch from AJ Mundra, the wicket-keeper. Had a bit of a poorer effort later on, but it was. Gowrie played a couple of lovely little shots with his left-hand bat. This wasn't lovely, though. Some appalling running and great bit of work from Mundra. Finger goes up. Great call from the umpires. But there was plenty of runs that were coming, though. We talked about the fact that they kept their 12 runs and over, fairly consistent from the power play onwards. A help from a few sloppy deliveries from Baluk, including a session of wides at one stage. Nothing sloppy about Samiullah Rahmani's hands, especially early on, but did shell one later in the innings. And then we saw Saeed Ahmed, and his was a bit of an up and down over. A few dot balls, but he got spanked on a couple of occasions. Nonetheless, the Swedes kept on coming, and their fielding was good, their bowling was very intelligent, and the Norwegians really struggled to get any momentum until it sort of came later on in the innings. That was a great catch from Stanningsay, and didn't he enjoy getting the guns out in celebration? Young left arm and Darby, he bowled a lovely spell, good flight, really kept it wide and forcing the batters to go over the offside. And the Swedish management pretty happy. They would have had that smile turned upside down though. That was an ordinary catch from Rahmani and sort of potentially cost them a little bit in the end, but that man down there on the third man boundary, Saeed Galani, taking an athletic grab and one of the better catches you'll see in this tournament. And another one where the guns did eventually come out. Look at that. Team Nolan-Cherry, eat your heart out. It was Norway showing strength though at the back end of the innings as Omar Mushtaq and his batting partner took plenty of runs off the last few overs, and Mushtaq, he had a smile on his face after he had the check by the medic, but he was all good and they kept on swinging hard. Got a little bit of luck in the end, but Sahak some tremendous shots, used a lot of creativity with his bat, and that 9th wicket partnership was crucial for the Norwegians and has meant that they have ended up in a reasonably solid position after the first innings. Did not think we're going to say that after they were 65 for 5, 66 for 6, just losing wickets all over the place. But Sahar coming out there, number 6 position, 42 off 13. Excellent batting from him and well supported by Kumar Mushtaq, 18 off 10. Rest of the batting card a little bit sorry. Gowrie, 26 for 12. He looked the best of the top order today. A pair of ducks up the top, including from the skipper, was incredibly unhelpful. Swedish bowling lineup, most of them are fairly happy with how they performed. 224 for Nasir up the top, but he was wayward. Saeed Ahmed probably bowled better than the 1 for 17, but Advaid Darbe 3 for 22, and Stanningsay even with his 1 for 11 wasn't a bad over either. But they are going to be chasing 131 for victory here in the first game of Group D. So reasonably tough target, and Norway will feel pretty confident after they've made their way back into this game. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Vinny Sando for this one. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the chase. Let's see if Sweden can take victory in this first game. Please join us then.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the opening stages here of Group D at Cartermore Oval. It is European Cricket Championships 2024. Andrew Ryan here with you for the first game alongside Vinny Sandhu. We have a pretty good contest in offering here. The Nordic Nosh between Sweden and Norway. Norway put up a fighting, it has to be said, 130 for 8 in their first innings. Started tragically with a couple of wickets in the first over, and they actually went on to lose a succession of scalps to the point that they were 66 for 6 after only 5.5 overs, but they have fought their way back and almost doubled their score from that point on. Having a look at the bonus point equation, if Norwegians can restrict the Swedes to 91 or less, they will walk away with a bonus point. Obviously, the Swedes have got to try to chase this down in 7 overs to achieve theirs, but I'll tell you what, with the 131 target, first and foremost, they need to make sure they knuckle down and get runs on the board to win the game in the first place. It's a really important contest for these two as well. It's a very strong group with the Netherlands 11, Italy and Jersey still to play. So they would love a win against their neighbouring country to both get their tournament off to a good start, but just make sure they keep themselves well in the mix for finals day. Obviously, all teams have to beware for prospect of relegation from this Premier Division as well. There will be 2 teams who are relegated at the end of this tournament, all based on group stage points and net run rate as well, so something for them to be aware of. And Zuvak coming out to open the innings, and he's there with Sher Ali. Pairs batted together quite a few times for Sweden. Two of the best performers when we've been up to that part of the world for ECS events as well. Both incredibly talented players. Zuvak in particular hits very well all around the ground. Ali loves to lift the ball over long on, but very technically sound and powerful man. And taking the ball for the Norwegians, Vinay Ravi, the only man we didn't see out with the bat earlier today, is 8 wickets down, so it was number 10, Marn Wushtak. He stuck around. Helped Suhak to get them to that score of 130 for 8, but Ravi certainly got a job to do with the ball. Young Paceman steaming in. Short ball, Zuvak pulls it. Not a great piece of the ball, but does fly away for a 4. One leg up inside the circle. Oh, Ravi losing his line of touch. Too easy for a batter of Zuvak's class. Just swivels the hips, only needed to get a tickle on the ball, and it was always going to go for 4. Ravi signals that he's going to keep this short of a length attack at the body as he's put a fielder down to backward square, and probably actually forward of square, looking at how they've ended up with the positioning. Another one down here at long on. Only bails out of the run-up. Great to see a ponytail on show. ECS, plenty of good hair in Group C. This young man, Ravi, keeping up the standards. Drifts onto the leg. That's not a good ball at all. Zuvak crouches down, uses the wrists, places it between the two fielders down there on the leg side. That's an excellent cricket shot. Not good bowling from the paceman though. Ravi lost his line on both occasions so far. Norway don't have enough runs to play with to be giving away easy boundaries. Teams in. Zuvak slots the boundary on the offside. Sensational strike. Timed that one to perfection. Charges down the wicket. Had to reach for it in the end, but still got a good piece of the Grizzly. It's absolutely flown off his bat. Ravi with the big correction to the offside. Seems to just be making fielding changes post-ball. Now moves someone out to that area where the ball just ended up. Good change of pace on that occasion. Zuvak checks his shot. They will scoot through for the one. Just a loving embrace from Assad and Zuvak as Swedish opener came sprinting through for the single. 2 balls to go in the over from Ravi. He generates some reasonable pace and bounce. Zuvak's got the ability to hit balls all around the ground. He's a hard batter to tie down. Big Sher Ali. On a lane, plays it on the up. Not a bad ball at all, but that's a sensational cricket shot. And he's a man who has hit plenty of runs on the European Cricket Network already. One of the sweetest timers of the ball on the continent. Powerful young man. Beautiful cricket shot. A unique choice of number. A big share, 786. Ball outside off stump, nicely driven. Will just be the single. The sedate end of the over, but 20 runs coming off that opening incision from Ravi. So tough start for the Norwegian paceman. And golden ball count, 194 games without a golden ball. We could be hitting the double 100 very, very soon. In fact, it'll be the first game tomorrow if we don't see any action today. And speaking of action, the man about to take up the bowling attack, Usman Arif, standing at the top of his mark. Great start for the Swedes, taking 20 runs off this target. They'll need to continue batting at a good clip. 12 and a bit runs and over required. And was that magic figure that Norwegians generally stayed around for the duration of their innings. Short ball, Ali gets pretty decent bat on it, and it does look like it's carried the boundary. Ball held up in the wicket a touch, so didn't get full momentum into the shot, but he's played it backward of point, so no chance for the fielder. And that has carried the boundary by probably a good half metre. So flying start for the Swedes. Zuvak 13 off 4, only just a touch ahead of him, 13 off 3. And inhospitable welcome for Arif, the bowling crease. Short ball, that is too easy. Doesn't try to overhit the ball, Ali, but carries the boundary comfortably. Consecutive maximos to start this over. And Sweden are making fast work out of this total. This opening pair, really the strength of their batting lineup. These two boys, as I've said, have played plenty of cricket on the network over the last few years. A lot of runs for their respective club sides. Zubak, a man who's an integral part of the Hudinga side that we've seen out here for the ECL. All those players in this Swedish lineup. Another one where he hasn't got complete control, but carries the boundary. Fielded down there. Marmushdik would have thought he was in with a chance for a moment, but carries him, and it smiles all round in the Swedish dressing sheds. And they're enjoying this batting display. Ali, just such a naturally powerful man at the crease. Not a huge amount of footwork on that occasion, but that swing just so pure. 25 off 5. Oh, he uncorks again. This is outstanding striking, and the cheers are just getting louder and louder from the boys in blue and yellow. Ali makes his way to 31 off 6. And this has turned into a very, very difficult start for the Norwegians. With Manarif left with not too many ideas of what to do. It has been Maximo, 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 Maximo. So we could have a chance here at the start of Group D. As the man who was victorious last night in Group C, young Corey Rutgers, 4 consecutive Maximos here. Beats him with a good change of pace. Well, Arif keen not to suffer. 6 Maximos on the trot. Comes up with a good delivery. Just floated up a touch. Like a bit of a knuckleball. Picked by Ali early. Lucky to still have his stumps intact. Charges. Can't reach that. It's a good finish for the end of the over. Arif after the 4 Maximos to start it, but Sweden, they'll be feeling confident. 44 for none after 2. Very hard for the batters to back away these days where the wide line interpretation sits now. So plenty of action to come in Group D. A man who's very familiar with action on the cricket field, Mr. Maximo, rejoining me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, nice to be back. And just the start that Sweden wanted. It couldn't be more chalk and cheese, really, with the Norwegian start. Lost both openers without scoring. Lost one of them without even facing a ball. And then the old Maximo to the power of 4. Not a bad way to start an over. Zuvak, also a powerful striker. This is going to be Mohammad Sahak, who's going to come on and bowl over number 3.
That's a bit of a shout out to a celeb viewer of the European Cricket Network, Australian opener and Queensland superstar Usman Khawaja.
All right.
Sitting back in his lounge room at home in Brisbane. He's finished the Shield game, and what else would one do but flick on the old Fox Sports for a bit of European Cricket Network action.
Here's Sahak. Cut it. No. Scored off. You've got Usman Khawaja got the direct Andrew Ryan bat phone. How's that come through? How many degrees of separation? I know you're a Queenslander as well.
I have my sources, Vinny Sandhu, but no, that's actually come directly from Dan Weston.
All right.
Spotted a post from Uzi, who's out on the socials.
Hello to Usman. And what would you rather do on a Saturday night than put your feet up and watch some T10 action? That one's almost taken his fingers off. Overcommitted. Oh, I think that might have been out. And Cher's not known for his turning circle. And if this hits the stumps, I think it might have been curtains.
Well, he's not known for his turning circle. Poor Osman Arif's been done by the bunker that's sitting there at the second last pace of the bowler's run up. It's hit the sand and taken a probably unhelpful deviation.
Oh, would have been tight. No, that's the slower ball, which is going to be picked. It's going to be hit over the top. And it's going to be all the way. Maximo says Carreras, the 50 up for Sweden in just 15 balls. It's that over-the-top kind of rolling, almost like a top cutter.
Well, he's not a particularly tall man, Zuvak, so he plays the cut shot. It's generally the uppercut rather than rolling the wrists on top of it.
I'm going to control Zed McCall because on reflection, that's going to be 4. It's going to be changed, so it's 48. Not quite 50, but not far off. I'll won't say see you and raise you, but I'll also put my chips on the table, Rhino. Well bowled. Very good bowling. Former Australian opener and current Italian T20 international player Joe Burns has made some representations that he'd love to be playing here at the Carlton Oval in the Euros of cricket, and he's maybe eyeing it off next year, maybe potentially even get him up in the commentary box.
Oh, wouldn't we love that? Short ball, and Zubak just pushes it to the offside, and we'll have a shy, but even at Sher Ali's pedestrian pace, he manages to get through.
Yeah, a bit of head in the hands time. Actually, well, while we're on that theme, I'm constantly getting messages, and I'm kind of used to it now.
Just
pretty
dropped his
tight.
bat very late, didn't he?
Master of doing just enough, Sher Ali. And Jai Richardson, actually, someone who's played a bit of indoor cricket against. He's had plenty of time with injuries to sit and watch. He loves his European cricket. There's Jai. I think he'd be very handy out here.
Just not sure I'd want to face him on this this artificial deck at Cardamar.
Great bowling. Good Yorker. Cher has his own fielding. As he's such a personality, no one will think of appealing. And in fact, he gets a high five. It's the end of the third over. It's 49 without loss.
What'd you take there, Maximo? Did you dead ball? Did you get a bit of a request for permission from Big Cher?
Thing is, yeah, the request is, it's implied that it's granted when Big Cher is in charge of the.
He's a substantial man.
We
You
don't
wouldn't
want
take
to.
him on.
I mean, they're obviously, yeah, they're kind of pretty close to each other. Sweden and Norway don't want an international incident.
Got enough international incidents at the moment. We don't need the Nordic neighbours getting in a tussle over a, albeit very important game of cricket. Interesting one, just looking at the field at the moment, Vinny. I mean, there's no central parts looking a little bit more Royal Melbourne rather than MCG at the moment. I've seen a couple of bowlers, particularly the quickies, who have been deliberately coming in a step wide so that they're not making contact with that slightly softer space.
Good observation. Wahid Sahak with his first one's a gundy ball, really. And Zulak's going to put it away. Maximo. And check the height here because remember, ECN rules, if it's waist height or higher, it will be a no ball as well. Oh.
Certainly in the awkward space.
Yeah, I feel they'll probably call this. If it's on the line or on the border, they normally will call this kind of delivery. It's fast ball. At the moment, it's just been given 6. Maybe you could argue if he's standing at the crease, it's just probably going to hit him in the protector, which isn't a pleasant thought either. But anyway, it'll go down to 6 runs. Sweden certainly in charge of this. In fact, they might even have visions of 4 big overs and taking all 4 points. Another full toss. This one almost knocks Asad Ali onto his haunches. Zubak cashes in 4 more.
I'll tell you what, if Usman Khawaja's still watching, he will appreciate the class of that shot. Fairly ordinary ball from Sahak, but Zubak has whipped it to the square leg boundary, and the timing was magnificent.
Yeah, Sahak, like the idea, but not quite executed. Attempted Yorker. One big full toss, one slightly lower full toss, both put away. Yeah, Jai Richardson's always getting in, and I get a lot of messages from guys he's playing against. Well, that's going to be 4. And, well, France is in Europe. Europe home in the French Cup. Zouak gets 4 more.
Yeah, certainly not very directed it, but it all looks the same in the scorebook.
I like the Sweden badge on the helmet here. I mean, if Zuma gets 100, and I can see that badge getting a big kiss.
Just the aesthetics of the Swedish blue and yellow is just a beautiful thing to behold.
Got to say, as a West Coast Eagles supporter in the AFL, I'm kind of partial to that bold blue and yellow combination. Oh, this one bounces. And it's going to be a single. Make it look harder than it probably should have been. It went all the way down to the boundary.
Just keeping them interested with this running between the wicket as the partnership moves to 64. We've got 2 balls left in the 4th over. I have to say, it's been a somewhat underwhelming bowling performance from the Norwegians so far, Vinny. They've got some decent bowlers in their lineup, but obviously bowling to these 2 beasts of Swedish cricket is no easy thing, but not really asking too many questions.
It's still bold. They're going to go that angle. What do they call you, like a fake left armour. Just getting that angle across the right-hander. He's going to bring up the square leg. He's going to put back deep cover now and probably try a similar ball. got a good tall action, doesn't he? Good seam position there.
Just thinking exactly the same thing. That front arm gets up to a nice high point and generating some good pace and bounce.
This is down the ground for a single. Sahak we end up going for 16 in that one. Sweden still very much in charge of this game, 65 without loss. And on to say hello to Mars Vinyl Cave from Melbourne, saying ECN, no better entertainment. And he's in the chat. And I know that the call's gone out. If Usman Khawaja is watching, or maybe Joe Burns is watching, get in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Let's hear from you. If there's any other professional cricketers out there, I know there's a lot of lurkers, put it that way.
Do you think Burnsy could be lurking at the moment?
Definitely will be for game 2, Netherlands 11 versus Italy. But the thing is, it's so consumable, this form of the game. It's like I know, let me do a TV kind of analogy. Like you might have your long biopic or your gripping drama, something like that.
But it is, each group is almost a little mini soap opera in and of
That's
itself.
what I'm saying.
It?
I reckon this is a really tough call on Mohammad Shahzad. Remember, line belongs to the bowler. For me, straight over the line. That's exactly the one you meant to get.
I will go as far as European cricket, basically the best reality TV.
Yeah, it is. It's a mixture of soap opera and reality TV. Bold and the Beautiful meets Big Brother.
Have we got to start talking about the journey every 15 seconds as Sher Ali sends the Grizzly on a journey out of the middle of this Cardimer Oval? What a strike.
Well, to use a Bachelor analogy, I think Sher Ali's here for the right reasons. He's certainly got the aggressive intent and he's got the runs on the board in ECN cricket. And that one was a bit of a monster over the fan zone.
Yeah, well, if we're interviewing Sher Sahak at the moment, he might be coming up with the old, I don't think I can do this anymore. And he's got nowhere to hide as Zuvak and Ali are racing along to this target. 72 on the board and the supercomputer not giving much hope to the Norwegians.
So he had a little bit of a soap opera moment early with the run out of Kazar Ahmed for a diamond duck at the start of this game. There was some long lingering looks between him and his batting partner. There's the next one from Sher Ali. He's knocked down for a single. Yeah, we've had, I know Phil Salt from England. He's a big watcher. I know we've had Ravichandran Ashwin is a big ECN fan, has posted about it before. But yeah, we're open source. We're available to everyone. We want you to join the cricket community. Once you get your head around a bit better as well, you'll appreciate it even more. So kind of dive down to deep third. Yeah, but the thing about ECN is we're doing something. Ooh, watch out for the other throw. Yeah, we're doing something never been done before. We're doing 1,800 live matches a year. Obviously, we've got these marquee tournaments, which will be on a lot of international broadcasters. But even outside of this, we're on YouTube, free, available, and want to grow the cricket community in Europe, which is quite a niche community. This one's a full toss, clipped away. Oh, Cher's got to remember, this isn't the kind of necessarily the club level where teams might let him walk a single. They're going to make him work for it.
Certainly are. This one's probably below the waistline, so we'll be okay as far as the no ball goes.
I mean, Cher might call for a runner out of just personal preference. He's not going to get one. Now he has to hustle. Another tight one. And this could be overthrows. It is. It's a fiver. Cinco carreras. Well, they set the bear trap. Somehow it's the Norwegians get their foot caught in it as they give away 4 overthrows.
Yeah, I suspect when he gets back to the dugout, Cher will just be saying, I've just taunted them into giving overthrows, boys. It's all good. This was probably not that far away. Good arm. And Ali might have been struggling. It would have been tight, but
look at the
ordinary backing up there at backward square.
I mean, Faisal, what you didn't see is he had to run a long way to get there. So, yeah, Sweden now up to 80. Yeah, but now we love what we do on ECN. And yeah, and most professional and high-level cricketers would know, actually, from their travels, that there's a lot of countries where cricket isn't known. If you live in a country where it is known, it's probably hard to understand. Now, Cher says, I see 5 and erase you to 6, because that's maximal. as he has made it to 46 in the first half of this innings off just 15 rocks. And after 5 overs, Sweden are 86 without loss. See that left foot kind of loses it to leg side, but he catches up with it. That's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. With me is Andrew Rhino. Ryan Corey will be back, by the way, for the second game, which involves the Netherlands and Italy. We're just having a bit of a discussion about a lot of high-profile cricketers have been watching, which I think is wonderful. And a lot of them would understand. Of course, a lot of them just went to the USA World Cup, where USA was one of the host nations, where in America it's not necessarily a mainstream sport. Certainly in a lot of the countries we cover, it's not a mainstream sport. So whatever we can do to grow the profile of the sport, and having such an action-packed form of the game to display has certainly been a big help.
Yeah, certainly will. I think the key message out of that, Usman, if you're still watching, keep on posting on the socials, get the rest of the Australian 11 out there watching. And great news for our Australian fans, we're on Fox Sports, and now that the 2 football codes are finished, there's nothing better than the European Cricket Network on a Saturday night.
Especially when we start to make the nudge up the rankings to 501, and then it really gets serious. Anyway, here's Mushtaq, batted well, doesn't start well. That looks like a no ball to me, and it's going to be put away for 4. So the non-standard minimo, 5 runs to start the over and a free hit to come.
Yeah, nicely timed from Zuvak. Full tosses getting into an awkward spot, particularly on the offside, but he's just laid the bat out, used the wrist well, put the ball between the fielders, and it's an excellent bit of cricket. And Sweden making mincemeat out of this Norwegian total.
Yeah, obviously I like being on any of the Fox channels. Doesn't have to be 501, but I always get lots of messages going, you've made it, 501. You've made it. I get lots of social media messages. Down the ground, hit pretty hard off the free hit, that'll only be a single. Look at that, it's a bit of a smoky for the bonus point. If you don't understand the bonus point, I'll explain it to you. It's very simple. In every game, there's 4 points up for grabs. I'm sure a lot of our Australian viewers will enjoy that as well, 4 premiership points. Typically, the winner gets 3 points and the loser gets 1 point. But if you can thrash a team, then you can steal their point and take all 4. And for a chasing team to do that, it means they need to chase the total in 7 overs or less. And so that's what the equation on the screen right now is for Sweden to steal Norway's point. 38 off 10, which, okay, it's tall order, but with these 2 up and ticking, it certainly isn't off the table.
Yeah, it feels like they have quietened down a touch. Keep in mind, Shah Ali deposited 4 consecutive balls for Maximos, second over the innings. So Sweden were going at a rollicking rate at one stage. The Norwegians haven't stopped them, but they've brought it back under control a touch.
Miss hit and gone. So there you go. It's Imel Zubak who's going to have to go. And look, credit to Kamar Mushtaq. He's certainly been pretty impressive in this game. He fought back with the bat. And yeah, potentially it'll be enough to get Norway a point as a minimum. Low full toss does the trick. Missed time by Zubak, who has to go for 44. And Sweden are 93 for 1.
Yeah, for the good of the Swedish tournament, 2 things there. They'll be very happy their 2 star openers have found some form right at the start of this tournament, but it's also not a bad thing for them to get a few of the middle order a hit in this opening game, because I'm sure they will have plenty of work to do in the coming contest, because there are some great teams on show here. Keep in mind, everyone, we've got the big clash between Italy and the Netherlands 11 coming up. Vinny, that should be an absolute perler.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Zubak does his job pretty well. He upset he mistimes that full toss. Mohamed Sherzahak takes the catch. A wicket for Kamar Mushtaq. 93 for 1. Ajay Mundra, fairly new into his Swedish side. I saw him for the first time in Austria last month. Did the keeping. Now he's coming on in the number 3 position. First one whipped away. Just a single out to Wali Ghauri. I know that Rabbi Jim is saying something about Bangladesh cricket. Well, we know we have a lot of Bangladeshi viewers, and one of my personal favourites, Mushfiqur Rahim, as a keeper. I always followed his progress. And Bangladesh are one of the real success stories of this generation of cricket. I remember when they were first given test status and really struggled to be competitive for a long time, but yeah, eventually shows you the steps that have been taken. Nice, lovely looking shot, just kind of stops and poses, and he's going to score a half century here. Sher Ali brings up the 100 as well for Sweden. Maximo Sher. Well, that was pretty as a picture. His half century coming up in 17 balls.
Elegant way to bring it up. Vinny. Beautiful high elbow, just gets the blade of the bat flashing out towards the covers. He's a class player. Man, it brings a touch of class everywhere he goes. Corey Rutgers just striding purposefully around the ground.
Didn't get a lot of sleep, I think. Obviously, just a few logistics with the Spanish team.
Plotting Spain's activity for championship week.
Had the red string on the board all night. I'm trying to connect the dots.
What do I do, Alistair? What do I do?
100 for one
Sweden.
after 6. Very good.
I did see Alistair Priddle in the lift this morning. He's raring to go, and I think it was probably heading down for one of his 4.5-hour gym sessions rather than the breakfast at the Sunset Beach.
That's about right. Okay. Well, now you need a supersonic over to get all 4 points. But we've got Mundra on strike, got Sherali still at the crease. Green actually makes the point in the comment section. Yeah, as you can see, points have been very important. If Norway can get one, it's very handy. We have seen some pretty close-looking groupings, haven't we? Of course, this is the 4th group in the Premier Division. We also have the 2 groups in the Challenger. Okay, here's Raza. He's coming on, a bit short, and that one's whacked away. Maximo! Right. 4-pointer stays alive for Sweden, 25 off 5 required.
Now, Mundra doesn't waste any time to get going. Maximo's second ball. Iqbal pumped for his first, and it's not too many, whatever questions are being posed by this Norwegian bowling attack. Sweden has had all of the answers. They were going to defend this target. They really needed to pick up a couple of early wickets, but Zubak and Sher Ali made sure that was not happening. Good change of length from Iqbal. Mundra shaped up to swing leg side, but touch fuller. That ball down the leg side. And Iqbal really settling into a good line and length here. Sweden only requiring another 24 runs to take down the target as Mundra checks his shot. Well, fielder at backward point there. Ibrahim went to chase it and then thought there might have been a sweeper behind. Didn't make too much of an effort, but either way, lovely shot from Mundra. Opens up the bat face, times it nicely, and races away for yet another 4, and Sweden in complete control of this contest.
Sure are, but Norway looks like they've done enough for a point after that ball. No call from Cher. Yeah, well, Sweden have another game obviously later on. They'll take on the Dutch in match 4. It'll be a great test for them. For Norway, they'll take on Jersey in match 3. They've got the early finish today. Cher, credit to him. He knows he's no stall gift runner, but he does put in 100% with the running when he needs to. Gets the strike back. We'll have one crack at Raza.
He's made a single all day.
Yeah, but that's one thing about Cher. I think he has tried to improve his discipline the last couple of years. Always been very talented. He's also able to count to 6, and he knows that's the last ball of the over. So he's going to take a single, and we'll go to the 8th. 113 for 1. But with that, we know that Norway have achieved a point because they've pushed the game into an 8th over. So some of the daily run rate stats, you can see that Group C.
Wasn't it consistent?
Funny enough, was the lowest scoring group. And partly that's to do with the quality of the bowling, Rhino.
Yeah, certainly the case. I guess also keep in mind we had 2 games rained off yesterday. So in terms of the 4 top teams getting to play, we only had 2 instead of 4 contests. And as you'd see in the previous groups, there has been an elevation once you've got to finals day.
Probably also Malta dragging down the average a little bit. Malta averaging 96 with the bat. Come back to that in a second. That's, of course, the next game coming up. As 18 required. On a ball, I don't know, epic collapse maybe. I have been a commentator match in Sweden. They needed 12 off 18 with 8 wickets in hand, and the fielding team won by 5 runs. Italy versus Netherlands coming up, and yeah, Musa Ahmed and Clayton Ford listed to open the bowling. Italy, open the batting, I should say. Got the 2 Zulfikars in there, Saqib and Sikandar. For Italy, Joy Pereira leads their side, and yeah, quality on both sides there.
That's a sharp-looking Netherlands 11 outfit, isn't it, Vinny? Plenty of guys who have been out here at Cardamom before for the ECC.
Yeah, it's going to be power-packed and unpredictable, I think.
Probably not his most elegant strike today. Sher Ali got down on one knee. Second hand came off the bat. Oh, with that. He's an
crowd
elegant
catch.
strike. Put down.
Well, he made perfect ground. It was in my Peacock Friday catch zone, actually. I went for that one-handed, not to brag, but this one, I've got to say, you might get another opportunity, you might not. Sher dropped in the crowd.
Well, Norway maybe need to recruit some outfielders from the audience here today.
Hey, credit to him for going for it. And don't worry, we've got it in super slow-mo. All right, where are we at? 12 to win. Throws the hands at this, into the gap and over the fence. Or into the fence. Maximo, 6 runs. And really, it's a matter of time now.
Keeping with our TV theme, the way Big Ali's going, you might be saying, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, because the Swedes are sprinting towards this target.
Well, I would say it'd be pretty handy to have in your tribe for some of the eating challenges. It's yeah, I've seen him demolish a couple when we've been there. Popular player, 6 to win. And this one is game, set, Maximo. Sher Ali will finish on 72 not out, and Sweden win fairly comprehensively. They'll have to settle for the 3 points, but they chase this target of 131 with 13 balls to spare.
Really one of my favourite players to watch on the network. Sher Ali just letting the Norwegians check his bat, making sure there's nothing untoward, because that thing cannons a Grizzly a long way. He's played a sensational innings and has taken his nation to a first-up win, and a well-deserved one too. Swedes were on top with the ball for most of that innings. It was just that 9th wicket that they allowed the Norwegians to get back in the game. Probably left them with a few concerns during the intermission, but Zubak and Ali have really combined to chase down well. Quick look ahead. Italy versus Netherlands. This is a power-packed group, and plenty of guns who have made their way on the network over the last couple of years. Looking forward to seeing Zayn Nakvi for the Italians. He is a hitter.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good game
many here at this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a look at these highlights. And it's a pretty rollicking start, wasn't it, from the Swedes? And couldn't have been more different to Norway's struggles in the first couple of overs. The openers setting a good base. Emil Zubak, 44. Sher Ali, 72 not out. Mundra came to help out in the end, but Sweden with an important early blow in the Nordic Nosh. They get over the line in the 8th over.
Glad you've adopted that, Vinny. It wasn't really much of a Nosh, though. The Norwegians didn't really come with their A game today. Just gently allowed their Swedish rivals to dominate for the most part, and even when they were able to draw some false shots, well, the fortune was with Sweden, but they really didn't rely on lady luck at all today. It was just a very complete performance. As I said, they probably want to tighten up their late overs bowling. The Norwegians want to tighten up their outfielding at times. It was a little bit ragged, but Zubak and Sher Ali were anything but ragged with the bat, finding the boundary very comfortably until Zubak eventually holed out in a tidy catch by Sher Sahak. But other than that, there wasn't too much to celebrate for the Norwegians.
Yeah, Norway will be disappointed with that. I don't think it's indicative of the kind of quality they got in their lineup. But I think it all kind of went awry in that first half. Whenever you lose like both openers for 0, especially kind of self-inflicted with the run out. And a little bit concerned, I think, what I saw out of kind of the 4 and 5 Raza and Salim. Wahidur Sahak batted well for 42 not out. But Norway, maybe, even though it's early, they need to start looking at getting players that are in form slightly higher. It's always tough because you do want to bring along those that you imagine are going to contribute with the bat as well. Emil Zubak with 44, the only wicket to fall in that response. 72 not out from Sher Ali. Well, the big man has started very, very well. Ajay Mundra, a new addition to the Swedish side this year, helped finish things off 12 off 6, and Sweden get the win. For the Norway bowlers, it wasn't too easy at all. Kamal Mushtaq had a decent game, also provided some late lower order runs in the first innings. He took the only wicket, 1 for 32. Mohammad Sher Sahak as well, not the worst spell, with 2 overs, none for 26. We'll take a break then, back in about 20 minutes. And it's the return of Coy Ruckers to the commentary box when we come back. But Rhino will be back later in the day. It'll be the Netherlands 11 taking on Italy when we return to the Cartama Oval for some more ECC action. Welcome to European cricket, and we'll see you soon for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, Group D is underway and we're in full swing, and now two teams that have made deep runs into the tournament before are going to do battle in Group D. Match number 2, it's Italy versus the Netherlands 11. This will be a blockbuster of a game. Let's get over to the Sheriff now, Charles Croucher. He's got the giant coin and the two teams for the coin toss.
Okay, Italy, you are the home team. You will toss, and Netherlands, you're the away team. You will call.
Parry match.
Parry match is the call. Parry match it is.
We will have a ball.
Netherlands have won the toss and they'll have a bowl.
So Netherlands 11 have won the toss. Their captain, Sebastian Bratt, has said, we will bowl first. Now, Netherlands 11, their previous winners, they won in 2022, and they also made the final last year, but weren't quite able to defend the title. So I'm sure they've come to play. Netherlands 11 are a really exciting team in the format. They have some very interesting bowling options. They're an excellent fielding team. They've taken some of the best catches we've ever seen, and they are kind of the kings of the team catch. And I'm sure they want to get off to a good start here. Italy, though, we know that they play one way, and that's aggressive. They like to muscle the ball when they're batting in particular. I do think they've got some bowlers they think might be the answer, but Italy, who made Championship Week last year but didn't quite make it into the Final Four, I'm sure they've got ambitions of taking this group, and certainly we've played so much cricket in Italy, so they're quite experienced in the format. Joy Pereira leads the Italian side. Well, here's a man who does have a fair bit of experience across many nations, but particularly in the Netherlands. He's got a special connection, and he's up in the commentary box. He is back. Yes, Corey Ruckers is going to be calling this one with me. I know we've been looking forward to this one for a while, Corey. Italy versus Netherlands 11 in match 2 of Group D, with the Dutch winning the toss, bowling first. Italians get first use. Over to you. Let's get ready for Group D, match 2.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back everyone around the world. Looking forward to this T10 international encounter. The Italians taking on the Dutch. Obviously, the Netherlands winning the toss, electing to have a field first. I can understand that. They probably want to know what they're chasing after watching a couple of weeks of chaos ECC cricket. Great to see Noah Kroos over here, selected for Oman. He's away in a couple of weeks to Oman, but out here in Spain also. And unfortunately, a lovely camera lady there, not getting a high five all the time, but great to see the Spring Media crew get amongst the players. Let's have a look at these lineups. Let's focus on the Dutch a little bit. Obviously, a power pack side. When you've got Saqib Zulfikar and Sikandar Zulfikar coming out at 5 and 6, that's ridiculous. But also Shariz Ahmed. Shariz Ahmed's another player that's going to Oman for the 50 over and T20 series. He's such a good leg spinner, has a good toppy, a wrong'un, and his batting has come on a lot. For the Italians, it'll be Zayn Nakvi at the top. He has to go big, maybe Ghulam at 3. But you'd imagine the Dutch will go into this as heavy favourites. They've brought a very strong side, and it is not going to be easy. So, a supercomputer, 22% chance for Italy. They're going to have to get a lot of runs, maybe 150, 160 plus. Does give me a good opportunity to welcome all the viewers from around the world on our international network partners. I hope you're doing well. And a warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Thanks for all your lovely comments and all the support you give the ECN. So we're almost set to go. There's Arnav Jain, BFC Rotterdam club player. He'll come in a little bit later for his right arm off spin. And here's a new man that's also hit the Dutch scene just this year. Tall left arm seam bowler. Ben Fletcher gets a crack. Does swing in the ball late. Plays his cricket out at VRA in Amsterdam. And there's a really massive crew. Noah Kroos, who's probably the #2 keeper in the country behind Scott Edwards. Yeah, very interesting to see he's been selected to come to Spain, considering he's off the 50 overs in Oman in a few weeks. Wouldn't want to break a finger on that grizzly ball, but hey, he'll be okay. As we do welcome back a man that I've missed dearly, haven't seen him for a few days, Vinny Sandu.
Well, I've been watching you. Yeah, congratulations for your Spanish team making through the championship week again. Are you thrilled about it?
Gracias, Vinny.
Zane Nakvi to get us going. We know he's a bit of a weapon here at the Carlton Roval, don't we? Yeah, Fletcher, excited to see him in the lineup. Here we go with Group D, match 2. That first one is not the worst ball, but it's going to disappear to the point boundary for 4.
And welcome to T10 International Cricket. Ben Fletcher, slightly overpitched, lovely shot.
Tell us some more about Fletcher.
He played for VRA in Amsterdam this year.
Yep.
New on the blocks, Dutch passport, think New Zealand background maybe, and he really impressed. Swings the ball in late, and is someone that they really like the look of.
Like your archetypal left-hander, right? It's tall.
Yeah.
You can see he's got that good action. This is a little bit close to Nutby, who just keeps it out. Yeah, Netherlands 7 obviously former champions in 2022. Lost the final last year. And got a, I suppose on paper, quite a tough group with the seedings. Netherlands in the top pot, and then you had Italy and Jersey in the next pot. But actually, just the way it was drawn, they're kind of the highest ranked teams in those pots. So you've got this quite unique situation where you've got 3 of the Championship Week teams from last year all in the same group. Lift it up, and it'll carry the infield, and it'll run away to the boundary. Quattro carreras. Second boundary of the over for Italy.
Yeah, nice shot over the offside, slightly over pitched and gets it away. So good start from Nakvin. Oh, he made a splendid 100 here last year as well, Vinny. He's a good player.
Yeah, he certainly is. This guy we've seen score multiple centuries on the network now. Also, his famous bat drop moment when Italy beat England 11 on the last ball thriller in the previous edition. Yeah, well, take a bit of time just to set up the next ball. Dick points back, deep forward square leg, kind of intimating we might get something a little bit short here. Or not. This is cracked back.
I think it goes down as an opportunity, but it's a pretty hot one, Vinny. I don't think anyone's catching that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way down for the big man as well. I bet he's enjoying his opportunity here to show what he can do on a big platform, down to his non-preferred side. Pretty close to sticking.
And I'll tell you what, if anything, he saved a couple as well. That was well timed from Zane Nakvi, who's been at this top of the order for the Italian T10 side for quite some time now.
Yeah, guy we've seen playing club cricket for Fresh Tropical. Still one of the best names in European cricket or world sport. Short, but Nakvi's waiting for it. He helps it on its way. Maximo! First one of the contest. Fletcher just losing his line a little bit there.
Yeah, that's something Fletcher will learn definitely at this sort of level, that anything sort of dug in that doesn't get high enough, you just have to touch it. You just have to touch it, and it sort of flies through the vortex. So 6 to the total. Nice start here from the Italians.
Last ball, the over coming up. Gulam Dasgir out there as Zane Nakvi's opening partner. Actually, I'd listed Darren Schicko. A fair few players, almost all the players we have seen in this Italian lineup from ECS cricket and previous international games with Italy. Beats it to the offside this time, into the over. Pretty even contest for me, that one. 14 without loss after 1. How are you going? Because last night was a huge night. Obviously, you can get in touch with us. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey at CRuckers_28. We've had a lot of interactions with the viewers from all around the world today already. And a lot of congratulations, but geez, it must have been a late night by the time we got back to the Sunset Beach, and then having to organise everything to stay with you, obviously staying in the competition. A lot goes into that, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of complications with the availability and things like that. So it was quite a late one with the players who have all flown home today. And let's just say there'll be a lot of calls later tonight as well as we try and assemble the men. But happy for the players. Once again, they've shown their growth. And after the first 5 overs at that game, they stayed cool, they stayed tranquilo, and they did the job.
Somebody brought Bubba's car around and he just headed 1,000 Ks in the other direction. Here's Olivia Ellenbus, who's getting over number 2. First chance to have a look at Dasgir. It's a bit of a dodgy one. This would have been out by some distance. But that's Musa Ahmed not able to hit the stumps.
Yeah, Musa Ahmed had a stump and a half to aim at there and just missed. That would have been run out by a mile. That's one thing about this Dutch side, Viddy. You're not going to steal too many singles.
Yeah, I mentioned they're a very, very good fielding side. Both these two teams did make the championship week last year, as I said. And again, Netherlands obviously made the final. Leg side, just a little tickle on that, but obviously didn't hit anything.
Yeah, so Ellen Barcelona plays his cricket out at Hermes Cricket, same as Daniel Doyle-Kaye, which is quite interesting. Obviously different nations.
Sebastian Brad as well.
Sebastian Brad as well, but he's a hit the deck bowler. He really is a bit of aggression. He's always a bit fiery, likes to hit at the middle of the surface and has good pace.
These two teams met each other in the first match of Championship Week last year. Netherlands 117, lost to Italy, chased it down. Lifted up, a pretty good strike that one, up and over the fence. Maximo for Nakvi, who started well.
Yeah, Nakvi's looking very good, isn't he, Vinny? 20 off 7, lovely shot, inside out, over cover, slightly over pitch that time, and the Italians are all sent into bat. This is a positive start.
So what I was going to say is that, okay, obviously it was a positive start for Italy's campaign in Championship Week last year, beating the Netherlands, but that was the last win that they had. They lost every other game and then had a wash out against Jersey in their last game. Well, this one might have been a wide, but he jumps it and he smacks it. It's the old jump hook from Nakvi, who's on right now. Maximo.
That's a ridiculous shot. That was miles above his head. Would have been a wide for sure, but in the end, jumps up and got enough bat on it to get it to fly.
Yeah, he's right up on the tippy toes. Let's watch it.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of a jump swivel. Look at it. Oh, enjoy it. Oh, what a shot.
What do you call that?
Jump hook.
Jump hook. Nice shot.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, it was over his head, right?
Yeah, miles over his head, Vin. I don't think I've seen that in a long time.
Nick that, you look a bit silly, but you're a hero if you can hit it out of the ground. Slow ball, good variation from Ellen Bus.
Vin, you look at this Dutch side and that batting lineup and a ridiculously long batting lineup. Shariz Ahmed, the Zulfikars at 5 and 6. How many do the Italians need?
Yeah, like could be a lot. Yeah, well, you know, it's always a good contest, I think, between these two slightly different styles. You know, even the club cricket they play is slightly different. But yeah, like I said, last year they had a good matchup. They didn't meet again because Italy weren't able to make the finals, just narrowly missed out. This one fraction short, bit of a hanging top edge, but looping away and all the way. Maximo for Nakvi, who's taking this power play away.
Yeah, I think Zayn Nakvi's just reading the room here. He knows Ellen Bus likes to dig it in. Yes, that gets high up on the bat, but he's pretty much sitting back for it. So we get 6 more, only 51 metres, but that's enough.
I know you have maybe just gotten into the action, but we've had some celebrity viewers this morning. Usman Khawaja's been tuning in.
Morning,
from
Uzi.
Australia. We know that Joe Burns has been watching, of course. He
Hi, Joe.
represented Italy earlier this year. Slow ball, floats for a wide. And you can see the Dutch bowling tactics, obviously, with a fixed wide line now. You can't just follow. That one's pretty clear wide. But also with their batting, they did last year, particularly in the Championship Week, like to kind of make a big movement out there and try and open up that leg side. But I suppose time will tell. Last ball of Ellen Barcel's over has gone magical, 21 off it. And it's going to be 25 because the thick edge flies away and we're back. It's after 2 overs, it's 39 without loss.
Yeah, we always get a lot of highlights in this T10 sort of fixtures, Vinny, with 2 big nations, Italy and the Netherlands, going up against each other. But a nice start from Nakvi. He's got his batting boots going. Yes, it's an edge, but if you swing hard, good things usually happen.
We actually got to spend a bit of time together in the Netherlands this year, didn't we? It was great to cover a few T20s. Let's have a quick look at where we're at after just one game. Norway did take a point away from their loss to Sweden. Sweden with 3. Jersey, the 5th team in action. But yeah, due to some obviously long-form cricket commitments, their depth's really going to be tested, I think, with their squad.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be interesting. Arnav Jain's going to come in to bowl over number 3. Right arm off spin. And, well, got the long sleeves on. He'll be trying to spear them in there, Vinny.
Go on, Genie.
All right, Daskia only faced the 1 ball so far. This is cricket for Bharata Prato.
Good club, Vinny. Very good club.
He's a guy, very good leader. Mentioned the memorable ECN match back in 2021. His team needed 13 off 3 and he hit 3 sixes. First one won't escape the circle.
He's actually hit that quite well, just found mid-wicket. So, yeah, Arnav Jain obviously coming into the attack inside the power play.
And yeah, Jane's a really interesting bowler. Kind of bowls the bent arm, but never really straightens it. This is lifted up over the offside, and Handled out there by Ellenbus.
Yeah, he's not a big turner of the ball.
Yeah.
Sort of skids them on. He's got a good arm ball as well, spears it in. And a little bit close there with the feet. Ellenbus quite casual though, saves a couple.
This is driven, gets the gap, and that's going to find the boundary. Nutby continues on his merry way, up to 40 now on just 12 balls.
Tell you what, Nutby's really ticking here, Vinny. 40 off 12. He's looking calm at the crease, played the pull stroke good earlier, and just picking his zones on the field. Enjoying this innings from the Italian opener. Can he keep going and get his team up to a big score?
It just goes on. I think Nutby playing for some non-existent turn.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't really spin it. And naturally, obviously, a right arm off spinner, you think that it's going to come into the blade, but sort of just skids on a bit.
Just changing the field a little bit. They're going to bring deep point up, deep mid-wicket back, so maybe foreshadowing the ball a little bit straighter. 2 balls left in this power play. Now that one was kind of the orthodox off spinner, but it's picked and it's smacked. Maximal, 6 to Naqvi.
Yeah, brilliant batting from Naqvi again. This one's slightly slower, tries to fox him. He bowled it from quite far back behind the popping crease as well, but Naqvi's very good. He uses his crease well, opens up that front foot and pumps that straight. Lovely shot.
Yeah, well picked up. Jane probably knew straight away that was a fraction too short.
Catch it, Noah.
Just misses the line. Jane needs to get a little bit of it. Yeah, it's good to see Noah Crows in the side. Really excited to see him out here at the Cardham Roval. Obviously, he was part of the Dutch squad we saw in the T20s over the summer as well. Just misses again. But yeah, we spent time together covering Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland, and then Netherlands, USA and Canada.
Yep. No, I've been in the Netherlands a lot lately, and they had a very good series against the US and Canada, didn't they?
This is lifted to point, and that's the end of the power play. Italy, 53 without loss.
Yeah, well, the points go to the Italians at the moment, mainly Naqvi, 47 off 15. Jane goes for 14 off his first, not too bad, but I think you're going to see a lot of spin from the Dutch. Clayton Floyd, Shariz Ahmed still to come.
It's great to see Shariz back in the lineup here. He's a very interesting bowler. I've talked about him as one of the most exciting bowlers, young bowlers, I think, in European cricket. 14, 25 and 14 is as Italy bring up the 50 in the 3-over power play.
Well, here comes Clayton Floyd, Vinny. Obviously, pretty familiar face, played in the Western Shield for Team Europe, also opens the batting sometimes, left arm off spinner. Bit different, he usually comes over the wicket and slants it across the right-hander, and he loves taking the air out the ball.
Well, he does. Gives it the odd moon ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, I love a moon ball, Vin.
Here we go. Nutby on 47.
Well,
Why'd get called?
and it's going to be interesting for Clayton because I think last year he got found out just a little bit. Players sort of found a way how to play it. That one just spinning outside the tram line. Fair
Just
enough.
outside the tram line when
So,
it passes the popping crease.
Will he change back to a little bit more normal this year? We'll have to wait and see.
It's a quicker one. And the outside edge should be fielded. Netherlands, you would expect they'd be a good fielding side. And I suppose they're one of the countries that have the benefit of playing on a lot of lush, very nice outfields in Netherlands as well. So
Let's get some dots in there, boys.
I like Floyd kind of not always going the moon ball. That pace on it, I like that one. Is the kind of above the eye line
It's
kind
almost
of
a
ball.
sucker ball, isn't it?
Sucker ball, it's a good one.
I think good players, what they've done when facing Floyd, they sort of bat outside off stump and just slog sweep him. Because he actually got 3 back on the offside. So he's going to change up now and come a little bit more traditional left arm around the wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind this either. So you can actually kind of get one to bite away from the right-hander. He goes the quicker one, fine leg. Gets how to walk momentarily there, Fletcher, but does prevent the run.
Bambi on ice there from Big Fletch.
Yeah, I like Fletcher so far.
Good over this from Floyd, just pegging it back, isn't he, Vinny?
He is 3 of 3. It's been a good start. This one gets tossed up and it's catchable. It's taken. Shariz Ahmed into the action. Naqvi won't get the 50 in the end. Floyd with a bit of a masterclass here in Guideline variation. The Dutch have their first wicket of ECC 24, and Italy 56 for 1.
Yeah, look, I think Nakvi throws it away there. Everyone knows this has been Floyd's ploy for 3 years, and if you get out splicing it over the offside, he's taking the air out of the ball. It isn't the way to go about it versus Floyd. It's a very difficult shot to play with no pace, and the ball's sort of dipping and bouncing a lot. It was a good start from him, but he'd be disappointed not to get to a 50 here, Vinny.
Yeah, nicely taken by Shiraz Ahmed. Nakvi still a good contribution, sets the table for his team. He's out for 48 and the score 56 for 1.
So wicket goes down, and Netherlands, as they do, good teams do, just pegging it back a bit here.
This brings Rajmani Sandhu to the crease. Stylish left-hander, probably a decent matchup as well for Floyd. He hit him with the kind of turn with the angle.
Come on, Floydie!
Don't know if you heard it there, but come on, Floydie is the call.
We heard it loud and clear, Vinny.
Rajmani starts by going down the ground, and he's gone. Yeah! Golden duck for Rajmani Sandhu on his return to the Kantama Oval. Floyd's on a hat-trick. Game-changing over in progress. Italy are 56 for 2.
Well, that's T10 cricket, isn't it? When you come out, you get a half volley. You've got to try and put it away, but he just cloths it, Vinny, straight to Sebastian Brad. He's not going to drop that. So Floyd sort of turning back the clock a little bit to a couple of years ago. He's got 2 in 2.
Back to basics. I think ask the right questions and see what answers you get. Brat's one of the better fielders going around as well. Captain holds on to that one, no problem at all. I suppose if you can't be good, be quick. Rajmani just uses up the one ball but has to step aside, and Golden Garrett joins him up the stairs.
In this batting lineup for the Italians, Vinny, is 4, 5, 6. It looks a little bit more revamped, a few different names. Anyone stand out for you who could go big?
Tarashiko's a really interesting one that's in there. He's been very, very good in ECS cricket. Anik Ahmed, who plays for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who we have seen getting some opportunities at the Italian level, but still think, you've got Baljit Singh. He's probably the guy here. He was a late into the side, former captain of the side.
Hat-trick ball.
Shiko is the man they go for at number 4, and he misses that first one. What an over from Floyd. He goes wide, 1-1, dot, wicket, wicket, dot, and the score at the end of 4 overs is 56 for 2.
Yeah, top over from Floyd. He's got plenty of experience, and I think they will stick to spin for a while. I think it's going to be Saqib Zulfikar with his leg spinners coming to the attack. Forgot about Saqib. He's also at the 50 over World Cup, Western Shield. He is a serious player.
It's a good side. It's a very, very good side.
Think about the spin they've got. Jane right arm off spin, Floyd left arm off spin, Saqib right arm leg spin, and then Shiraz is a wrong top spin, quick, flat, whatever you call it, mystery spinner.
And look, depending on what happens, but I don't see why you don't bowl all of them potentially in your lineup. We've even seen some teams going 8 to even 10. If you had 5 genuine, quote-unquote, mystery spinners or 5 different spinners, I just think, especially against good players, against good batters, traditional batters, it's actually a pretty good tactic. Yes. Saqib Zulfikar coming on. First one, though, hurries on to Dastgir, who works him away for a boundary.
Well, that's a confidence-building shot, and the fans going absolutely wild there for that one, Vinny. They loved that.
They were out with you last night until 3:30 in the morning.
I wasn't out, Vinny. You know what? I was working. What did you think of Big Bubba's innings?
It was something.
When you look up Maverick in the dictionary, is it Bubba's head next to it?
This one fraction short as well. But this one will find. That's his triplet brother, Zakanda Zulfikar.
Western Shield captain.
Yeah. Also, I want to say quick hello to Assad, who is the 3rd triplet.
Yep. I'm sure he'll be tuning in. Assad's still.
And Raymond.
I think Assad's gone to Australia for a season, actually.
Fantastic. Is coming back at half takes. Bit of a pad. Led by last couple of overs, really tilting this game towards the Dutch.
No Amir Sharif in the side this year, Vinny, for the Italians. That's a little bit of a surprise for me.
Takes it on, and he gets it. Dastgir And can't pick him, smash him as he puts it over the roof. Maximal 6 runs.
I love that he went deep in the crease and sort of jumped a little bit to the offside to get something he can work with, and he absolutely pumped that. Nice shot, 6 runs. And look, a good finish for the Italians, 150. I feel like they're going to need that 150. It has to be against this Dutch side. Not going to be easy. They've got a lot of batters they're going to have to dismiss a little bit later, but still some positive signs here for the middle order.
Here we go. One straight up here. One straight up.
Duskia, 14. Right, straight up in the air. Keeper calls and takes the catch. No Crows into the action. It's Sakib who breaks through with his first wicket, and Italy 68 for 3.
Yeah, that's what good keepers do, don't they, Vinny? They call for it. He made Big Ben Fletcher at 45 run out the way, and Noah Cross, who's a marvellous addition to this lineup. Obviously, we spoke in the pre-game about he's going to Oman soon for the 50 overs and T20s. He ain't going to drop that, is he?
No, he's never going to miss it. And I like the way he put his name on that, Noah Crows. Safe as houses. Duskia disappointed to have to go after cracking a 4 and a 6, but he'll go for 14. Italy 68 for 3.
Yeah, just losing wickets in a little bit of a clump here. Here comes a man, though, Vinny, that we love watching. If he gets going, it's an excitement machine. Big old Joy Pereira.
Joy's.
He's a unit.
He's got gravitas.
Oh.
Happy with that. That's a big yes, no, and almost a sorry, as Shiko and his captain have different opinions about whether there was a run there. Don't think there was. Zulfiqar goes 1 for 11, his first over of the tournament. And Italy are 68 for 3 after 5. Even if he takes that ball, I don't really know what he's meant to do with it. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Ruckers back. Welcome back to the commentary box. And now, I know we've only got you for 3 days because you're going to be busy with Spain in Championship Week, but congratulations. And I must be excited. It's exciting to see so many Dutch cricketers you know so well out there once again, as well as the Italians that we have covered plenty on ECN.
Yeah, 2 very good teams. Look, I think this is maybe a little look into what this final might be for Group D. Very good lineups, but this Dutch lineup especially going to be hard to stop.
Floyd comes back, and the first one, challenger Shiko outside the off stump. Shiko's a guy we know pretty well on ECN. He's been very good at the domestic level.
Ooh.
It's an interesting one. Umpire felt it got some of the line. He went through. Now Pereira gets turned around. I think that might have been out of fitted hit.
Oh, I think he's gone if that's a direct hit. Pereira's backing up way too much, and yeah, Floydie almost affected the run out.
Shaky start for Dara Shiko.
Oh yeah, direct hit, he's in trouble.
Rhino talked about the bunkers actually coming into play a couple of times earlier. Well, that's the old EFIS ball, I think.
Vin, old Shiko. How long are you giving him here? I know it's a brutal game, T10. He's 1 off 5. You sticking with it?
Yeah, I mean, that'll just be okay.
1 off 5. At what stage? What stage is the right stage to hook him?
I think it's also the first game of the tournament. It's a bit of a soul crusher. Again, it depends on the options you got. The fact you're 3 down, yeah, probably neither here nor there. All right, Pereira not control this. And Brat's going to call it. Brat's going to take it. So Pereira doesn't fire right off the end of the bat. Floyd putting on a bit of a show here in his return to the Costa del Sol. He's got 3 for 4, and Italy are now 69 for 4.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit disappointed about the Italian coaching staff here. They know what Floyd does. It's been done and done before. Last year, teams jumped across, batted differently. If he's bowling slow outside off and you just stand where you stand, you can't reach it. It's spinning away, it's slow. You're giving away some soft wickets here, Vinny. Some very soft wickets.
Yeah, the other thing is, you know, we're seeing them playing Floyd from the crease, and that's the kind of ball that if you're confident you can get there, you can turn it into a half volley or even a full toss. And I know it's easy from here, but yeah, Pereira just only able to get the end of the bat on that. Grant was never going to miss the catch.
Just soft dismissals. Yeah, just to describe the field, you got 45 square leg in the ring and then only 2 on the leg side, deep mid on and a very straight mid wicket. We've seen Dan Lincoln, I think Daniel Duokaye, they bat outside off and they'll just sweep it across. There's no one sweeping. And it makes Floyd change, but if you reach for him, he's such a difficult bowler to get away.
It's a quicker one first up, thick outside edge, new batter out there. There's Baljeet Singh. So this guy, we have seen him doing some pretty good things for Italy in this competition. Typically, you'd see him batting number 3. He's number 6 in this side. Last ball, the 6th. And big swing and miss. Floyd has that radar going. End of the 6th. And Italy 69 for 4. Apparently, Asad Zulfikar is going to be playing cricket in Tasmania.
Yeah, the third
Beautiful
New
part of
Zealand
it.
island.
I know that's what you like to call it. And we've got Sarab Zalpuri in the chat saying, let's talk about some of the younger upcoming players in the Dutch lineup. And we already talked about the left armour, Ben Fletcher. Could see Rel Verhagen.
I got a name for you.
In the side again.
Damien Vandenberg.
Talk to me.
Not selected in the 11. He will play a lot of international games for the Netherlands in a couple of years. He whacks it, left-handed, top order bat. One's just pushed through the gap. Lovely batting there from Chico, and he's going to get 4 for the Troubles.
Nice big friendly fire there as well.
Damien Vandenberg plays for Kampong Cricket Club. Came across this year. Dutch passport holder, good young man. But Vinny, I tell you, this kid hits bombs. 19 years old. Surprised they haven't played him, to be honest. I think the Dutch could give some of their youth a bit more of a crack.
Hear what you're saying. Well, that's not out. I'm telling you.
You talk us through this, Vinny, because you know the rules better than me.
Here's the problem with what Zulfikar does here. He pulls out the stump. He pulls out the stump before he gets the ball. He could have just smashed the stumps over. But look, left hand pulls the stump out there, and then no matter what he does next, it's not out. But all you need to do is actually smash a stump out with the ball in hand.
So how does it actually work? What's the official ruling?
You need to remove a stump, right? But you need to remove a stump with the ball or the hand holding the ball.
Oh.
He removed the stump there with the hand not holding the ball.
Yep.
But there's a bit of a myth that you have to pull it out in your hands. You could just smash a stump clean out of the ground. But see, look, if you go really slowly here, the left hand pulls the stump out before he brings in contact with the ball.
Okay. All right, that's good. You are the rules master.
Yeah, but also it doesn't happen that often. So like, even if you tell them, we'll probably forget. Oh, John, who cares? It's going to be a wicket next ball. And Chico's tough time at the crease comes to an end. That's another one of those vicious over spinners from Saqib Zulfikar. Thick edge, well taken by Noah Crows as well. Had to deal with some rearing bounce there. Italy in disarray here, 73 for 5.
Yeah, very good catch again from Noah Crows, who's a marvellous keeper. Little toe Wendell, maybe an underneath edge. He ain't going to miss that. Lots of extra bounce once more. And, well, the Italians, after a bright start, Vinny, are just falling away.
Big edge there. And so, a disappointment for another Italian batter, 73 for 5.
Does look like new man coming out to the crease, and he's got a lot of work to do. 73 for 5, looking at 110 from the expected score. One's in the air, another shout catch, and it's going to go for 6. I tell you what, I think that's Sekunda Zulfikar. I actually back him to rein that in usually.
Yeah, I think he just maybe mistimed the jump. He went a little bit early, and he's playing a little bit of find the ball. Let's have a look at it again, the replay. It's brave shot from Arslan first up. This is cricket for Chivadate. Maybe we're being a bit unkind. Let's have a look. Yeah. Maybe with a better time jump could have gotten there. Anyway, Italy will take the runs.
Right, in the air again. And a simple catch. Sebastian Brudd ain't going to miss that. And this batting order is not handling the spin at the moment, Vinny. Well, they're getting that extra bounce. They're getting a little bit of turn. And at the moment, Netherlands pulling away.
Yeah, well, there's just wickets and wickets and wickets falling at the moment. And I mean, it's brave, but also it's risky, isn't it? Nasser Mohammed, he'll go 6 and out to Saqib Zulfikar, who now joins the 3 for club. Got a couple of members for the Dutch, and Italy are 79 for 6.
You look at this Dutch lineup and the amount of spin that they've got, and if players don't find a way in the next sort of 48 hours to handle it, Netherlands will walk this group. It's not going to be easy, but people need to find a way to play a spin. This lineup, Saqib Zulfikar, he's an internationally recognised player. Clayton Floyd's played at the highest level this summer. Shariz Ahmed's a regular. Noah Kroos. Musa Ahmed made 60 at the Wanderers against South Africa only, I think, at the start of the year.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to, a team's going to have to find a way to problem solve.
Good challenge for Simranjit Singh, who's coming out number 8 position. He's happy just to work one. Probably smart. End of the 7th over. Italy 79 for 6. Great opportunity for Simran, who we know very well on the network. He's got an excellent pair of hands, one of the best fielders in Europe. And right now he's got a job to do with the bat. This is the overview of the 4th edition of the European Cricket Championship. Of course, we started with 15 countries in 2021, going to 21 and then 31, 32 this year. 2 divisions. Challenger division has been a huge success. We also know that the bottom 2 performers in the Premier Division are going down next year. We know that Malta are one of those teams. The other team going down will either be Guernsey or potentially one of these teams in Group D. Right, here's Shariz, who's going to bowl over number 8.
This is exciting to have Shariz back out here. He's so talented. He's come on leaps and bounds in the last few years. Vinny obviously going around the world playing for the main Dutch side. He's bowled to some of the best in the world and he's done very, very well. And trust me, his batting has come a long way.
Yeah, really exciting player. He's an interesting bowler. It might be okay, you know.
Yeah, touches a bit of line. I think that is okay.
Half on the line, which is completely fine. But he's like a front-on leg spinner. See how he's quite square on at delivery? So, I mean, it's something you don't see that often. Yeah, and I think that is getting a bit of line.
Maybe a tad.
I think so. This is also pretty well located.
Right, look at the amount of bounce. He slows that up just enough.
Tricky attack, really tricky attack that Netherlands have got.
Tell you what, Netherlands got the end they wanted to bowl from as well. This is the end that traditionally does get that extra bounce.
We'll say that championship week will switch back over. 3 dot balls for Shariz to start. Steps across, this is in the air. And another catch taken. Verhagen this time does the job. And Netherlands putting on a bit of a show. Azuri struggling now, 80 for 7.
Yeah, 80 for 7. The Italians really struggling at the moment. You can understand why. This disciplined team ain't going to make too many mistakes. And, well, besides Nakvi at the top, Vinny, the scorecard's not looking too pretty.
You can see him try and sneak across a little bit there. Simranjit Singh, maybe it's in the middle, it's going the journey, but the Dutch don't drop too many catches either. And they've set high standards so far. Disappointment for Simran, finishes 1 off 5, 80 for 7. Bit of a revolving door. Anik Ahmed, though, he's a guy who would bat kind of right up the order for his club, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. He's a recognised batter. He's in here more as a bowler than this Italian side. Has a high score of 89 against Asian Latina in ECS cricket. Asian Latina?
Yeah, really one of my favourite teams.
Yeah. Remember the famous deflection last ball. Let's hope it kills your game that we covered there in Rome. Now we're going to have a ping here. And we'll get through for a single, but runs hard to come by right now for the Italians.
Now, I think Netherlands are eyeing up 4 points as well, and if they keep this to around 100, they're going to go helter-skelter at it.
And then we're looking at basically...
Here we go, Sherry.
Yeah, run rate of 16 over, something like that. Yeah. Oh, I think it does get there, and then, you know, didn't realise it was dropping so fast.
Yeah, that's a drop. Arnav Jain just didn't really move very well. It was ballooning in the air, sort of got stuck with his feet a little bit, and then had to lunge forward. And yeah, hands are actually, funnily enough, pointing up.
If he'd found a way to catch that, I would have loved to have seen how it was done.
How would he have caught that and then kept the ball off the ground?
I don't think he would have. It's the old Sierra Nevada about that run rate. We got the peak of the mountain, but then it's been the slide down, which has coincided with the wickets falling. In contrast to the Norwegian innings this morning.
He's gone fingers up.
The only way he would have caught this, imagine it sticks on the back of his hands and he catches it under his chin on the follow through. All right, well, Baljit's been left holding the baby a little bit. James coming back. And first one skied. Crows takes it. And it's a bit of catching practice once again. Crows did well to identify that one very, very quickly. Jane with their second wicket now. As Belgit has to head back.
Massive collapse, Vinny. Beyond massive now. There were none for 56. We're looking at 8 wickets going down for 26 runs. The big worry for me is probably how they've played the spin, the look of it. And I think the Dutch, it might be a test by spin for all these nations over the next few days.
It's actually the first wicket for Anup Jain, who has 1 for 14. Belgit, unfortunately for him, isn't able to fire, and it's 82 for 8. Yeah, it's interesting. I saw a lot of viewers, messaging me saying, "Why would you bowl spinners on here? Is it crazy?" No, I think good spin, and especially if you're a spinner that has something a little bit different, a little bit of an X factor about you. I know that Saqib Zulfikar's like that, Jane's like that, Shariz is like that, Floyd's like that. I mean, there's 4 genuine bowlers, I think, in the format that they might not all fire in one day, but if they are firing, I think they all get their 2 overs.
Yeah.
Shaminder gets a chance. A bit late on this first drive, but comes out to cover where...
Well, I think if I'm Norway and Sweden and even Jersey to some extent, you're sitting here, you're in the nets in the next few hours and you're practicing some spin because I think Dutch might be bowling 8 overs of it.
Yeah, definitely. If you got it, use it.
Yep.
Famous words.
I think there's always a time and a place, isn't there, when to go to the spinners. He's bowling to the lower order now and he'll be pretty confident that he might be able to wrap this up.
Yeah, go bang, bang here. Bit slower this time. Out to deep mid wicket for a single. Best case scenario here isn't too great for Italy either.
Yeah, just changing the pace up, isn't he? One's quick, one's slow, one quick, one slow. Just being a bit foxy, a bit cagey. Italy in a lot of trouble.
This one is going to be kind of into the gap. It'll be 4. And so Shaminder flying the flag. Hopes the tail wags. And it'll be all the 8s. 88 for 8.
And it needed to wag and some. That one's slowed up again from Arnav Jain and swept well into the hole. I think the 2 fielders got a little bit confused amongst themselves and 4 more to the total.
You don't want a head-on collision to start ECC, so probably let that one go. And so that's the quicker one from Jain with the end of the over. It's 88 for 8.
Yeah, so 88 for 8 on the board. Can they get to the 3 figures 100? And then they're going to have to bowl out of their skin. The 2 opening bowls, the seamers, they actually went for 39 of the run. So it's an amazing display of spin bowling. And the Italians, well, back to the drawing board, you feel, after this one.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is the one that it comes out a little bit quicker. And we see the seam. It just kind of rotates backwards more than anything. But clever delivery. All right, last overtime. How high can Italy climb?
I think it is worth noting as well that the Italians have a very good program, Vinny. A lot of people saying in the chat about how they're playing spin and that. But they've got 50 over cricket in a couple of weeks. They are missing a lot of players and that should be recognised. They've got a big program and they have to sort of juggle all the pieces. I know Gareth Berg, Kevin O'Brien do an amazing job with the men's side. I think their 50 over series, where are they off to? Might be Uganda or something like that. But that's in a couple of weeks. And they've done very well in the T20 regionals. They won that. This is a bit of a different look team.
Yeah. Well, I'll come back to that in a second. Shariz ripping at the moment. This time not on the walk. But won't quite carry down to Verhagen. And we've even seen, I mean, look at the South African test side. Last southern summer that went to New Zealand because of T20 commitments. So different formats causing selection issues and availability issues across cricket. I mean, it's good that there's more cricket, but obviously it creates complications. We'll see that. Definitely the Jersey side's affected here. Definitely
Jersey's probably the one, this group, that it's definitely a different look team, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depends how you look at it.
Exactly.
It does give other players opportunities to step up and maybe have a good day.
It's been a really good exhibition from the Netherlands and their bowling attack. Just all sorts of variety in there. Gets the long end. Again, so clever what he does with the ball here, Shariz Ahmed. He's bowled a lot of these kind of right to left spinners, so that one comes out of the back of the hand, actually jumps left to right against the left-hander Shaminda. Yeah, this is the 8th over of spin in the innings. They bowled 1 and 2 seam and none since. That's in the air. Well, they're going to try and sneak a run, but I got a feeling they haven't quite made it.
Yeah, I think that might be a quick work from Ben Fletcher, and watch how quick Crosey's hands are, Vinny.
Yeah.
That might be 9 down.
Had to be quick here. You could see there. I'm just asking Clayton Floyd, is that it? He says, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Quick hands from the keeper. Is that quick enough? Well, don't see the batter yet.
Oh, I reckon he got an extra run.
Just in.
Just in.
Yeah, he may have touched the stumps there, but the bails haven't been dislodged, so that'll be not out. But look, it will be the end of the innings anyway, and Italy will finish on 90 for 8. But what a last over from Shariz Ahmed, which only concedes 2 runs. And with 91 the target, well, now you're looking, if you go 13 and over as the Dutch, you could take all 4 points out of this. Tough start for the Azzurri, but pretty impressive stuff from the men in orange.
Yeah, very impressive from the men in orange. It was Zayn Nakvi early, though, who got off to a little bit of a fly versus the pace. He put it around the ground. He played some nice pull strokes. And, well, we thought maybe the Italians can get on a run and cause a big upset. But as soon as Zayn Nakvi was dismissed from Clayton Floyd, who came into the attack early, obviously Ellen Bass went around the ground a little bit as well. The game just changed, and it feels like we might see a lot of spin. That was an interesting shot, though, wasn't it?
Amazing shot. I mean, it was almost like a trampoline hook shot, wasn't it, from Zayn Nakvi? But yeah, interesting. Yeah, the tactics here. Fletcher bowled an over, Ellen Bass bowled an over. But those 2 overs went none for 39. Then they switched to spin, and they stuck with spin because it was working. And all the 4 spinners took wickets. We had some pretty good figures. Floyd took 3 for 4. Sakib Zulfikar 3 for 22. Shariz 1 for 4, and Jane 1 for 20. So yeah, if you're going to conquer the Dutch, you're going to have to conquer the spin. I think that's pretty clear. And I think of those 4 spinners, they're all quite unique in their own way. Even though you've got 3 right-arm spinners, you've got 2 right-arm leg spinners, but again, they're slightly different what they're dealing with. So yeah, it just looks like a handful for me. This is one that, yeah, he took the stump out, his left-hand ball was in the right, probably knew it actually straight away, Sakib there. Next ball, excellent hands. Got to say, Crows was a bit under the radar there, but I thought he kept very well. You can see that he handled that quite thick edge very well, just kind of cradled it in the gloves. And then we saw him come into his own with a couple of high balls as well. Brutt wasn't required with the ball. Again, he's an option they've got up their sleeve with his variation. But yeah, the Dutch, pretty impressive return to the Carlton Oval. Their first game here since they lost the final in 2023 to the English.
Yeah, pretty impressive display. Just simple, keeping it easy, and well, they've dominated that first innings, the Dutch. As you expect, a very power-stacked team. And well, the Italians missing a couple was never going to be easy. 48 off 18, and that middle order just fell to pieces. 05016136. It sounds like a phone number, Vinny.
It sounds like something that would probably charge $4.99 a minute. But yeah, 48 from Nakvi, the only one to really fire. And yeah, just the collapse as well. In 27 balls, they lose 8 wickets for 26, and I think that's the harder innings getting ripped out right there. So Italy with an uphill battle, even take a point out of this one. I think it'll be the Dutch to bat for the first time in the series pretty shortly. Speaking of the Dutch, their bowling figures looking pretty good. See the 2 overs of seam, but then we saw all spin from over 3 onwards. 3 for 4, Floyd takes the figures, 3 wickets for Sakib Zulfikar as well. Singles for Arnav Jain, and Shariz Ahmed only concedes 4 in his 2 overs and picks up a wicket as well. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. It'll be 91 for the Netherlands to pick up their first win in the 2024 Euros of Cricket. If they can do it in 7 overs, they will scoop the points. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you after a short break for more action on ECN. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Welcome back to the Cardamom Oval, and very important information there from our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme, as we prepare for World Food Day in just a few days' time. Right now, it is the second innings of match 2 in Group D, with Italy staggering to 90 off their 10 overs. And what this means is the Dutch can take all the points if they can chase this in 7, as you saw there on the screen. That's looking like something I think that we'll see the Dutch attacking. Looks like it's going to be Musa Ahmed out there to open the batting, out there with Clayton Floyd. It's a bit of a throwback opening pair, actually, for this Dutch 11. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me for the second innings of this high-level game is Corey Ruckus.
Good to be back, Vinny. And yeah, look, it's going to be big Hassan Ali with the ball. He's a good left-arm seamer, gets an opportunity here. And Musa Ahmed, well, the pace of Hassan won't bother Musa Ahmed. Musa Ahmed is a very stylish left-hander. He's very good square of the wicket, and he's faced some serious pace around the world before.
Hassan Ali, though, I like him as a bowler. He's got some experience playing good level of cricket in Australia as well. He's got his hands full with Musa. Here we go, 91 to win.
Oh,
it's the first one to bend away.
Tell you what, he got that to bounce a lot, didn't he?
Hassan just continues to get better every time we see him. Let's just see if this one's outside the tram line. Umpire thought it was. A tough one.
It's a tight one. Look at the rise, though. Keeper took that well above his head.
No, look, Hassan also, I think, it was pretty close to Team Europe selection this year. I know next year we're going to under 23s.
How old's Hassan?
So he's, I'm going to guess 21. I'll give you an exact age in a minute. All right, chases this. Gets it right off the end of the bat, Musa.
That was quite high as well. He did well to reach that. It's just the one. That'll be the one bouncer for the over. They bring on Clayton Floyd, who back to the top of the order. Thought he bowled really well, obviously, and still a very dangerous batsman, Clayton.
Hassan is now 22.
Okay. Yep.
Or he's going to be 22 in a couple of weeks. So, yeah, I think he still would be under 23 for next season. That could be something he'd be looking at. It's an exciting development that it's planned, at least, to have a British and Irish versus Team Europe in under 23 cricket for men and women in season 2025. Right, Floyd gets his chance. He was the first ever ECC Centurion back in 2021. Just works his first one away. Quite a long way from the fielder, but as well to knock it down. Don't mind the fumble. To get back for 2.
Yeah, so these two obviously a lot of experience. Clayton Floyd played an ODI match not too long ago against the USA. He was picked predominantly for his bowling. In the main setup, he's more down the order, but obviously for the Netherlands 11 right at the top. And Musa Ahmed also played in a couple of the ODIs versus USA and Canada. Musa Ahmed, actually, only about a year ago, hit an amazing 60 versus South Africa at the Wanderers.
I remember that.
He was facing some serious bowling that day, Vinny.
Yes. Beautiful how these cricket worlds collide.
It is, isn't it? It's a no ball. That's the second one for the over. So one was called earlier, and that's over shoulder height, and that's going to cost him.
He's just got to watch that extra bounce that he gets. He's very wiry. It does seem over the shoulder, almost over the head as well.
It is also, it is like two cultures collide, isn't it? You have players that are playing at the top level in these ODI games, and then they're at Spain playing a T10. It's quite amazing how our network is sort of mixing in with the big boy stuff.
Yeah, well, it's like a whole new food group that we've created, part of a balanced diet. All right, goes after this one, Clayton Floyd. He's going to get it up and into the fan zone. Maximo! First one for the Dutch.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. He just keeps that sort of front leg side-ish of the ball, doesn't close off, and then just puts his hands through it. So, nice start for him. You'd imagine the Dutch will be looking to chase this inside 7.
They're definitely looking at inside 7 here. They've taken who a lot of people thought might be their biggest threats in the group and neutralised them pretty effectively over the first 10.5 overs of this one. Comeback ball for Hassan. That's a full toss. And Floyd's not able to put it away. Yeah, for all you fans out there, I know that fans follow many different types of cricket. We're cricket fans as well. Obviously, we were talking a little bit earlier with Andrew Ryan about the ability for this format to kind of capture information, capture the attention of typically non-cricketing viewers. That's pretty close. Well,
composure.
Oh, no. How's this gone wrong?
Just a bit of composure, boys, out there. That would have been run out by him. He could have walked it into the
I
stumps.
actually think it was a very good shout first up. I wouldn't mind having a look at the LBW, but then they didn't realise the situation. Maybe just pitches outside leg stump. It's probably line ball, but just have a look at this. And maybe they didn't realise then Naqvi's got the gloves. Just said, you've got to give it to me. He was 15 metres out.
Just a bit of composure lacking there.
Oh, boy. Last ball of the over. Hassan. That's a pretty good one. Squeezed out. They won't get a run. So pretty interesting first over. It is 11 without loss.
11 without loss. It's the one big 6 in the over. Decent start for the Dutch, though. The Italians will have to pull off something pretty crazy if they're going to steal this win. 195 games since our golden ball, Vinny. Is it going to happen this ECC?
I know. I've got a little bit of a mini break over the next day and a half.
Yep.
And you and Rhino have one job. Do not let that hit the 200.
Don't you worry, Vinny. I'll be all over it. Message from Ian Smullen in the chat just mentioning the Italian squad doesn't look like their T20 squad. It's quite interesting because next year in the regional finals, Holland will be playing the Italians. And you'll see a couple of Dutch names there, but the Italians are Joe Burns, Gareth Berg, Campiano, Mead. They're going to be very, very different.
Look at that. Nice to see a bit of love being spread in the Dutch 10. But yeah, it will be interesting. Here's Arslan. He kind of misses the mark first up. And worked away by Musa for a single. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty different when these two teams obviously come up against each other again. What do you think of the bowl here bowling with the shades on? You think the Italians are switched on, or you like it?
Pretty bright, and as you know, Italy is kind of the epicenter for style.
Ah.
So
the old Ray-Bans bowling.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
If we don't promote this, but in the old days, probably would have a
little energy stick.
Yeah, potentially.
Look, can we get a zoom in on this? I've never seen a seam bowler bowl with Ray-Bans on. What's going on?
Well, I mean, look, Viv Kingma can bowl in glasses. then
Tell you what, I
I
don't think Floydie's ever faced anything like this before either. I love it.
Floydie can see his own reflection as Arslan runs in at him.
Tell you what, he likes his own reflection. That's a lovely shot. Short, pulled away, and that's gone for 4. Floydie's going to feast on this. And, well, you see everything on the ECN network. Vinny, this is one I didn't think I'd ever see.
Yeah, well, just kind of into the hitting zone here from Arslan.
I've got one for you.
Short.
If you can wear sunnies, how far can you take the accessory game? Could you bowl with your visor hat, sunnies,
Yeah.
sweatbands? How far can you take this?
Yeah, well, your sweatbands, as long as they're not white. What else? Are you thinking like a big clock around your neck or something like that? All right, this one is hit, and it's hit out of the ground. Maximo! Floyd warming up. And Netherlands getting well ahead of this match.
Yeah, short and absolutely pumped. They're miles ahead. It's more a matter of time than if you just, unfortunately, not being the Italian sort of early afternoon game. And tell you what, you're brave to bowl with sunnies on, but you're brave to bowl short also.
Arslan's picked on the back of some good form for his club Cividate in the Italian competition. I heard you doing a little bit of commentary, of course, in Brescia earlier in the year.
Yeah, enjoyed Brescia. Great area, nice part of the world.
This is pitched up, inside take on the one, slightly tight one. They will get there as Simran's not able to hit the target.
And that means Musa Ahmed back on strike.
This one would have been out.
Well, these are the little things when you're defending a low total. That's 2 run-outs that probably on another day could go your way.
They take a point if you offered it to them at the moment. So trying to push this game into an 8th over is their objective. Back down the leg side. Zane Matthew as well doing the keeping. He's not a bad keeper, Zane. I wouldn't say he's a specialist, but not going for like a Sujit Rilagadagi, who was kind of nailed down that specialist role before. Does pretty well to his right. Still haven't quite seen Musa heat up yet. Gets another chance here, last ball of the second. Pretty well bowled by Arslan. Another tight single. Another fumble, unfortunately, for Italy, as the Netherlands are 25 without loss after 2.
What other accessories could you run in with then? Yeah.
Like a Rolex?
Rolex, yeah. Rolex, sunnies.
Yeah. How long you got? Like one of those New Year's Eve glasses
Couple
or
of
something?
piercings.
Yeah, could do that. Like you know, the big chains. Used to have Dennis
Like the
Nemo
West
used to have-
Indies style.
Yeah, the
That's
West Indies
sort of gone
style.
out of fashion, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, tell us what you'd like. Maybe, I don't know, one of those hats with a helicopter.
How
kind
big of a hat could you have? Could you have a comically sized hat?
If you could bowl on it, I don't see why not. One of those Homer Simpson style walking into the quickie mark style hats.
The nacho hat.
Don't know if you'd have the camera in it. But anyway, here's Baljit Singh, who's going to get the ball in over number 3.
So I was surprised to see Baljit Singh bat so low. Good to see him with the ball in hand. Gets his opportunity here. And I think we'll see him at the top of the order in a couple of games to come. Can he take a couple of wickets here?
All right, here we go with Baljit. And he's going to be lifted up. It's away from the fielder. It'll be 4 runs. First boundary for Musa Ahmed.
Yeah, lovely shot. It's over pitched and he just goes over the offside and puts it away for 4. So 29 on the board now. Can they get that bonus point, Vinny? You'd imagine with their long batting lineup. Look, Noah Kroos, who we're looking forward to watching, but people like the Zulfis at 5 and 6, it's a cheat code.
You've got to be attacking the 7 overs here. Yeah, well, this one just nibbles away a touch. And, yeah, Tyrone has actually messaged in. He says, don't forget, Ali Rasul of Bulgaria also ran in bowling left-arm seam with the shades on, and it was a bit of a talking point at the time.
Yep. I don't often see it, but it does happen.
Lift it up in the air. Well, it's a tough one, bit of a teaser for the fielder, and he thinks he's done pretty well. It's a classic now you see him, now you don't. He goes over the fence. I think the ball stays inside.
Yeah, good athleticism there. I'm pretty sure he saves a couple of runs, and, well, the old high jump Vin did pretty well. Taps it back, saves a few runs, and then a bit of self-preservation. Whoop, there you go.
Whoa. Now you see him, Now you don't.
Actually, it sort of fades into that lovely blue banner.
One of my favourite things on this field is the now you see him, now you don't. Or now you see her, now you don't. Got the ECCW in December. Baljit is going to continue to move up. Worked away off the back foot.
Just another dot ball. Musa still looking for his timing. Hasn't got flying yet, but we know at any moment it could happen. Yes, for the Italians, they're desperate to save that point as well. Vinny, 4 overs, 60-odd runs.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Let's see what options Italy go to in the middle overs as well. Oh, slower, shorter one, skied, and should be out. It's taken well. Joy Pereira, he does have some gravitas, and Arslan was heading towards that, but Joy just kind of created his own energy and put his name on it. So Musa not able to fire in this one. He's out for 9. And the Italians have their first wicket of ECC 24 with the Dutch. 31 for 1.
Yeah, never really got going, did Musa Ahmed today. Looked a little bit maybe stuck. Nice catch in the end from Joy Pereira, and a wicket will go down. So the dangerous left-hander has to depart. I'm sure we'll see more of him as the week goes.
I'm sure we will. Now Musa is a classy operator. I didn't quite have his timing in this innings.
Cricket's like that sometimes.
That makes it an interesting sport.
You're not going to smoke everything unless your name's Mohammed Babar.
He actually has quite a collection of golden ducks as well.
He's still on the road. Rule for Hagen up at number 3, so maybe a lefty for a lefty. Rule plays his cricket out at Excelsior Cricket Club. And good to see him back out here in Spain.
That's the man at the other end during that Sakib Zulfikar assault in qualifier 2. Sorry to bring it up, Corey.
Yeah, he's a good player, Rule. That's an opportunity here. Last ball, third.
Cracked first ball. As Verhagen gets his first run, and will retain the strike. Not a bad over from Baljit, really. 1 for 7, and the Dutch up 32 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, 32 on the board. A little bit of a sedate start from the Dutch, but they're not chasing too many.
Have a look at the first 3 overs of Italy, 53. After that, in the other 7, they got 37. That kind of tells you all you need to know.
A little bit like Belgium last night. Their first 5 was massive and then sort of just fell away at the wrong time for them. And that shows that if you hang in there with the ball, things can change.
Let's see, Rod Crow's tuning in from Qatar.
Yeah, Rod's always an avid Dutch cricket supporter.
Can I tell you that, hello Rod, and Corey told me off air, unprompted, that you're a great guy. Yeah, actually, that's true, isn't it?
Yep, top
I'm
man,
just
Rod.
saying that.
Got a lot of time for Rod.
Just when you're talking about
It's
it.
always supporting the streams, Rob.
Yeah, that's fantastic. All right, here we go with Arslan getting a second over. Full toss first top, chopped up into the offside, but only a single.
So that does mean Floyd back on strike. 19 off 10 for him. They're doing okay here, the Italians. They haven't let them just run away with it and get blown out the water. Can they pick up another wicket or two? There's Shariz Ahmed. What a talent to have here playing in Spain. Getting the pads on. It was a bit of a masterclass with the ball. He's going to be a handful for many players.
He said that we should watch out with him with the bat as well.
Yeah, he's batting for VCC. Yeah, he's come on a lot. And the Dutch starting to trust him in that number 7 position.
That's well bowled by Arslan. I enjoyed his kind of rise into the Italy side. One thing as well about different formats, and we obviously you've got the 3 established formats now, the Test, the ODI, the T20I, and now you've got T10 cricket here. One thing is that it does afford more opportunities at the international level to more players to experience it, to kind of see what they need to do to improve as a cricketer, really be the best they can be. Big swing and miss.
Yeah, I think the one dips a little bit as well. Might get away with that. Big swing and miss though. Just getting away with that.
Yeah, you can see it's just below the waist. Jeff Mobb saying maybe with all the sponsorship deals. That's why. One's cracked away, and that is out of the ground. It's Another powerful strike from Clayton Floyd.
Yeah, nice shot over pitch. Floyd's not going to miss out on that. Vinny, you're ducking in the commentary box a few times. So that's miles over our head.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Well,
you're making me nervous.
It helps when you can see it. I'm losing a lot of these off the bat.
Good to see Floyd back at the top of the order. I'm pretty sure, even if he was dismissed now, Vinny, that player of the match is almost surely sewn up for him. Yeah. Good to see Burhan Niaz in the chat.
Hello, Burhan.
He's off to Australia now.
He's batting. He's actually been playing Waruna, which is about an hour.
Good luck, Burhan. Tell you what, Burhan's one of the, you talk about the under-23s, has to be in that conversation. Lock. He's the shot he played last night off Roger Adil, who's rapid, on a length over mid-on about 9,000 metres. I was a little bit nervous when Burhan was at the crease.
Burhan's kind of transformed his role a little bit now that he's come on a bit. He's batting kind of right up the top.
I like his bowling as well. Don't underestimate his bowling.
That's hit well. That's going to be 6. Floyd. That's an easy push over extra cover. Maximo into the 4th over. And Netherlands 45 for 1 after 4. At rate to get the bonus point, by the way, about 15 and over.
Yeah, it's interesting to see who Italy turn to here. They should bowl their best 7 bowlers the first 7 to try and save a point out of this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, so, yeah, hello to you, Burhan. Yeah, best of luck in Perth. And a chance I might be over there if we get the winter break.
Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it, where players are setting off to different shores to go play some cricket.
DDC said he's heading to Melbourne to play.
He's off to Melbourne. Clayton Floyd, who's still out there, he's off to Melbourne as well.
Really?
Yep, straight after this tournament.
What about an ECM Melbourne-based 11?
Well, at the MCG?
At the MCG.
Yeah.
Versus...
I don't think there'd be many boundaries. Pretty
Australia?
big boundaries out there, Vinny.
All right, here's Baljet, over number 5.
Melbourne ECN 11 versus Australia. Unlucky Aussie, wouldn't make it.
Oh, come on. I mean, all right, no, it's got to be Australia ECN Watches 11. So you've got Joe Burns, Usman Khawaja.
No. Joe Burns Italian now. He chose the Azzurri blue,
okay,
Joe.
Fair enough.
Giuseppe.
Mentioned Jai Richardson's always tuning in. He's always messaging me. Oh. A little bit of a nick on this. Well, there is. Baljet believes it. And Verhagen is going to have to go. We'll take him by Naqvi to his left. And just like that, ding, a second wicket. It's 46 for 2.
Yeah, can you believe it? Little feather edge through. Baljet's got too far. And the Italian showing a bit of spirit here, which is always good to see. Trying to save that point. If you are new to the network or if you've not seen, if the Netherlands do chase it inside 7, they get all 4 points. If not, the Italians hold on to 1. Good catch.
It must have been right for the end of the bat. I mean, that's a funny looking replay. You can never quite tell with edges. If it's anywhere near the bat, might have been a little edge because it could have been between frames. Baljet was sure that there was a nick on that. Verhagen, disappointment for him, but he was a pretty key part of their setup last year in this tournament. And this is out in his first game. This will bring Noah Crows to the crease. I'm very excited to see Noah here at the Carlton Oval for the first time. Noah gets quite funkalicious first ball. And it's a little slice shot that's going to run away to the boundary. Quite an ambitious shot first up.
Yeah, so Noah he's a little bit of a mould similar to Scotty Edwards. He's got a lot of funky shots. He can reverse, he can lap, he backs his game. There's good cricket education, but also he's got some power. That one actually wraps the glove and a bit of bat.
Yeah,
but
came straight off the Gray Nichols.
He's a very educated cricketer, and great to have him here. And let's see if he finds his T10 batting boots.
Still no fine leg. Might try it again. Tries to go leg side and swings and misses. Interesting kind of situation now with the Dutch. I think it does make sense they'd attack the 4 points here, but just falling behind a little bit of the rate they want to go at. 16.4 and over required from here. This is lifted up over the offside. Really handsome shot from Crows. Maximo, his first in ECC cricket.
Yeah, lovely shot from Crows. He's a stylish player. And that's just a little glimpse, Vinny, of the sort of player he is. Just opens up, goes over the offside. And, well, it's interesting. He's using a Spain T10 international tournament for his prep tour to Oman.
Sounds good. Also
does sound good.
Gets you ready for the heat. A couple to come in the 5th. Bowled by Baljit Singh.
No one said it'd be easy.
Yeah, cricket's a game of fine margins. Ask any cricketer, will tell you that. And I suppose in this game where you're encouraged to be attacking it at all costs, just one miss hit creates a chance if it gets taken your history. Crows, good player though. Third goes back, deep mid wicket comes up. I think he's eyeing off that deep mid wicket if there's any length on this at all. And he steps across and slams it. Really good batting. Saw the field, he wanted leg side and he gets it. Look both ways before you cross that road. Maximal, 62 for 2 after 5.
And that's what we're talking about, the sort of cricket intelligence, the smartness. You don't always have to go straight, just jumps outside off and sweeps it off a medium pacer for a big 6. And he adds yet another dimension to this already dangerous team.
Well, there's the Dutch bench. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Ruckers with me. Now, I do have a little bit of a mini break for the rest of this weekend. I'm going to leave you and Rhino in charge. Of course, Rico's on a bit of a mini break, preparing obviously for Championship Week, which is coming up. Can I trust you and Rhino to steer the ship?
No.
Along with all the viewers?
Not a chance. It's could be chaos.
When you have commentated together before, there's a handful of games. They are normally brilliant games and some really entertaining things happen. So, look, you have my trust.
It's been nice knowing you, Vinny. It's been nice working for the company.
I also have questions about it being really cloudy, but you're redder than ever. What do you think? What's going on?
Oh, Vinny, I swear I'm KFC. I'm silver up top and I'm red here.
Well,
there you go, the Colonel.
Yeah, all right, let's get back to the action out there. Corey, great to have you back in the commentary box, obviously. Missed you over the last week or so. As you've been busy with the Spanish commitments, and I know you'll be back in that Spanish dugout for Championship Week. Starting on Tuesday, in fact, maybe bring a spare shirt for yourself. Here we go. It's over number 6, and Rajmani is going to bowl. First one, fraction short, pulled away, going, and gone. Maximal for Floyd. Rajmani's a pretty interesting bowler. He's got a very good slow ball. That first one, though, fraction short, and it goes the distance.
Yeah, back of a length, and he's just sitting deep in the crease, ready for it. So the Dutch with those couple of boundaries from Noah, and now Floydie just getting closer to taking all 4 points.
We can check that ball now. Rajmani, keep an eye on him. He's a very clever cricketer. He's one guy who's worked very hard on that slow ball, just identified it's something that he could work on. It's cross seamer, this one. That's hit straight, it's hit very well. Maximal for Floyd. 2 balls, 2 sixes. This did look like the slower ball. Let's have a look how he lets go of this. I think it's kind of rolled out a bit like a leg cut. He held it cross seam, but yeah, picked and hit. Held his shape there. Clayton Floyd, 43 off 17. The Dutch firming now for this bonus point. They need 17 off 10. Another good slight variation from Rajmani, 17 off 9. So yeah, the question is for Italy, who are you going to bowl the 7th over? You need to bowl who you think's your best option to defend. Oh, look, it might be about 10 or something like that, give or take. Oh, well bowled. Isn't this out? Oh, has he hit it?
Well, I think he's given it runs. We'll have a closer look. The replay's always a bit easier, but it was a confident appeal, wasn't it?
If there's no bat on this, I think he's dead. But the bat jammed into the ground. I'm curious about this one.
You think that was a bit of pad first, Vin?
Let's have a look. Oh,
tell you what, if you got no bat, that's just out.
Yeah. This won't tell us much.
What a Yorker. Well, it might be right off the toe, you know.
I reckon that's gone.
Well,
but the bat jam into the ground must have just created a double noise. Meanwhile, it's going to be more shows from Crows, and that's going to be Maximal.
You're just getting a glimpse of what this guy's about and why he's sort of fast-tracked into the main Netherlands side who have been achieving big things in world cricket lately, and that's why he's in, because he just offers a different dimension and a good understudy, sort of still to Scott Edwards. He's a very good keeper as well.
Yeah,
very, very clean, and he's got a long career with the Dutch.
Very close to breaking that TV, and that's the last thing we need in the 10. All right, 10 off 7 now. Rajmani in danger of going magical. And he will, because it's adios pelota. Crows is bringing it. That's over everything we got. End of the sixth. It's 87 for 2.
Oh, man versus boy, it feels. What a shot that is, just deep in the box. This time he doesn't want to ramp, he just wants to catch up with it. That's a massive hit for 6. And Croce, well, he's here to play.
Got to have a really good eye to play those kind of shots, but he certainly does. So really just 4 to win now off this over. Really need a miracle to save a point out of this.
And you look at the 4 players in the 9 up there that haven't batted, Zulfi, Brat and Ahmed. Tell you what,
You're saying
I'm going to go early call. Netherlands could go 16 points out of their 4. I reckon they could do the double.
16.
Sweet 16.
Well, we had the octopus. That's 8 out of 8. 12 on the shelf.
12 on the shelf. I reckon there's
sweet 16.
Sweet 16's a chance.
All right, early call. But, anyway, Hassan, I like this move. Let's see if he can defend. Well, not too many, but he's a wicket taker. Floyd on 44. Touch need 4 to win. That is going to be it, and it's going to be a 7-up that does it. Worst case scenario, so 24 balls to spare. The free hit will not carry through to the later game, but well done to Floyd. He brings up a 50 with that shot, and the Dutch do it in a canter. They chase down the target in 6 overs.
Yeah, lovely little game that from Floyd. 3 wickets and carrying his bat through. Noah Kroos, we got to see some class. It was the spin brigade from the Dutch, which was too good. And Italy look a little bit underdone there, if anything. They've been smashed out in the park, and it's going to take something pretty special to stop this Dutch team. They've got a lot of international experience in this game, and yeah, I think they could go sweet 16, Vin. I genuinely think they could.
Yeah, well, didn't do too much wrong there, but I love the spin-heavy attack. It was working, and I think I'd be curious at some point. Do you maybe open with spin, and I don't know if that's working. You scatter the pace in the middle just as a little bit of a rhythm breaker. But yeah, it's a very impressive start from the Dutch. Jersey versus Norway. Jersey, of course, the team we haven't seen yet in Group D. They will be playing in the next game. We're about an hour and 20 minutes away from that, so it's a bit of the extended break, obviously with the early finish anyway. The coin toss will happen reasonably shortly. So that's 2:30 p.m. GMT, 4:30 in Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India. Roll the highlights. It was the old throwback to 2021 as it was Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed who were opening the batting for the Dutch. And they got them on their way to 4 points.
Yeah, they just had to get off to a good start, and you'd imagine they were going to get the 4 points. Musa did go early in the chase, however. Didn't really find his timing in this one, but I'm sure we'll see more from him as the games continued. But Floydie, he looked good. He bowled well, he batted well. Anything over pitched, he was happy to loft it over the offside. Well, there's Mark, one of our ball retrievers, almost took an absolute hanger there. Rule Verhagen came out, got a little scratch on that one. He had to depart, but then it was Noah Kroos who's, well, he's making a bit of a name for himself in the main sort of Dutch setup, and he came out, ramped his first ball, and he never looked back.
And I've actually been hearing lots of good things about Noah in the top class as well, and performances he's been putting on, and really looked like a duck taken to water, didn't he? But Rajmani came out, again, didn't really work for him. I mean, like the idea of what he was trying to do, but kind of picked and hit pretty technically well. But yeah, these are the kinds of shots where you're basically playing a ball on length and trusting your eye rather than hitting through the line of the ball. I think often this wind when you bat at this end is quite helpful to balls that are kind of down to the fine leg vortex. But yeah, the Dutch, they do it easily in the end. They set it up with the bowling, they knock it down with the batting, chasing that target in 6 overs. We did get to a 7th, but it only resulted in a 7-up and game over. And 50 exactly for Clayton Floyd. Good start to his series. He's looked good out there, didn't he? 50 off 20. Noah Kroos 28 for 7, similarly impressive. Musa Ahmed and Rule Verhagen were the 2 wickets to fall, but again, it didn't matter. They didn't waste too much time. And Italy, back to the drawing board for them. They'll play Jersey in the night game tonight. For the Dutch, they'll play Sweden in match number 4. Bowling-wise, well, it was always going to be a tough one for the Italians with not too many on the board, but I think Baljet fought pretty bravely, 2 for 24, his figures. But certainly for Italy, they'll have a bit of thinking to do before they come out when the lights are on tonight against the Jersey boys. We will take a break then. I'm actually off for a little bit of a break, but I am going to leave you with the highly explosive Rutgers and Ryan combination for the rest of the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action. We'll see you shortly for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, now it's time to say hello to the final team in this group stage, and that's Jersey. They're here taking on Norway in Group D, match number 3. The Sheriff is in charge of the town today. He's got the giant coin, the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, Jersey, you are the home team. Norway, you're away. You'll be calling. You can swap gifts.
Thank you, mate. Nice one. Cheers.
Okay.
Andalusia.
Andalusia is the call, and it's European cricket.
We're going to have a bowl.
Jersey won the toss, and they'll have a bowl.
Jersey won the toss then. They want to have a bowl first. Seems to be a bit of a trend here. And Norway, well, they had some issues when they were batting first. They lost their openers for Ducks. It just kind of all went off script, didn't it, for Norway back in match 1 against Sweden. So they did suffer a loss, but they did pick up their point at least in that loss. Now, Jersey were in the championship week last year, narrowly missed out on the finals, but they are impacted by some availability issues this year. So it's going to be a slightly different looking Jersey squad, but I'm very, very keen to see what they can deliver. And obviously Jersey would love to find a path back to championship week. Also, we know Jersey, their club Old Victorians, were runners-up in the ECL earlier this year. We know that Jersey will have 2 clubs then in the Champions League in February and March 2025. So there's a lot of quality cricketers there. This will just be a real test of their depth, I think, in this tournament. For Norway, obviously they want a bit more out of their batters. Did like the way they kind of fought all the way to the end. I thought Mushtaq was pretty good at number 10 and with the ball. Wahidullah Sahak also played a pretty good hand, but just need more performers. I think Norway, they'll be better for the run, and they will be eyeing off their first win in the group stage right here against Jersey. Well, I am heading for a little bit of a mini break, so I'm going to trust the duties to the double R combination. That's the Rutgers Rhino combination. Corey and Andrew, let's get up to you now in the commentary box. Enjoy the call. I know I'll be watching this with a lot of interest. Jersey taking on Norway, and Jersey deciding to bowl first. Over to you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Mr. Maximo, thank you very much for that comprehensive introduction. We are ready for Game 3, and it is our first look at the boys from Jersey. They're striding out to the middle. They will be bowling in this first innings, and quickly followed behind by the openers from Norway. So Norway with the first up loss earlier today against a Sweden team that was very, very happy with their performance. Their openers, Sher Ali and Zubak, doing a very, very good job. A quick look at the fantasy dashboard. That Norway team relied a lot on Walid Gowrie up the top of the order, played a couple of very, very good shots, elegant left-hander, and didn't Mushtaq come up with some vitally important runs in the largest stage of that, but a man who can give us a little bit about Jersey. What an absolute treat to welcome Corey Rutgers to the microphone.
Yeah, good to be back, Rhino, and finally they've given us the keys to the castle, the Rhino and Rutgers show. Looking forward to it. Look, the supercomputer says 57% to Jersey, Norway 43%, and that goes on the history of this competition and how these two teams have fared. But obviously we know Jersey cricket, it's a new look team. They've been very busy around the world. They've just been to Kenya where they're I'm not going to say main players, they're more established players. Had a marvellous tournament. So it's the young lads have come out here with a little bit of experience with some senior players in Birrell and Simpson. And look, it's going to be tough for them, but I'm excited to see the youngsters of Jersey. And for Norway, look, their batting order didn't click before, but I tell you what, Raza Iqbal at the top of the order, the left-handed dynamo, if he gets going, Norway might make a big score.
Yeah, certainly will. Tell you what, isn't it great, if I do say so myself, to have the two of us back behind the microphone together?
Long overdue.
I was trying to think of a comparison earlier today, and the best one that came to my mind was it's the RJ Jadeja Tendulkar opening partnership.
Rare.
Just high quality, high delivery, just not seen enough.
Not seen often. What a partnership that was.
Wasn't it?
There we go. Looks Carnegie bowling to Iqbal and Ahmed. Let's have a look at the young man. Here we go. Ball number 1, Rhino.
Tall left armour. Nice looking action as he fires the first delivery into Iqbal. So Norway will be looking to get off to a much better start than they did in the previous game, where it was early wickets and a lot was left to the middle and lower order. Certainly they'll benefit from their having been out in the Cardamar Oval field already today. It's been a bit of difficult thing for the teams, Corey, when they've come in for the first game, hasn't it? A lot of teams have struggled to get used to this venue immediately.
T10 takes a bit of time. You've been playing all year T20, some 50-over fixtures and whatnot, some domestic fixtures, but T10, it's a different animal.
Spray down the leg side. Good pace, though. He's getting a little bit of whip off this Cardamar deck.
Oh, good from Kemp there as well with the left paw, just reining that one back in, signalled wide. And you already see a few different things from Jersey. Their inner ring is very tight, whereas a lot of other teams maybe stay a little bit more restricted. So this young team, they're going to be tested, but don't count them out just yet.
No. They've got some talented players, and for a small island, they really do have a bit of a conveyor belt of talent. Iggy, wide of off stump, swung straight. Won't carry the boundary, but it will reach for 4, and Ahmed is underway, and Norway 6 for none.
Yeah, nice shot that from Ahmed. Sort of the modern day player, Rhino, that sort of flat bat pull straight. I think 20 years ago you wouldn't often see strokes like that. Wasn't out the middle, the hand came off the bat, but 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, well placed though. No fielders straight on the boundary for Jersey. Iggy aiming for the toes, a little bit of tail back in, or what should have been into the right-hander. Unfortunately, his location's off.
We should tell the viewers, though, also, buckle in. It's you and me for the next 8 games. Now, if you want entertainment, cancel your next day and a half. 8 games in a row, Rhino.
It's like those old movie marathons, which I know a lot of our younger viewers won't have any clue what I'm talking about, as that's a good ball. Take a bit of stopping, and lovely shot. So the second boundary, Norway all of a sudden playing straight down the ground with a full face of the bat, 11 for none.
Yeah, a little bit of a learning curve maybe this morning with some loose strokes out in the middle, but seems like the openers have maybe switched on a little bit more in this one. Yeah, movie marathon. Everyone loved a good old movie marathon.
Wasn't it a great way to spend? Just a ridiculous way to spend, anywhere between 12 and 24 hours. Niki charging in. Good short ball. Ahmed tries to pull. There is some protection over that side. Fielder probably just slightly backward of square. Noticed umpire Assad standing at point at the moment, just adding to the fielders in that area. Fortunately dressed slightly differently to the remainder of the Jersey side. Short, off speed, but it sits in the deck. Effort, diving catch, but can't quite get there, and they do charge through for 2.
Yeah, a bit of a loping too, as that one ballooned over mid-wicket. One thing I'm looking forward about this Jersey team, yes, they're a little bit revamped for this event because of the amount of cricket they've played as a nation this year, but Rhino, they're young. And what's one good thing young players do? They're good in the field. I love that, so I'm excited to see the energy they bring. Last ball, the first.
Short ball, but it's well directed. That's actually a really, really good short ball to finish the over. Not a bad first one from Carnegie. Goes for 13, but Norway actually a fairly productive over. And we'll have a look at the upcoming events. And obviously, we're right in the middle of the European Cricket Championship here at the moment. Next week, we will have a championship week, and the man sitting to my right will be back here with a star-studded lineup of Spanish players for that part of the tournament. But we then move on to Malta, and I'm sure there'll be a few players who will be looking to make amends for a tough tournament. They were the 5th place team in Group C. Really didn't trouble the opposition at times, didn't trouble the scorers as frequently as they might.
Yeah, I am looking forward to the championship week, and all the sort of big events are coming up. Obviously Malta, ECS, and we're back to the women's at the end of the year. Really looking forward to the 2nd edition at ECCW. Here comes Simpson. He was very good for Old Victorians in the ACL and national colours now. Good luck to him.
Certainly was. A little bit of spear back into the left-hander. So Iqbal not even dealing with ones at the moment. That's just a leg by, but can move the ball, Simpson. He's probably a little bit quicker than you expect, and he does extract some good bounce.
Yeah, different sort of run-up as well. Sometimes players have found him quite hard to line up, but yeah, despite it being a bit of a new look Jersey side to the Spanish shores here, there's still got a lot of good bowling. Look out for Daniel Birrell as well, and Toby Britton. I love young Toby Britton. He's a little bit of sideshow Bob category with the hairstyle, but he's a mighty effective left arm off spinner.
Certainly is. Looking forward to seeing him in the attack later on. Simpson, that's a very typical Scott Simpson ball, isn't it? Out of the hand, it doesn't look particularly quick, but it's almost like he bowls on a treadmill moving in the opposite direction. The ball just seems to cannon off the deck and gain pace.
Yeah, there's something about him. And that's that length. That's the length that I think the good teams so far in this tournament have succeeded with.
Certainly the length that your Spanish boys were bowling for the majority of the last few matches as Simpson charges in. Driven quite nicely. Ahmed didn't try to overhit the ball, reminiscent of what he did in the first over. Just lofts it over mid-on's head, and it's another 4. I'm not sure how many times this has happened, Corey, that we've gone 4-4-4 instead of having a big Maximo at some stage.
Yeah, conventional cricket. Maybe you and me in the box have broken the matrix a little bit, Rhino.
Two highly orthodox players and thinkers ourselves, obviously. Oh, that's a bit less orthodox. Straight up in the air. Fielder coming around. Oh, it would have been a sensational grab, as it looked like he either misjudged it or the wind took it at the last moment. But unfortunately, despite his best efforts, and that is young Alistair Webster coming in there from square leg, he hasn't been able to take the snare.
Yeah, a tough one for him because it landed in the mid-wicket hole, and maybe it was an opportunity for deep mid-wicket to actually come in. It hung a long time. You can see he's in the picture there and just never looked comfortable there, Webster. Opportunity missed.
Simpson drops on the leg. A little bit too easy, and we do finally have a Maximo. And that brings a smile to the face of the Norwegian team. They've started a lot better than the game against Sweden this morning.
Yeah, they've got a good opening pair, Rhino. Obviously, they both missed out, and then Wally Gorey had to come out at number 3. But in all seriousness, if the Norwegian top 3 clicks, they are a very good T10 team. They play a lot of T10 cricket up in that part of the world, and they'll be looking for 140 plus here. Last ball of the second.
Simpson outside off stump, little change up. Nice variation from him. Good over, very reliable bowler in T10 cricket, 11 off it. But a bright start from Norway. They are 25 for none after 2.
Yeah, so 25 for none. And yeah, Vinny Sandu, a well-earned rest, as well as Rico Full. Hope those two gentlemen enjoy some time off. They've done a lot of work over the year. Let's have a look at the early table. Well, Netherlands 11, of course, running away with it. Sweden with the valuable 3 points, but Italy, a bit underwhelming this morning. I expected a little bit better in that contest, but Norway, 1 point. They do not want to go home tonight, Rhino, with 2 losses. Big game this for Norway.
Certainly is. Hits him in the waistline. Have a chance with the soccer off the ground. Not far away. Pretty nifty bit of footwork.
Well, that reminds me of the best Jersey footballer I've ever seen. Do you know who that was, Rhino?
Tell me.
Do you know?
Matthew Letizia. No, he was Guernsey, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Tell me who was the Jersey superstar?
I know Google didn't load up fast enough for me to find one, but that would have been a special moment, Rhino.
It's a part of the world that does enjoy its football, not quite as much as it enjoys its cricket.
Yeah, they do. They punch above their weight in the cricket. Well, they just went to the 50-over, first leg of sort of a 3-leg 50-over series for the Challenger Division, Group A, and they dominated. Beat PNG. Thanks for coming.
A little bit of movement away. Don't start talking down my PNG boys. Carnegie gets a little bit of a consistent away movement from the left-hander, doesn't he? And he's got a nice action. It looks all fairly repeatable. Looks like one for the over the shoulder.
Yeah, but it is big, that. Jersey knocking off PNG in World Cricket. Good on them. They've got a good program.
That's a good ball, awkwardly played, but reasonably well timed, and excellent fielding down there on the boundary.
That's Toby Britton.
That's your boy Toby,
my boy.
isn't it?
Heard he's got some Spanish blood. We're looking at him.
Tell you what, it's going to be a surprise for the surrounding crowd once that wide-brimmed hat comes off him.
And it has to be wide-brimmed. He's got one of the best hairdos you'll ever see in world cricket.
He still has got the volume?
Plenty.
Good to hear. Oh, beautiful shot. Straight down the ground. And hasn't Ahmed played nice and straight in this innings? It's not big swipes to mid-wicket.
I just like the zone. You're right, Rhino. A couple of drives, a couple of sort of straight pulls. I think maybe there would have been a few words from the coach this morning. They went a little bit cross-bat versus Sweden. They lost their wickets quite cheaply, but big game. Just I know that it's only the start of this group, but it's a big game. Yeah, if Norway lose, you know what that leaves them tomorrow?
Tell me.
Italy and Netherlands. And all of a sudden, I mean, we're talking relegation.
Horror
relegation.
Absolute horror show for the Norge.
Tell you who's nervous watching at home also. The other channel line, Guernsey.
Because they are in the relegation zone.
What do you call that? It's like in the EPL when you're just on that little red line. and you just
dotted red line.
They're hovering on the dotted red line, and they might be asking their Channel Island neighbours to do them a big favour here.
Yeah, well, let's see if Jersey helps them out. Jersey might have some work getting out of this group in the first place. Carnegie. Oh, that's been mollered way over the mid-wicket boundary. A massive strike from Ahmed.
Oh, like a bullet from a gun, Rhino. That was out the screws. Ahmed sat back on this one, got the length he wanted, and absolutely pumps it.
Tell you what, it wasn't the worst ball from Carnegie. Ahmed played a sensational shot. Picked the length early, and Carnegie, after, tell you what, 11 not too bad balls, gone for 27.
I don't think he's bowled too badly. 2 overs in the power play. I'll tell you after this ball what we sort of look for on the inside, Rhino.
Can't wait. Carnegie goes a little bit more out. It's not off stump. Good finish, almost in the block hole and well fielded. That's the end of said power play, and Norway 41 for none.
Great spell. You know why?
Tell me.
It's in the 20. If you're bowling 2 in the power play and you're 29 and under, your coach is happy.
29, is that the magic
once
figure?
Once it's in the threes, 3-0, no, not happy. But anything under 29, if you're in the power play bowling 2, I think he's bowled a good spell there.
Well, it's a bit of a double whammy bowling in the power play, isn't it? Inevitably, most teams stack their 2 best bats at the top of the order.
I knew this is why I brought it up. Andy Brown in the chat. Graham Lesueur, best footballer from Jersey, played 36 times for England, Chelsea player. That's why we've got the most knowledgeable.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he a Blackburn Rovers player before he hit Chelsea?
Tell you what, if you've actually got... Do you actually know who that is?
Oh, yeah, of course I do.
Oh, sorry, Rhino. There you go, Andy Brown. Thank you. That's why our knowledgeable viewers are the best.
Tell us, Andy. Anyway, let us know. I was pretty sure that when the Premier League first started, Graham Lesueur was at Blackburn Rovers.
Oh, no.
But, I mean, ultimately, who cares? Because Toby Britton is coming to the crease. But you promised me.
He's given it a trim.
You promised me his hair was there.
Oh, no. Toby. Young Toby. Good luck, young man. Like watching him bowl.
Full toss.
Who's
slapped out to deep square.
Who's the mythical Samson?
Samson, yeah.
You cut your hair, you might lose your power.
I was going to use that, but it was just almost too predictable. But thanks for coming in behind.
Oh, I'm a little bit behind. It's been a few busy days, Rhino, but this is a tough challenge. Iqbal's the left-handed batter. Matchups go. Has the left arm off spinner. He's got to be careful here.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I'd almost be tempted to have that point sitting slightly just backward of point and then the third man, because he doesn't really have the option to try to slide one over. And just as I say that, that is precisely what the Jersey boys have done. Bit of air outside off stump, nicely bowled by Britton, but the left armer gets away.
He stayed around the wicket. See, he was thinking one thing in his head, I'm going to go just across you. Try hit me over the offside. So clever bowling from the youngster who's had a trim, but he's kept his skill.
Certainly has, well, at least in the first 2 balls, but at least they finally adjusted the field to give him some protection with that line. A bit more air. Sat in the air a long time. Ahmed decided to sit in his crease, gets the dot ball.
I love a spinner that's still not afraid to just throw that slow one up there.
It's got to be part of the variation. Throws that one up there, and it's wide of off stump. Pretty well directed delivery, actually, but enough bat from Ahmed, and it sprays away for a 4.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. He's actually executed his wide Yorker perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. And little toe ender goes for 4. Sometimes the luck isn't with you. 4 to the total. Andy Brown's come back and said Chelsea first, Blackburn after. There you go, Rhino.
Okay,
you're pretty good. I'll give you that.
All right, well, I'm glad that I wasn't wrong that he ended up playing for Blackburn. I just genuinely thought it was the other way around. But anyway.
Who do you support?
It's football. I don't really care. I mean, ultimately, I did used to support Arsenal back in the day.
Oh.
But just after you've lived in London for a decade,
You lost the faith.
It's just a little bit too prevalent, to say the least. Oh, big air from Britain, and it's given even more air by Ahmed. Lovely shot down the ground. Great strike, and he is racketing up a big score here, Corey. Some lovely shots at the end of the over for Britain.
Yeah, not a bad first over from Britain. Only goes for the 11, which I think he'll take as a spinner in this very shortened outfield. And with the boundary signs as the way they are, never easy to be a good spinner at this level. But 53 on the board for Norway. They'll feel like they've got a platform that they want to expand from.
Certainly do. So Iqbal doing his job of at least giving his partner the majority of the strike so far. So it looks like Stanley Norman coming on to bowl.
I've heard a bit about Big Stan, the man.
He is a tall lad, isn't he?
Oh, look where the keeper's standing back, Rhino, and this could be fast and furious.
Yeah, it looks like Jersey haven't even been able to get a pair of trousers that fits him properly.
He's just sort of orchestrating the field. I like this already. Fine leg back mid-off in the ring. So, and deep square goes back and mid-wicket comes up. So that's a little bit of a tell that I'm expecting Big Stanley Norman to dig this in.
Oh, he does try, but Iqbal was sweating on the short ball. Not much bounce from the tall paceman, but my word, that has been hammered.
It's one of those things, he set the field for it, but probably still a little bit too full-ish. If he's going to get it short, you want it at that chest, maybe throat height. And Iqbal, he was sitting back on that. You're absolutely right, Rhino. That was a big six.
Certainly was. Beautifully timed. Really rocketed off his bat. Better length outside off stump. Iqbal has to chase it. Probably a few too many dot balls from him. He's got to find the boundary. A little bit more regularity. Have a look at the talk us through this field here, Corey.
Yeah, he's kept the fine leg back. I don't mind it. He's kept the mid-off up, and not many teams do that. Most teams would put the mid-off back for the whole sort of 7 overs outside the power play. Oh, this could be easily run out, Rhino. Oh, no. Oh, no. I tell you what, that's a little bit of a goober, I think, from Kemp, the keeper.
The keeper sounds like Bob the Builder.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, he wouldn't be in my lawn bowls team. This is a great angle. Oh, no. That's out if he hits.
Very close, though, to be fair. So, Big Stanley, after getting mullered first ball, has come back quite well. And
reminds me a bit of Billy Stanley.
I was going to use
it from Australia.
There was someone during the last group who was bowling almost, one of the previous groups, bowling Stanley-esque. Good pace outside off stump. As Ahmed shapes up for another Maximo, but doesn't make contact. There's a lot to like about that action, isn't there, too? He's sort of generally getting in the right direction. A little bit of a hitch part way down. We probably remedy that, get a few more clicks of pace, but
looks raw, but it looks like he's got something.
Right up in the block hole. Shy the stumps. Hit. Direct hit. And a big wicket as Ahmed is back to the pavilion. Not even facing a ball, unfortunately, backing up at the non-strikers end. That's a wonderful bit of fielding from Burrell.
Yeah, and that's what you want your skipper to do. Lead the young troops, huh? Isn't that right, Rhino? He picked it up in one foul sweep. Iqbal turned slower than a bus in quicksand. Look at him. Just taking his time. I just think he assumed he was going to miss. And in the end, the captain leads from the front. The first wicket goes.
That's a great throw, isn't it? Basically, one stump to aim for. I think Ahmed might have actually had might have been actually turning in quicksand if he was about half a metre to the right. But as it was, no excuse. And, well, it's an unfortunate wicket for the Norwegians.
Yeah, never really at 15 after, but I know Razik, but he's a very good player. Just didn't get his flow, but sometimes a wicket actually brings in a player that might be on a bit of a heater or in good form. It might be a blessing for Norway.
Could be, could be. And as we see Gowrie, the left-hander, come out. So it was Iqbal run out on that ball. Stanley, his final delivery. His final delivery is whipped out to mid-wicket. So Ahmed still on a heater. It's a great shot. And the end of the over, Norman goes for 13.
Yeah, lovely shot to end that over. And this game feels pretty evenly poised as, well, we take this opportunity to welcome you up to the Dream Box. And I've already got my tongue in my throat because I'm with the big man, right? It's good to see you. I haven't commentated with you in about a year.
Mate, I just have to offer my hearty congratulations for the victory last night.
Gracias,
Corey.
amigo.
Well, Spanish team actually did very well, came out with a few new plans across the last few games and felt like you built momentum through the tournament.
Yeah, the plan was not to get hit 183 and not bowl to Sikander Zilfikar, and that usually makes good things happen. But no, it was a great group. We enjoyed it. Commiserations to Belgium. I thought they played a pretty good tournament. That when you play Belgium, you're always a bit nervous, but very excited for Group D, Rhino, because obviously I'm looking to see what team will challenge the Dutch. I don't know who it will be yet.
Yeah, there's a few of these that look pretty evenly matched. You can see the Norwegian batting lineup looking far more comfortable here.
It's like another new bowler coming into the
Teo
attack.
Pullman.
Oh, yeah.
Seen him here once or twice at Cardamom.
Yes,
Throwing a huge amount of overs some of his previous visits, but I remember doing the job in a couple of pressure situations. Full toss, whacked away to the offside. Birrell will have another shy, not far away.
It'll just be 1 to the total. So Gorey gets off the mark. Ahmed's looked good, 45 off 20. He's going decent strike rate. He'd love to lift it a tad more. He's the player that's in. If he can bat through here, Rhino, Norway 130 that plays.
Yeah, it's probably, given the start they've had, I get the feeling they should be aiming a little bit higher than that.
What's your par? I know it's a new group, difficult to call straight away, but do you have a par here?
I think it's, for this specific game, I think let's see what the Jersey batting lineup is looking like. Will be our first look at them, and they won't have played on the Cardamom deck as one's cracked hard into the ground. They will just push it out for a single, but I'd like this Norwegian batting line to be sort of aiming in the sort of mid-140s if possible.
Well, this man on strike might have a big say on that. Wally Gorey is class. He oozes class. I've seen a lot of him. I love his access through the offside. If he gets width, look out.
Tell you what, makes a great sound off his bat. There you go. Well, didn't even time that one, but just there's a certain crack that it makes off his strike. It is so clean, and it's a cracking piece of wood that he's got in his hands.
I always say a good blade's a lot of confidence in the mindset as well. If you ever hold a good one, you don't want to lose it.
Yeah. I remember you also saying a few years ago about not worrying about technique, just buy a decent bat. Pullman comes in with the slower ball, gets the inside edge down to the whitish fine leg.
Well, how much of it is it the man versus bat? I think it's all bat.
Mostly bat. Mostly bat. Well, it certainly seems that these days. How many balls have we seen flying over wide third man that have barely got contact?
Rhino, they keep getting bigger and bigger, these blades.
Yeah.
They're getting massive.
Pretty good over from Pullman so far. 4 balls, 4 runs. Drifts down the leg side. Bit of pace though. Feels like he's added a few kilometres an hour to his bowling.
What I've seen so far from Pullman, Carnegie, Big Stanley Norman, Simpson, there's a bit of raw talent on show here, Lino. I'm sure the Jersey supporters sitting back home are enjoying what they're seeing.
Do love the jersey as well.
Oh.
One of the better outfits in ECC cricket. It will appeal, I think probably enough doubt, but heading down the leg side and maybe even a little bit of height.
Given leg buys, he did skip across, Rhino. These ones are always a little bit more close than you think. Right across. Yeah, he's coming too wide.
Yeah, it's enough doubt there, but I'll tell you what, I reckon if we had
the old
a ball
DRS
tracker, I think it might have been clipping the stumps, but good decision.
How much is a ball tracker these days?
That's a question we've got to ask ourselves. Pullman, another block hole ball. Decides not to go for the run out. It's pretty intelligent play from the young man. Only 5 off the over. Gets the thumbs up from Corey Rutgers. Good stuff. Norway, 72 for 1.
Well bowled, young man. Seriously good over to bowl that to 2 sort of top order players and only go for 5. Look, plenty of batting to come. Scherzer Huck, who's listed there at 6, can hit one of the biggest balls I've seen in Europe. But right now, Norway, they're in that weird crossroad stage. They need that sort of magical over here, Rhino, to cash in on what was a decentish start.
Yeah, it's funny. Actually, we've seen this as a much better batting performance than their first game, but they're still sitting at the 12 runs and over, which is what they did for almost the entire innings. against Sweden.
It's amazing what 1 over in T10, one good bowling over of less than, say, 7 or 8, it changes the complexion of the game massively. It just pulls everything back to sort of parity. Young Britain, he's second over now.
Bit of air and pretty decent shot. No protection out there on the deep point boundary, and it goes for a Maximo.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Guri on the offside. He's got these lovely hands when he hits through the ball. Doesn't have any stickers on that bat either, Rhino. I know those sponsors out there must be looking with eyes wide open.
Certainly would be. Be well advised to jump on board this young man. Oh, yeah. Beautiful strike. Clean as a whistle, straight down the ground. Second consecutive Maximo. And Britain is under attack.
I can hear Kookaburra calling already. They see a bat that they want to sponsor. Lovely shot over pitch. Good hands again. 6 and a 6. Pressure on young Toby Britain here. Needs to get out of this over without too much more damage.
12 off the first 2. He's already up against it. Young Britain, maybe the cutting of the hair has caused more problems than we thought.
I hope not. He's a good bowler. He'll figure this out. He's bowling against some good players here.
Pep talk from Corey Rutgers. Not much good in the commentary booth. They need it from the players out there on the field. Yeah, good change. Good change. He stuck this around the wicket, the attack, but he has drifted that about 1.5 foot outside off stump. Well bowled.
I'm loving the supercomputer here as well. They're saying this could be an ECN classic. I reckon we're getting a golden ball first game. You and me.
Ball. We're not far off the double ton since the last golden ball. Oh, Britain had the right line last time. This one, full toss on the stumps, and Gowrie punishes him. Another Maximo.
Well, we said they needed that magical over, and this could be the one. Unfortunately for young Toby Britain, just a couple of low full tosses in this over, and they've both been dispatched, so a lot of pressure on him right now. Gorey's looking good, 20 off 7.
Short ball, that is hammered. Tough place to play a powerful shot, as he had to sit and wait for half an hour for the ball to get down there, just dug into the deck. But this is a fantastic flourish from Gowrie.
This is that modern age player, modern day player. They get a short ball and they don't cut and they don't pull it, they just slap it straight. It's a little bit baseball style, like a line drive, but it is good to watch.
Certainly it's good to watch, and tell you what, our ball retrievers are pretty happy that he's gone straight down the ground rather than hoisting that onto the embankment.
Our ball retrievers this tournament have been going for the catches, and I'm a huge fan of it.
Huge fan, but God, goodness, I'm not sure how many Grizzlies are sitting up in that forest behind the embankment. Tries to go for the reverse. Given the success he'd had in the rest of the over, thought he might have just tried to punt that over long off. But anyway, adding to the degree of difficulty, Corey into the over. Take us through what's happening at the ECCW.
Well, at the end of the year, it is our second edition of this marvellous event. First year only had a couple of teams, but we're expanding it to 10. There's also the Challenger division. The reigning champions, the English 11, of course, they're stacked. We know how good they are, but great to see Ireland and Scotland involved now as well. And the Challenger division, obviously Jersey, who we're seeing now with the men. We get to see the wonderful women come and play. Germany, Austria, Czechia, and obviously the Spanish on home soil. I can't wait, Rhino. It'll be very good.
I know you're excited. Just hold your horses. It's not until December.
Well, you watch how quickly we'll get to December, Rhino. It's probably about 80 days till Christmas. Let that sink in.
It's not that far away, but we've got plenty of presents on show here today. There's this new group of teams here for Group D, the final group of ECC 2024. Stanley pins that on the stumps. A little bit of pop off the pitch. It's well bowled.
Yes, the big old Stanley Norman's becoming one of my fast favourites. I like him.
Into the cult hero
Yeah, I
areas.
think he could be cult hero. There's a lot to like.
Stormin Norman, we might refer to him as. Big lad. Oh, big lad's been punted straight down the ground. Wasn't actually the biggest strike from Ahmed, but what a way to bring up his half century. 53 off only 25 balls.
Yeah, well batted to him after missing out this morning. He's responded with the national 50, so that'll do him proud. And well, no one does that to big Stormin Norman. I'm expecting some spice on that next delivery.
Man, steaming back in.
Ooh, that was
he
quicker.
responds just the way you want him to, spraying one down the leg side for a wide.
I don't mind that from big Stormin Norman. He was about to pin him on the heels. I like it.
Well, do you think it was a toe crusher gone wrong.
Well, his length was good. It was just the radar a little bit. There's a lot to like about this young man.
He's peppy and ready to go, isn't he? On the stumps, swinging across the line. Not well timed from Ahmed, but he'll take the one.
I guess the big challenge and what we'll see from this Jersey lineup, we, as commentators, obviously we do a lot of reviews beforehand looking into the players, but it's an unknown batting quantity. No, Jonty Jenner, the Tribes, Samoera, they are marvellous players. Can't be here because of their workload. But what will this new batting lineup look like? I'm really curious to see.
Yeah, it's the big unknown, isn't it? We're used to them being pretty sharp in the field, good young athletic unit. They always come with some good bowlers, bit of variety, but oh, I thought that was cannoned off his bat, and it's going to be in Maximo area. It's going to be very, very tight in the boundary, but as it is, it rolls over the line, and it will be a boundary 4.
Yeah, 4 to the total again. Gorey, he is very strong over the offside. Has a little bit of width created from himself backing away. Just couldn't be reined back in. That's 4.
Oh, Storman is pumped straight down the ground. Gowrie unleashes a Maximo, and that is some punishment, Corey. Not missing the length by that much.
Gee, the height on that. The height, it's probably only a 60-metre hit, but the height, he's hit it vertically straight up. That's almost taken out a satellite. Lovely ball striking, and hey, the Norwegians, they've got that platform, Rhino. I'm calling it 150 plus.
I did say 145 was the target they were aiming for. Well, I did tell you about 15 minutes ago. You just conveniently ignored it.
Oh, busy Rhino.
I know, it's a lot to think about. Gowrie, 36 off 11. He's found his range. Call of come on, lads, for Jersey. Off-speed ball. It's not well timed. Hit straight down the throat of Theo Pullman, and that's a good catch and a really good response from Storman Norman. Excellent way to finish off his 2 overs. He takes 1 for 31, and Norway 114 for 2.
It's an important wicket at that time. Let's say that goes for a boundary and you're looking at 118 and Gorey's still there. Then you're starting to get scared it could get up to that 150, 160. So well done to Storman Norman for taking a bit of pace off of that ball. Nice catch from the hairless Britain. And overall, the game's at a bit of an interesting crossroads, Rhino. I always find the T10 fixtures are, like last night, for example, after, I know that Belgium got off to a flyer, but after 7 or 8 overs, they were around this score. And in your mind, you still think if they go 20 and 20, you've got a big chase. But if you finish well, the last 2, so massive.
The last 2 overs are huge. I mean, I think we're technically obliged to reference now that it all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, well, what sayings do we have to keep going now that Vinny and Rico are on hiatus?
I just haven't written it down.
I don't know what to say.
Don't know. Might have to wing it.
Is it Maxime or Maximo?
Theo Pullman. Good ball, low full toss, pretty effective in these games. Shy at the stumps, and it actually allows them to scoot through for a single.
No, that's fair enough. He had 3 stumps to aim at to the big Norman, but couldn't hit. So opportunity missed and 1 run to the total.
Right, did have a good look at them, didn't he?
He had a good look.
Buoyed by the confidence of that wicket off the last ball. I'm impressed with Pullman so far. Another block hole ball. Got his length right.
He's just channeled his inner boomerang here. He's just nailing Yorker after Yorker.
In key situations, I know the Spanish team was really hitting the pitch hard, didn't get in short of a length. Yep. A lot of particularly the Belgian batters the last few days as well. Just watch Theo come in and still finds the block hole, even with the slower ball. That's good bowling.
Tell you what, he liked Lego as a kid because this is just sensational. Pullman is putting on a bit of a show here about digging in the Yorker.
Absolutely. Do you still really encourage your quicks to, in pressure situations, find that block hole?
Certain players, yeah, you do, because there's some that love the cross bat shot.
Another one that's driven down, but long on will scoot around.
Pullman might be the greatest defensive bowler of all time. This is an amazing spell. 10 deliveries, 9 runs. I'd say out of the 10 balls, he's nailed 7 Yorkers. That is not an easy skill to do.
It is a method that is very hard to counteract, no matter how good a batter you are. Notice the third man is open in terms of once you beat the 30-metre circle. Oh, great reward for Theo. Clenched fist, he's a happy man, wearing the smile of a Cheshire cat. That's great reward for him, his first wicket, and Norway now 118 for 3.
Tell you what, he's a bit of a heartthrob, old Pullman. What a little spell this is from that man. He's got some decent wheels, bowling Yorkers for fun. He deserved that wicket, Rhino, and nothing better than seeing a bit of timber go cartwheeling back. Came down the ground. He actually turned it into a Yorker. That's the skill of Pullman.
Yeah, certainly is. Just got that angled seam tailing away slightly. He's not swinging it prodigiously. It has been the length that has been his main weapon. But it's the end of an excellent innings from Kizir Ahmed, 56 off 29. Quite a few dots, but the 5 sixes, particularly early on in the innings, were important to lay the platform for Norway. But they've still got a job to do in these remaining deliveries.
Well, if it all does happen in the ninth, Pullman's got this going his way. What a brilliant spell. Last one of it.
Another block hole, drilled in the pad. Very justifiable round of applause by Corey Rutgers. And of an excellent spell, 1 for 10. And Norway, with 6 balls left in the pocket, are 119 for 3.
And they'll feel they're a bit behind. From the place they were, it's just been pegged back. And you look at the bowling card from the bowlers, it doesn't matter if you don't have too many wickets as long as you're economical. And 1 for 10, well bowled, Pullman.
Oh, just reward too. That was no fortune for him in that spell. It was just block hole ball after block hole ball. Excellent stuff from the young man. So, Rahimi on strike to start this ninth. They'd probably like to get Sahak down the striker's end as soon as possible.
15 plus. They've got to get this to 135. Anything for under that run, and I reckon they're severely under par.
Right. Got a good change up, Simpson. Expecting to use it a couple of times in this final over. Storm and Norman sent back to long off, and they bring square leg inside the circle. It is a little bit of an off-speed ball. Fielder's coming around, and it's expertly taken by that man. Pullman cannot keep him out of the game. And Rahimi goes second ball on the 4th wicket down for Norway. They're on 119.
Well, I talked about the end of the 8th, or start of the 8th, and I said how important the next 2 overs would be. And so far, they've taken 2 for 5 in 7 balls. And if Norway don't get that explosion at the end, they'll go into the dressing rooms a little bit down, I feel, Rhino.
Yeah, certainly will. Well, they've still got 5 balls for an explosion at the end, but
sometimes sometimes you just get players that come out, they just cloth it, and it just feels like they're having a bit of a section here, but no one can get it out the middle.
Amazing how a bit of momentum with the bowling lineup can affect what happens afterwards. So Simpson's come off the back of an excellent over from Pullman. All of a sudden it puts pressure on the Norway batters to go really hard. Slightly off-pitch ball, pitch just short of a length. It's a difficult ball to get away when you're trying to slap to leg. So Reef comes out to join Sahak. That's short. Another off-speed ball, and it's actually really well placed. There was a fielder on the boundary, a deep cover, but running to his left, cannot retrieve it. So a pretty good start from Arif.
Yeah, nice shot. Short, wide, and he gets it away. So a bit of a slap over the offside. Can Arif hit fire here for the next couple and get this total into the 130s?
If you were writing a batting manual now, would you include the offside slap as a specific shot?
Yeah, it'd be in the top 3, Rhino.
Simpson drifts onto leg, not well played, but keeper won't be able to get it, and it takes either a nasty spin or it's hit the edge of the pitch. One of the two.
Well, one of the two. Old Kemp's been wanting to get that run out all innings, just hasn't materialised. Let's have a closer look. Bit of luck here for the Norwegians. Yeah, I think it just had the right turn on it.
The good ball though from Simpson, coming back after the boundary.
A few dark clouds around, Rhino.
Foreboding. 3 balls to go. Steps across to off. Big swing, but it's gone straight up in the air. Actually lands well safe of any fielder, and they will run through for 2. In any other format of the game, Corey, if a ball landed about 12 metres from the stumps, would you think it's possible to get 2 runs?
Yeah, a little bit surprised. Simpson didn't turn and go for that, actually. I just thought it was going a bit further. But, yeah, look, 2 runs, and that Norwegian toe just eking their way to the 130s.
Oh, that was the hittable length, but he's just gotten it to drift away from the right-hander. So handy dot ball. Nice piece of bowling from Simpson, and it's been a good closing over for him with 1 to go.
Yeah, love that. There's a little bit of pace off. Maybe held it in the hand a little bit deeper. And Sahak's in a different dimension there. He's missed that by a mile.
Been great to see the variety of slower balls the last few days, and expertly captured by Spring Productions on the slow-mo.
Oi!
Oh, that's an ordinary bouncer.
Well, would you say it's ordinary?
Well, I think it's pretty ordinary. I mean, it's been called wide. I think he's landed at about 3 metres closer to him than he probably intended.
You don't think it's quite alpha to show how short you can get it?
Look at that. It hasn't even stayed within the range of our side-on camera. I will stick to my original call of an ordinary ball.
Last ball.
Full ball driven. We'll go out to deep mid. Burrell comes around, and absolutely no interest from Sahak for the second. He leaves his partner high and dry at his back turn, was ready to go off the ground and get a drink in the intermission. But anyway, there you go. Norway 128 for 5, and various times it looked like they were going to get much more than that, Corey.
This is a little bit disappointing for me. You need to be trying, at least. I think the coach will have a little word with Sahak. I like that, Arif. On that last ball, run until you run out. Try it for a bad throw or anything like that. But credit to these men. They're a new look side. We know the scheduling's been tough on Jersey to bring maybe some of their bigger guns. But I think they've put on a really good bowling display.
Yeah, I legitimately agree. And in particular, Toby Britton, sensational couple of overs in the middle stages. Very, very reliable stuff.
I think Theo Pullman for me was the man of the hour.
Oh my God, I'm mixing up my young Jersey boys. But anyway, no, you're completely right. As I'll let you take the highlights in this case, Corey, because you're clearly on the button.
Oh, don't you worry, Rhino. I'll be all over it as the Ryan and Rutgers show came to the circus. And, well, it was an interesting one to start. The Norwegian openers who started a little bit roughly this morning really clicked. And they got off to a little bit of a fly. Iqbal here 2 sixes early in his innings. Ahmed 5 sixes in his. And I think maybe the Jersey bowlers were a little bit guilty of being overpitched. A tad too full, as you can see on your screen there, Toby Britton. The talented left-arm off-spinner came into the attack. Raza Iqbal, he sat back on that one. I think he knew it would be short from Storm and Norman, and he pumped it for 6. But it was Birrell with the first wicket, and it was run out. Iqbal had to go without attempting to get back. And, well, a run out always gets the boys together. There's always something special about it. It did mean that Wally Gorey came out at number 3, and this man is always a joy to watch. 36 off 12 in his innings, 5 big sixes and a 4, so 34 runs in boundaries. This was his dismissal coming up, though, where he unfortunately had to go. Big Stanley Norman. There was a 50 in the meantime for Ahmed. Some bodies flying around this Cardamar Oval. Couldn't stop 4 there, unfortunately. But this was a very big wicket, it felt, because big old Gorey had to go at the last ball of the 8th. And the last 2 overs, well, it was the Theo Pullman show. A lot of Yorkers, Simpson bowled well, and the last 2 overs only went for 5 and 9. 14 runs off 12 balls. And what could have been a score around 140, 145, it ends up being 128 for 5 with that run out right there to end the inning. So credit to the Jersey bowlers. I think they were disciplined. I think they fielded well. I think they go into the halfway stage with their noses ahead in this one. Let's have a closer look at that scorecard. 56 off 29 for Ahmed, who's the skipper and the keeper. Gorey, magnificent, 36 off 12. But once he got out, the lower order never really clicked. And unfortunately, without that sort of flurry at the end, 128 feels like they've left a few runs out there. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard now, shall we? And, well, this young attack, I liked it. Carnegie, I think 2 overs weren't too bad in the power play. Scotty Simpson, the experienced bowler, 1 for 20. 1 for 10, though, for Theo Pullman. He sticks out like a sore thumb. If they do go on to win this game, he might be in the running for man of the match. A sensational spell in the T10 arena, and I'm sure he'll look forward to bowling a little bit later today. Also, so 128 for 5 on the board, 129 for Jersey to get the win. We will be back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello everybody and welcome back to what could be a humdinger of a game. The young Jersey team have restricted the Norwegians to 128 for 5 and 129 to get the victory. Norway don't want to go back to the Sunset Beach Club 0-2. And if you are watching the T20I action around the world and a Bangladeshi supporter, I dare say you'll want to tune in for the T10s because you've been hit for 291 in a T20. The game is changing every single day around the world, but especially here at Carter Oval where the ball flies around this beautiful Andalusian field brought together by the gods themselves as we look forward to this run chase. Those dark clouds in the background though, I will say this, are starting to make us worry. They're getting a little bit closer. And if you can see the mountains in the top left of your screen there is a little bit of rain around the corner. Hopefully, we can get through this game first. Bonus point equation. If they chase it inside 7, they'll get a 4. If they're restricted to 89 less, they won't get any. I don't know if that'll come into play in this one. I think just both teams want a W. I don't think there'll be any conversations about that just yet. But I'm really intrigued to see how this young Jersey lineup with a new look batting order go about their business. It's not going to be easy, but they've got a lot of talent in the country. And maybe, just maybe, they can get these runs. Stanley Norman is opening the batting. That is the breaking news. Stormin Norman, look out for him. Really looking forward to seeing how he goes about it. It's going to be tested though. There's some very good bowlers on this Norwegian lineup. And here's a man that is also joining me for an 8-game bonanza. No Rico full Vinny Sandhu. They're finally taking a break after 5 years. And it's our show. Rhino, welcome back.
It's the pre-Christmas version of Home Alone. Rutgers and Ryan flying solo as a duo. Tell you what, this is a narrative I was not expecting. Stormin Norman opening the innings. Question for you, Corey. How long will it take us to use the term levers in relation to a Norman shot?
I think he's already used his levers in his warm-up shot, and he looks good. But this man's hairdo arguably could take him down. Ravi is a serious hit-the-deck bowler. Great contest. Here we go.
It certainly is. Probably the best ponytail we've had all tournament. Ravi got hit a bit this morning, steaming in. Good ball, right on a lane. He actually strikes me from watching him this morning, Corey, like he would be a really good, 4-day bowler, Ravi. Yep. He's got a solid action. He's not express pace, but gets a little bit of tail away, top of off.
Yeah, he's a good 4-day T10 bowler as well. These players play a couple of T10s each day. And, he's been around the scene in Norwegian cricket for quite some time, the big man, and he's always a joy to watch. He's got the little headband, Nathan Bracken-esque.
Ooh, big swing across the line. Corbell, absolutely no contact. It's a slightly messy bit of work from the Norwegians.
You can feel out there already as the ball's being thrown around like a hot soap. There's a little bit of, I wouldn't say calmness, they're a bit wound up. You can see they know if you go 0-2 tonight and then you have Netherlands and Italy, I hate to say it, but there's a big chance you go 0-4. It's a big chance.
Tell you what, you'll have Guernsey on the phone sort of try to mess with your psyche. Ravi comes steaming in. Short ball, not well placed on the pitch, but very well placed by Stormin Norman. Pulled for 4. Elegant shot from the tall young lad.
Yeah, he's a very tall, young, 20 years young to be precise, and he actually got a ball he probably wants there. Not too sure I'm going the rolling cutter this early. He has no one back on the leg side. He's actually got a deep cover, so it doesn't make much sense to bowl that delivery, but I dare say this will be pace on.
Well, definitely was short again, but better direction. Storman trying to play a slightly more conventional shot, but a little bit of trampoline bounce from Ravi.
Rhino, a little piece of paper's been handed to me on the desk from the analyst out back, saying watch the weather permutations. Ooh. There is a little bit around, and Duckworth-Lewis, always a bit misconstrued. Anything could happen here.
Yeah, I reckon we'll get through this. An optimistic person. It's a good ball. Oh, just the late movement, taking it wide. I like the theory from Ravi, and I'll tell you what, if you're going to put it out of the reach of Storm and Norman, it's almost inevitably going to be a wide.
I like your optimism, but there's the clouds, Rhino. And look, I'm Spanish. I've been in Spain. I speak it fluently now as the head coach of the country. That is heavy rain, and it's come over the mountain now. That could be imminent.
What does the heavy rain got to do with speaking Spanish? It's completely irrelevant. As the ball goes in the air, not near a fielder, fortunately.
Oh, no! Oh, he's almost kicked it over the right. He's tapped it into his mate's foot there. I've not seen anything like that in a while.
Well, almost a little tiki-taka football that you see from the Spanish team out on the football field occasionally. Not what you expect in the outfield of Carter
Look at this. Oh, the old tap into the foot reminds me of my favourite Norwegian footballer of all time, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Oh,
sorry, Erling.
From the past.
Yeah, what a player.
You thought about that one before the whole Graham Lasso effort from the first innings, didn't you?
Last ball of the first. Not a bad over so far from Ravi. He'd love a wicket though, wouldn't he?
Full ball, but a little bit of bounce, and Norman tries to go lusciously through the covers, no contact. And it's the end of a pretty even first over. 9 for none after 1. And Corey, you want big figures. Look at that one on the screen.
Yeah, that upsets me. I'm genuinely upset. I think before the event started, myself, Rico Full and Vinny Sandu had a little bit of a chat about how many we'd get this ECC. Rico was 3, I was 2, Vinny was 1. You might have said 0. And
well, I wasn't consulted.
Yeah, but so you said 0, and at the moment you're right.
I think my answer was null, given I wasn't actually asked. But anyway.
You're in the commentary chat.
We'll argue the technicalities. And Corbell about to face only his second ball of the innings. It was mainly Norman on strike in the first over.
I like this. This is Sher Sahak. He's got genuine pace, has a very good back of the hand slower ball, operating with a deep backward point and a deep square. Here we go.
Oh, short ball that climbed a touch. Slightly off-speed ball, just hung in the pitch for a moment.
Well, what's your thoughts on the keeper there? Just the way he sort of took that. Is that, you think, a little bit high risk leading with the pads first?
Surely wasn't the most elegant effort. Tough spot though. That turf has been ripped up from a number of weeks of use. I've seen worse efforts from a wicket keeper.
I guess he did the job. That's all that matters.
Always worried with those off-speed balls too, that you get a little bit of spin just before it reaches the keeper. Almost a 50-50 game now. Just drilled out to the offside, no run.
I guess the biggest question mark we had over Jersey was going to be the new look batting. But I think the most difficult thing would be for these young batters is how you have to start hitting sixes straight away. You have to hit boundaries, whereas they're brought up in a country where they're taught the technical side of the game, building innings and that. But this is almost the complete opposite.
Yeah, it certainly is. Corbell struggling a touch. Still on a big fat 0, 4 balls into his innings. It's a really different batting lineup, and when you think of the guys they've had, the Tri brothers, Josh Lawrence, Charlie Brennan, the left-handed opener, all players who are technically very, very good, but excellent at T10 swinging as well. That was a quicker one. Decently timed by Corbell, but it'll evade the fielder, and that's a good shot from a man who is under pressure. You can see that he's breathing a sigh of relief. It wasn't perfectly timed, but still, take the runs when you get them.
Yeah, runs are runs. And I think if Vinay Ravi had his time back, he would have kept his feet. He sort of lunged at the last moment. And if he had kept his feet a little bit longer, you have a look here, I reckon he might have raked that back in.
Yeah, very possibly, but desperate attempt to impress the coaches with a full-length dive. Switches over and manages to get some elevation over the keeper's head. Doesn't take much for it to roll down to the boundary in that part of the ground. So consecutive boundaries for Corbell.
Yeah, I like that. And that's something that they can sort of do. They can try and play the ramps, the little deflection shots, and they definitely work when the time's right.
So Corbell Now 8 off 6, remember. Played dots for his first 4 balls. Jersey up to 17 for none. 1 ball left in this second over.
Yeah, big ball this, isn't it? Can Sahak get out the over ahead? Can Jersey get a 3rd boundary in a row?
Drilled into the legs. Played out to the offside. It's going to be a shy. The stump's not that far away. Corbell made good ground, but it would have been interesting with the direct hit. As it is, that's the end of the second over. Jersey 18 for none.
Yeah, we have a look at the table early, and obviously we're saying this is a big game. It sounds crazy to say as the group has just started, but for the Norwegians especially, the net run rates behind, they would have gone into that game versus Sweden, fancying their chances, the neighbours, old rivalry. If you go home 0-2 and you've got to play the Dutch, you've got to play Italy, who you'd have to imagine would bounce back, you might be on the early flight home, and as I say it, a little bit of drizzle hits the ground.
Well, especially if you're from the far north like Norway and Sweden, you probably want to extend your stay out here in Spain as long as possible. Imagine the weather is turning up in that part of the world, but a long way to go for the Norwegians. Corbell back on strike, and here's Vinay Rabi coming on for his second over. Good ball, right in the block hole. A little bit of loop. Nicely bowled. You've got big raps on this young man, don't you, Corey?
He's a bit built like an ox. Runs in like an ox, bowls like an ox. I like it when he just keeps the seam up and he hits the deck. He's one of those bowlers that seems to kiss the deck and he always gets a little bit off it.
A bit like a fox, but he's got such a gentle-looking face.
I said ox.
Ox, that's what I said.
You said fox.
I didn't say fox.
Well, we need Vinny back to dispute this.
Let's fix the audio here. Tries that scoop shot again. Really in motion when it's gone more. Oh my goodness. Well, you can understand the keeper missing. What you can't understand is Corbell regaining his ground, then unless he's gotten a completely random call from his partner, just decides to go floating out of the crease for a while. That's like swimming away from the flags.
I don't know what happened to Corbell then. I think he just got a little bit disorientated where the ball was and probably should have been run out twice, so he gets a little bit lucky. He's at that crossroads now. It's time to go. He's got to find the boundary more consistently.
I don't think it's from lack of effort. It's not being able to make solid contact at the moment.
What?
That's another one of those pad stops, Gory. He's turned them into an art form.
Well,
Keeper Ahmed.
It's not the style I got taught when I was a young keeper, but pad first, not glove. I don't know why he's wearing the gloves. I know.
Do you notice that amongst our commentary team, we don't have a single proper bat, do we?
What do you mean?
Well, you and Maximo are essentially wicket keepers.
No,
as
I
your
was an
primary
opening
skill.
bat, never kept.
I thought you just said you were a wicket keeper when you were
You
young.
get ready for 8 games with me, Rhino. Anything can happen.
I know you flogged a few runs in a sort of lower level European cricket events once, but you sort of like not to focus on features, but you are sized like a wicket keeper. It wouldn't have surprised me.
You done, Rhino?
Yeah, I'm done.
No.
I'm not meaning that as a sledge at all.
Felt
I'm
like
just
a sledge.
saying, like that, in the same way that if you're about 6'2", people look at you and go, "You should bowl fast, young man." The same thing that if
I'll
you're
have you
slightly
know,
at the other end of the scale.
5'7" is the new in, as Ravi is bowling
that
a
right?
very good over here. They need a boundary. Can Storm and Norman get it?
That is called wide. It's a good call. It really did move late.
I feel like some of the shots so far are still, they're in that other mode of cricket. I see even there, that's a half-hearted waft. I'd love to see him throw the hands. I feel like same for Corbell as well. They're playing the game in a way that's a bit more 20, 30, 40 over fixtures.
It is hard though, isn't it? Because even if you've got the shots within you, suppressing the instinct is really difficult. Big swing, and he's actually made good contact. Lovely strike. Storm and Norman got the levers out, drilled it over mid-off, and much needed boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. That's a nice shot. A little bit of width, pretty heavy length, and got the elevation he needed to get it for 4. So a good effort there in the inner ring as well by Usman Arif. It's a good start for Norway overall, but one good thing, I guess, for Jersey, they've got 10 wickets in hand to really throw everything at this.
Need to start really thrashing the bat. Get a couple of outside edges going over the keeper's head, down the third man. Good full ball, well driven. Beautiful stroke as Norman unleashes the big levers again, so consecutive boundaries. I feel like we've seen more fours in this game than your typical ECN contest.
Yeah, it just shows there is room in this game for some lovely cricket strokes and traditional cricket strokes. That's an amazingly good shot right next to the stumps. 4 more to the total. Last ball of the power play. Still think Norway will be happy, but they haven't picked up a wicket.
Oh, Storman tries to hit it high, tries to hit it long, and he makes just enough contact. I think that's carried for a Maximo. Smiles all round in the Jersey camp. He goes 4-4-6 to finish off the power play.
Oh, that just changes things a little bit. 14 off the last 3 of the power play, and then all of a sudden they're on 35. They're going at the 12s that are required, Rhino. The field will spread. That'll suit these Jersey batters to get the ones regularly. When you have to go at 12s at Cardamar, it's not that difficult. You can see those last 2 overs in that first innings changed the tail of the tape.
Well, didn't they? Or even in the back half of that innings, 6, 5 and 9. Although there were 2 that were right up the other end of the spectrum, 24 and 18. But tell you what, Jersey have got themselves back into this chase with that late flourish from Norman in the 3rd over. Corbell has probably got to take the view that it's now time to swing hard as just some light grey clouds in the background.
Light grey, Rhino, that's apocalyptic. Bunker down, Noah's Ark 2.0. It is going to hammer down. I think you are right, though. We might get through this one. I'm a little bit worried for the nighttime fixtures.
We'll be okay. Well, we'll be okay for this one as Sahak comes steaming in. 4th over. And it's an easy call of wide for umpire Assad.
I've never been sure why right arm seam bowlers start around the wicket.
I agree. It is my pet.
Yeah, it negates so many modes of dismissal. Batters can just close their stumps off and do what they like with it, really.
And it's a good example there, as didn't really have to go that hard, Corbell. The velocity off the bat when you're essentially just going straight against the line of the ball is so much bigger. That's actually a pretty easy shot.
Oh, yeah, look, Corbell's 10 off 10, right? And he's been batting to someone bowling over the wicket and he's struggled. You go around the wicket and you bowl a full toss, the coach should have him. The coach should bring him into the sheds and give him a bit of a wallop. Come back over and stick to the plan.
Goes wide of off stump, Corbell. I guess that's the line you've got to bowl if you are coming around the wicket. And he gets the dismissal, so Sahak, after getting pumped from Maximo, finally gets his man in. Corbell. Jersey 42 for 1.
And Raza Iqbal with the tap on the back because they got a little bit close to each other there, but he holds on to it. Rahimi takes the catch. 42 for 1. Norway needed that because Jersey just pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Jersey won't be too unhappy about that either. Corbell managed to smack 1 for 6 to start this over, gets himself out, and so it allows the middle order come in, and they just need to up the run rate a little bit. They don't want to get caught out, particularly with their batting lineup having a bit less power than some of the other sides where they're chasing 18, 19 runs and over off the last 3.
So there's Corbell. He'll go. Got that 6 away, but wasn't the most fluent of innings. I'm sure he'll come back stronger as the week progresses.
Tell you what, Corey, the lights have just come on.
The lights are trying to come on. The rain is around. Could be an ECN classic.
Oh, middle stump. Pumped out of the ground. Kem tries to annihilate his first ball, and Sahar completely disinterested in the commentators' references to bowling around the wicket being a silly idea as he's come up with his second dismissal and 2 balls.
I think it's a nutmeg. I think Kemp does the right thing. You get across your stumps, you block your stumps. It's very hard to get LBW from around the wicket if it's a right-arm bowler, but he gets nutmegged. He opens up.
You're right.
Yeah, he opens up a little gap, and the middle stump gets pegged back.
Pretty decent.
Oh no, just on the outside.
Just going on the outside of his pad. But tell you what, that ball was in the slot to hit, Corey, and probably be pretty disappointed when he sees this on replay.
Yeah, he will be. He goes for a golden duck. But, yeah, that was in the slot. We have a look at the hat-tricks list. Murad Ali, the last one, 5 for 6. That was a special night for the young man. Will we have number 42 for the year?
Decent chance. I mean, they've got to keep going hard here, haven't they, Jersey? So Ark steaming in. Pitches it outside leg stump, short of a length. So probably not the greatest hat-trick ball you'll see, but just after Jersey took some momentum at the end of the power play, Sahak has managed to wrest it back as Gurner comes out to join Norman.
Gurner's got some work to do. Norman's ticking though. He's 21 off 8. Get him on strike as much as you can.
Off-speed ball, but that's what happens when you swing hard. The luck tends to go your way, and Gurner gets a 4-second ball. Jersey up to 46 for 2.
46 for 2 now. Handy boundary. Doesn't matter how you make them, just make them. Any bat's good bat. So the thing is, Rhino, obviously it's a young team, but it's 13 required. If you consistently pick up a boundary and over, you'll go close to this chase.
Yeah, certainly will. They don't need to go completely ballistic. There's a little feather, I think, there, and the finger goes up. So 3 wickets in the over from Sahak. He might have changed the course of this game. He's burned right through the Jersey middle order, and the boys from the Bailiwick, they are now 46 for 3.
I've been saying it for years. Right armers should bowl around the wicket.
Oh, haven't you? Haven't you?
Well, look, there's width on offer, and on another day he square drives that for 6, but today it's a thin edge and we'll have to go back, and Jersey now in a little bit of trouble. Look, the required rate's not a lot, but 3 wickets hurts.
Certainly does. I guess question for you as coach, with your coach Rutgers hat on, if one of your right-handed batters sees a medium-pace, medium-fast bowler coming around the wicket, what would you tell them to do? Would you tell them to set up from off-stump? And because you saw that on that last ball, when you have got that angle, if you're setting up on leg stump or just outside, then it's very hard to actually reach.
Yep, completely agree. Set up on a different line and make it impossible for the bowler to have any room to bowl. Over number 5 starting now.
Mushtaq, full ball. It's actually pretty nicely driven, but cover out there. Excellent drama, but the theatrics have allowed them to scoot through for a second. It's about time that Storman got to face another delivery.
I'll tell you what, the lights have come on, the dark clouds have rolled over, and the moisture in the air has gotten a lot cooler around the ground. It's a lot, so it'll be interesting to see if they get the ball to zip a bit more, which does happen at Kardama.
Tadia has come out to join Norman at the crease. Outside off stump, nicely driven, but there is more protection down there than during the power play. Possible opportunity for the second. Tell you what, Corey, obviously Jersey being a place where there's a reasonable amount of French that is spoken, I'd like to think that if Kamal Mushtaq lived there, that they'd put a bit of a flourish on the end of his name and make him Mushtaqe. A little bit of a French flourish to make him feel like a proper Jersey local.
Yeah. Oh, and it has started pouring. Well, I called it. Not many people trust me. And I understand I've got a bit of a reputation, but the heavens have opened. What is the Duckworth-Lewis situation? Because I reckon we've got 1 minute and they might be called back in, Rhino. The heavens have opened.
Yeah, well, my call that we'd get through this game without any problems has been so far off the mark, it's not funny. Charges down the wicket. Well, a couple of dot balls from Mushtaq.
Oh, no.
Certainly helping the Norwegian cause.
Rhino, I called it. You didn't trust me. I've lived in Spain basically my whole life, and unfortunately, those big clouds, once they get over the mountain, it only takes about 5 to 15 minutes to get here, and the heavens have opened. This is a disastrous for Jersey, who I'm going to ask the supercomputer, I imagine would have to be behind of Duckworth-Lewis.
Yeah, you would have to think so. They feel like they've been behind the rate for the innings as our grounds crew scrambles to get some protection on this ground. In the meantime, we'll try to get a view from the team as we see some beautiful artistic photography of the pouring rain that has greeted us out here at Kardama. And what, Corey, we have had some interference from the heavens opening a couple of times in the last few days, but team getting the covers on as quickly as possible will certainly help things.
Yeah, well done to these gentlemen on the field right now who are doing their best to get the square covered and to get everything done as quickly as possible. Even some of the officials helping. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of rain in the last couple of days. Yesterday we lost the first 2 games of the finals day, but yeah, this was forecast. We're hoping it would miss us, And it'll be interesting to see if we get back on for this game. But as I look out the back of the commentary sort of den, it doesn't look good.
Well, let's stay optimistic, Corey, but not looking great. We know this ground does drain pretty well, but that square did get hammered yesterday and certainly suffered a little bit as a result. That's why you can see quite a lot of the cover from the sand or the sawdust there to just help the bowlers with their run-ups and just protect that surface. But yeah, came at an unfortunate time. Like, congratulations, you called it. I was well off the mark. But came at an unfortunate time. Jersey had started to get themselves back in that game, but the 3 wickets from Sahar could really put them on the back foot.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? If that had a hit 6 or 7 minutes earlier, before they lost the 3 wickets in 5 balls, I actually think they were ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. So we're just waiting for the complete numbers. But unfortunately, this was forecast. We were hoping it would miss us. And with the time constraints of T10 cricket, it's only about 5 overs to go here, and with 2 games still to come and not much time in between, this game might be washed out, and I think the points at the moment would go to Norway.
Who do you think would be? Yeah, I guess we'll have to look at permutations of the bonus point, but Jersey were really struggling there at one stage as well with the bat.
I think obviously Norway, if they're ahead, will be the happier, and it is really hammering down right now. It's opened up, but I think for Jersey, if you asked them 6 minutes ago and it started raining and they were none for 40 and Stormer Norman's doing what he's doing, I think they're very happy. So obviously we're going to have a bit of an extended delay, which is unfortunate. But the big worry, I guess, also is for later tonight. Obviously, we want to see a little bit more of Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, and how these teams were going to go about it. But let's hope it clears up.
I just feel sorry for our viewers. They were desperate for a conclusion to that game. The moment, getting to see the Jersey boys in action for the first time would have been great for their middle order to also get a little bit more time in the middle. Certainly things not over yet. It is, we're hoping it's a flashing rain shower, but as you said, there's a few dark clouds that have been coming out from the back. I guess the upside is we take a look around Cardimer Oval. There's a little bit of wind around, which was part of the problem that we had yesterday morning. We essentially had no breeze. The rain cloud just sat there for about an hour. But there is a little bit of wind, so let's hope that can do its job.
I'll tell you what as well is quite interesting, because I do believe there is a bit of wind.
Speaking of the wind, these covers are getting
just seen one of our
dragged off violently.
One of our lovely staff has just gone flying. The wind is pelting down. Credit to all these men and women out there trying to cover that pitch, which isn't easy. Tell you what's very interesting with the permutations of all this as well, Rhino's tyres are now flying left, right and centre, and our pergola's about to get blown away. Is the permutations for the group are quite extraordinary. Now, there is rain forecast tomorrow morning as well. If teams start losing points, and you're only getting a point, as I've had some Duckworth-Lewis handed to me, so Rhino, if you can ramble for a moment while I just double-check this.
Absolutely, no problem, and great to see that
there's Meta Dow
Corey and Meta who are going to work out where we are. So do you have the precise score?
It's a B+. I've passed. No,
okay, good on you, Corey.
They're 49 for 3 off 4.4. At 4.4, they needed to be 58.
Ooh.
So at the moment, if we do not get back on, Jersey have lost by 9 runs. And I tell you what, Rhino, if they didn't lose those wickets in a cluster, they would have won last over.
Oh, that's going to be gutting.
So
the boys from the island.
It hurts. And the other thing is as well, what's interesting with this group, okay, I'm going to give you a crazy permutation. Italy, they played Netherlands this morning.
Got pumped.
Got absolutely mullered. They only, let's say later gets washed out and they have 1 point. And then let's say they have another game tomorrow that gets washed out and they have 1 point. Italy could be playing for relegation.
Wow.
This is just madness. If the weather gods come into it, I mean, there's a lot riding on the line for these teams.
Yeah, so we look ahead to tomorrow evening. I mean, obviously, we're looking at an incredibly pessimistic situation. Don't really like talking in that manner, but look at the games tomorrow night. So Italy, if they did have a washout both this evening and early tomorrow morning, they have to play Sweden, probably one of the better teams in this group, and maybe playing for not just trying to get into the finals day, but actually survival from relegation.
Yeah, it's a lot to compute and a lot going on. But anyway, obviously, at the moment, the update is Norway will win this game if we don't get back on. In the meantime, Rhino, I think we're going to play a bit of a classic match, but hopefully we come back after.
Love a good classic match. What have we got, Corey?
Well, Vinny Sandu's not here, and he's the one that usually loads the classic matches up, Rhino. So I think
you've got no idea.
Oh,
what's
well,
coming up.
let's trust fate.
You're basically shoving your hands into the M&M's jar and have no idea what colour's coming out. All right, let's go for it.
Yep, all right. Classic match. We'll bring you back some news shortly. Bye for now.
It's going to be absolutely sensational as we have a look down at this beautiful Karma Oval. And as you saw and heard Vinny say there, we will start with the anthems of both the teams, starting with the anthem of Ireland and also then followed by the national anthem of Spain. Teams are ready to come onto the field of play where they'll take their places for those anthems. But look, before they come out, let's just remind ourselves of how these two teams had booked their place in this Group A final. Ireland and Spain finished 1 and 2. Ireland top of the group, Group A, Spain second, which meant that they had the right to have this first qualifier, and it was gave them the right to have two bites of the cherry, if you like. Ireland only needed one. They thrashed Spain in the match early this morning, chasing down the 86 required in, well, once again, record time, thanks to Seamus Lynch, who is in the form of his life at the moment, 69 of 18, and that got him the player of the match performance, which meant that Spain had to wait to see who they would play, and that was to be between the eliminator of Austria and Portugal. Austria, well, they were victorious after scoring 151 runs, losing 6 wickets in doing so. Portugal were beaten by 38 runs in that one. So it was Austria and Spain with the right to take on Ireland in the final, and it was another close game, wasn't it? Spain held on, didn't get many runs on the board once again, so the batting will be an issue for Spain. They got 91 for 5, but they restricted Austria to 84 for 9. It was a win by just 7 runs, and it once again, when Spain needs somebody to perform with the bat, is that man Daniel Dolcaye. 40 not out from him of 23 deliveries. That ended up being the key. And well, Mohamed Cameron was on top form again with the bowling. You see there that the players, they are getting ready now for the anthems. And first up will be the anthem of Ireland.
Provinces of ours. We'll answer our told.
And now we'll get ready for the national anthem of Spain. Well, there you go, touching moment. Corey Ruckers there And he'll be hoping that he'll be smiling at the end of this as well. The two teams are ready to do battle in this, the Group A final. And as we heard from Vinny Sandu, who was out there in the middle, it will be Ireland that have elected to bat first. Now, I know Vinny was a little bit surprised, but one of the things, and I think this is the key here for me, I think Ireland, they would have wanted to bat in these conditions. I don't think they fancied batting in when there was no light at all under the floodlights, which is what's going to happen part way through especially when we go deep into the second innings. So I think it's a case of going out there, batting, even though it's not what they prefer to do, batting out there while there's still a fair bit of natural light, trying to get the runs on the board, and then try and create the pressure on Spain, because likewise Spain haven't batted in the night, and they will know that. And I think Ireland and their captain, Gerald Wilson, fancies that they'll do better with the ball than with the bat when it comes to the night conditions. Well, Spain, they've had a tough couple of days, haven't they? Remember yesterday they lost both their matches against Portugal and also against Austria, and this morning didn't go well for them again when they were beaten easily by Ireland, but they came back strong, didn't they? They went back to winning ways in a tough and well, it was a bit of a wrestling match with Austria. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. Ireland 114 to Spain's 100. So Ireland, I mean, they go into this as favourites, and I know when I was speaking to Corey Ruckers yesterday, he was very much the same. He accepted that they probably are the favourites and the better team. Only lost just the once in this championship, but that one defeat was to Spain. We get ready to go here. The umpires are out there ready for this one. Sulaiman Saeed, the Italian stallion, and Shub Navjot Singh. Sulaiman, he's at the bowler's end. And speaking of bowlers, it's going to be Mohamed Cameron, and how instrumental he was once again in defending that below par score for Spain against Austria. Picked up 3 for 9. Mohamed Cameron, he's taken 13 wickets in this championship, just one behind the leading wicket taker, which is Mikey O'Reilly, and also joined up there by Atif Mohammed of Spain as well. But these two batters, well, they've been in another level, haven't they? Max Burton, he's going to be the opener here, but everybody, well, Max Burton was the one who started things off for Ireland, and I know that he had Vinny Sandu drooling. He ordered the shirt and everything, and then, well, Seamus Lynch came into his own, and he's been absolutely extraordinary. Remember, 69 of 18 in that win early this morning in a player of the match performance against Spain. He's the one they need to get out early, but look, there's been the likes of Melly and also the captain Wilson, as well as Matchett, that have been in good form as well. So Spain know it's a matter of picking up. If they can do what they did against Austria and pick up, well, 3 or 4 wickets in that power play, then they'll be well into the Irish. And then I think they've got to contend against the like of Mikey O'Reilly with the pace, and also Catherwood and the spin of Humphreys, and maybe that of 1 or 2 other spinners. It looks like Scott Macbeth has been picked in front of McCulloch, and Jamie Forbes will be key as well. It's going to be an exciting finale to the group, and I think nobody can argue. I mean, though Spain have done it the hard way, 1 or 2, most people would have expected them to do it a little bit easier to get here, the route to the final, but I think most people would agree that you've got the 2 best teams in the group in the finals. I don't think anybody can begrudge these teams being here. And though Ireland are the favourites, this can go anyway. We know that. Just a slight delay there at the moment as we get ready for the start of the match. And the 2 batters there in the middle just having a chat. Mohamed Cameron deciding it's an opportunity for him to just have a little sit down. He's going to be tired, isn't he? I mean, the Spanish team, I mean, because of they've been in the war slightly, haven't they? They've had to do this. They've had to do this the hard way. So they've been put through the tracks. Mohamed Cameron has had to bowl pretty well. I know he was given a match off in the process of this, and well, 1 or 2 others. I think Atif Mohammed as well. You see that plenty of people around the ground waiting for this. Well, there's a shot of the Portuguese team as well. They're excited about it. Max by there, part of the European Cricket Network. But looks like we are getting ready here now to start. So the official timekeeper and a proud partner of the European Cricket Network, Frederikke Constant, looks like they've given a thumbs up, so we are ready to go. Mohamed Kamran composes himself. He needs to be at his best. Burton to face the first ball. There we go. It's time for the Group A final. This is guided away. Well stopped on the boundary by Hamza Salim Dar. First runs off the bat straight away from Burton. And this is the moment, this is the man, Thomas Lynch. How will he go about things? Will he just bat the same way he's batted so far? He's been ruthless at the moment in this championship. Can he continue the sort of form that he's been in? Well, they will be hoping so. Good crowd here as well. Combination of Irish and Spanish supporters in the fan zone. Goes for the shot and he gets this. Well, this is what he does so well. And just for a moment then when this is hit, I thought, well, maybe he hasn't got enough height on it, but he's got the power, he has got the height, just does a little bit of stretching when maybe he's feeling a little bit stiff himself. You see what I mean? He doesn't get a lot of height on it, but it's a good shot to play in the power play. He's off, he's up, he's running. 6 runs, big hit, and a good time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Mr. Maximo for the Group A final.
Wow, how's that for a start? Is that the T10 version of a forward defensive? He just, I think for Lynch it is. We were calling El Machina the machine. Machine started pretty well there. Kamran though, be a big wicket if he could get it. Here he is, goes short, and this could be gone. I think it is gone, it's off the glove. Well, he's not going anywhere. The umpire's waiting now, he gives it. So big moment in the final. Lynch takes it on the horizontal bat shot, and he's just beaten for pace. It hits the glove, it balloons up. The keeper takes the catch, and Spain, they're away. Kamran, you can't catch him now. And what a start to this final. Ireland 11, 7 for 1.
Yeah, well, this is brave bowling, isn't it? I mean, he goes for the short delivery. He says he knows he's going to take him on. He gets a short one in. It's quick, it's fast, and it's a little bit too spicy for Seamus Lynch. He gets a bit of glove on this. The catch is taken behind, and the batter doesn't want to go. He says the umpire's there to do a job. Let him do the job, and the umpire does the job. Puts the hand up in the air, and he has to go. No mistakes there from Ishan. He knows he's got his man. Mohamed Kamran knows he's got his man. And there he is. Well, the hitman does it again. That's the first wicket, and it's the big one.
I mean, it kind of felt like it had to be off the gloves, didn't you? It was the instinct anyway. Isan gleefully accepts the chance. So how about that, Kamran? His day has had pretty much everything. He is one of the kind of cult heroes on the European Cricket Network. Seamus Lynch gone for just 4. Here comes John Matchett. He's been a bit of a mixed week, actually. Certainly looks very, very capable. Now, he is the oldest of the Ireland 11 batters. He's 25 years of age. Let's see how he handles. Cammy in full flight. Is
got
he
him.
snicked? Oh, it's caught. He's got it. Yeah, he got it.
He's got it. It's 2 in 2. Mohamed Kamran, he's off. He's off to the races. This is what it's all about. Well, when the big players have to step up to the mark, well, this is what they have to do. This is an absolute juicy delivery. John Matchett has gone first delivery. Mohamed Kamran is quick, he's fast, he is electrifying, finds the edge. Vamos, chicos, España. 2 in 2 for Mohamed Kamran. This is absolutely amazing. Well, I tell you what, Mohamed Ishan's, his heart was in his mouth. I don't know how many attempts he had at this, but eventually he takes it. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, well, I mean, Isan's kept to Kamran a lot, so he should be able to handle the pace. But I think, you know, he almost didn't handle the moment there. I mean, if he dropped that, that could have been a huge turning point early in this final. But Kamran's on a hat-trick, and it is crazy scenes here at the Cardamom Oval. This is what ECN cricket is all about. And here's the guy, Kamran. He told me he could barely walk, but he's finding another gear here in the final. Ireland 11, 7 for 2.
Well, he may have been feeling a little bit lethargic, and maybe he couldn't walk, but now, after picking the first wicket up, he is firing in. He's already taken 1 hat-trick in this one. Remember that? 4 for 7. That was against Portugal. Now, he's eyeing up another.
Well, this is certainly cricket like you've never seen it before. We say it all the time, it's cricket on steroids. Everything's happening here. We've had a 6, we've had 2 wickets. Kamran And the thing is, he's full of confidence. He's still got 1.2 overs he can bowl here. He really wants to get into the middle order. That's how Spain knocked over Ireland 11 the other day. And here he is, bowling a hat-trick ball.
And, well, Melly just lets this go by. And don't forget, though, look, I know this is a great start from Spain, but Cameron Melly, he was in very good form yesterday. He cracked a cracking half-century. So it's not done yet, but this is a sensational start. It really is. Unbelievable.
Really like what I've seen from Melly. I think he's the kind of guy who won't mind being in early.
He beats him again. Good pace from Mohammed Cameron. And that is the end of a cracking over. And 7 on the board, but look at that, 7, 2 wickets down. And, well, puffing and bluffing, there is the coach, Ruckus.
What a journey. I mean, where are we going with the leading wicket takers now? I mean, Teef Mohammed, he's got to be right up there, and so is Humphreys for the Ireland 11. But I mean, Daniel Doyle-Kayet, head and shoulders the best batter for Spain. We haven't seen him really up the top or in the top 3 ever. But Mohammed Cameron, I think, with that wicket, might have just overtaken Teef Mohammed because he's got 2 in that first over. Seamus Lynch, though, he's a big man to be out. He's either daylight second, you've got Burton and Melly, they're second and third. They're pretty close together. What a week it's been. And no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. And I'll say it, said it before, I'll say it again. I am so impressed with this Ireland 11, the way they've handled this week. Such a young team.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Cardamar Oval, where as you can see right now the covers are on. The rain has stopped. Rhino, my name's Corey Ruckers, welcome back to the box. But unfortunately, we have a little bit of bad news about this game. Rhino, deliver the news.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have had this game abandoned at this point. But it does end up with a victory for the Norwegians.
Yeah.
And a crucial victory for them after a pretty heavy first up loss earlier in the tournament, earlier in the day to Sweden. So probably a deserved victory, Corey. But as you said, then coming back in that final over, 3 wickets from Zahak, it's essentially won them the game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one. They end up winning by 9 runs efficiently. If people are wondering in T10 cricket, what are the rules of permutation? 3 overs constitute a game. So as soon as we went past the 3rd over bowl, the power play basically, the game was live. There was always going to be a winner. And that rain just hit at the wrong time, I feel, for Jersey, because it actually is cleared up. It seems to be a passing shower. There are still clouds out the back, but there is a lot more optimism, I would say, for game 4 and 5 today. I know the ground crew just out in the corner of our eye right now, there's about 10 to 12 people working to get the water off the covers, because we are, scheduled for another game in 25 minutes. That will likely have a delay, but hopefully we get a shortened fixture.
Yeah, I'm very optimistic, although in saying that, I thought we'd get through the last game without the rain coming on. But given about 20 minutes ago, we had people being thrown off the tarpaulin that covers the pitch, we've now actually got at least a decent bit of sunshine out there. The team working very hard with the super soppers. Fortunately, Corey and I, safe and sound up here in the commentary box. One of those times I'm very, very happy to have the microphone, but the team doing a great job out there trying to get all of that surface water off before we do lift the covers. And we're very, very hopeful of that 4th match later this evening getting underway at some point.
Yeah, fingers crossed we get it. Netherlands-Sweden is fixtured for just a little over 25 minutes time, and then a little bit later tonight, I do believe it is Italy versus Jersey. Is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if versing's
yeah, it is
word,
Italy
anyway,
versus Jersey. Just wanted to double check the schedule.
That game next, Netherlands versus Sweden, should be an absolute cracker. Both teams first up winners, and I know they're both very keen to get out there. So keep our fingers crossed that we actually do get some cricket later tonight, and certainly just from our view here in the commentary box, the weather is looking much, much better. So please stick around and hopefully we will get some cricket.
Yep. So Norway win this one by 9 runs because of DLS, but we will be back in a little over 22 minutes. Fingers crossed we can get a start between Netherlands and Sweden, but we will tell you then, and it's a bye for now.
feeling, I said it in the introduction as well, Maxi Burton is due. I think he's too good a player to stay down for too long, and that's a pretty confident looking shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking the same thing. You know, remember it was Burton that started things off. He looked the part early on when Ireland first introduced himself to this championship. Is he going to finish well as well?
Off cutter this time. Let glance, but straight at the fielder. Have a pop, and Isan making full use of the padding. Yeah, so Lynch going early. I mean, he is a guy who we've seen bludgeon attacks. I mean, almost in a way like we've never seen before on the ECN. So what do you make of his early dismissal? Do you think that'll shake the Irish, or do you think they're pretty confident they've got other guys that can step up? I mean, they do have a lot of guys that have made runs this week.
Yeah, I think I mean, look, when you've got a team like this, carry on after this delivery. Lovely shot. You take the single, making them rush. Look, they are a team. And, you know, there's no I in team. So they're not looking at it an individual. They're looking at them as a team getting to a score. Yeah, they will look at something like Seamus Lynch to be the main contributor. But if he goes, they'll be looking for somebody else to stand up. So I don't think, I mean, look, the pressure is on them. If they can weather this early storm, I think they'll still get a good score on the board.
Goes upstairs this time. It is 2 balls away from Cameron coming back in the third. Picks demand. Most players bowled pretty well. Don't think he likes that one. Seemed like a bouncer to me. You only get one of those above the shoulder and over, but it cannot be above the head height. Hit really well.
Smashed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good shot by Burton. I just think he's on here, and it's early days, but he kind of picks that one from demand. Looked like the rolling off cutter, and almost like to a spinner. He was down the pitch quickly. He kind of made it into a half volley. That was a powerful strike down the ground. Cuatro, carreras más.
Yeah, remember when Spain got that victory over Ireland? Remember their strategy was the short ball. Just remember that.
This one goes back at Prince. Shapes to throw a ball that he's not holding, and he does hold the stare though, doesn't he? End of the over. Game on here. It's 17 for 2. And once again, it's been a big day in action. It'll go into the night. Big day of action, I should say. You can see this is what's happened so far. Ireland 11 smashed Spain to smithereens in the first game of the day. And Austria beat Portugal, but then Spain beat Austria, so that meant that Spain are back. It is a rematch. To be honest, it's the final I think a lot of people wanted to see. I know that Austria got close to Spain, but they never really overtook them this week. They got close to grabbing second spot last night, but obviously very entertaining stuff, and it's not going to slow down now. Here's Cameron, and the first ball goes to mid-on, and it'll be just a single. So now Cameron, let's see if his second over is as effective as his first, you know.
Risky shot to play there. I mean, it's a good ball. It was pitched right up. But, unusual technique and style there from Burton. Gets a single.
I want to say a quick hi to everyone that's tuning in the viewer comment section as well. I know Oktay Galami's watching from Sweden. A lot of people are watching, sending in messages. Okay. I don't think we've really seen the genuine Yorker yet from Cammy. And one thing that interested me is he seemed to be bowling a lot less Yorkers during the week. And I think that they've wanted to kind of keep it as a surprise tactic. Because if you're playing 9 or 10 games, there's not too many surprises left if you show everything straight away. We saw it in the previous game when the game was on the line, right?
Yeah, against MSP, yeah.
Yeah. He's got a very slippery in-swinging Yorker, Mohamed Cameron. Wow, this one, is there a touch on this? They like it, and he's gone. Little touch, tried to get funky, now match it goes. And so Cameron, it wasn't the Yorker, it was more of a kind of length ball. In fact, it's Melly who tried to kind of angle away. And so, unfortunately, he is the third man to go. Ireland 11 lose 3 in the power play, 19 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those. I mean, if it comes off, it looks good. I think when you consider the bat situation, it wasn't the right shot to play. He doesn't execute it well, and it ends up being a really soft dismissal. But the good thing about this is, and this is where class and experience shows, he sees what Melly is trying to do, so he follows him. He makes it difficult for him to play the shot. Melly still wants to play it, gets a touch on it. It's another catch taken by Ishan. This time, no mistake from him at all.
Yeah, Melly shaking his head, not sure if that's about what he feels about the decision, or maybe just disappointment. Of course, you can imagine that. Said it so many times. I've been so impressed with this Ireland 11 team. And especially this man, Jared Wilson, I think that he has led the team very well. Only 22 years of age. He's actually going to play in Australia. So if they do make the championship week, he won't be here. They'll be searching for a new captain. So that'll be the furthest thing from his mind right now. He's out there, and he's out there in the power play. Kamran with the 3rd wicket, 3 for 9. And here's the thing, I mean, with Mohamed Kamran, so often it's theatre, right? And he'll kind of say, oh, I've got this injury, I've got that injury, this injury, and whatever. But when it comes down to it in a big game, we see him fire, don't we? We saw it at the club level for Pakai Care earlier this year. Now we're seeing it here. He's got 3 for 9. He's got 3 balls to spend, and he's bowling to the Irish captain. He plays and misses. So, well, right now, I mean, Ireland 11, they chose to bat. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't really consider the lights as a factor, but I think that is why Ireland 11 wanted to bat first after winning the toss. I think typically they've enjoyed chasing. They've enjoyed kind of knowing what they had to do, and they've made the chases look so easy.
Yeah.
They haven't really been under pressure a lot of the time. There's only one that they messed up, and that was against Spain during the week when they couldn't quite chase down 103.
This is the big partnership now. Wilson, Burton, the last of the 2 recognised batters, really.
Shot. Really good shot, but also good fielding. But you've got to say, Zaman has been outstanding. He's just kind of a Jonty Rhodes-like figure with go-go gadget legs and arms, isn't he, really? Covers a lot of ground, has a good pair of hands. It's the end of the over coming up after this ball. And look, Jared Wilson is out there right now. He's got his hands full with Kamran. But I did manage to have a bit of a chat with him before the final. And we'll get a chance to hear what he had to say. But first, my eyes are locked out there in the middle. And Kamran has 1 more ball to spend here in the final. How will he use it? He goes too short, I think. Is this a wide? Well, I've got to say, have a look at this. Oh, well, not sure about that one. But anyway, it's the end of the over. And like I said earlier on, I had a bit of a chat with the Irish captain, Jared Wilson. That's right, I'm here with Jared Wilson, the Ireland 11 skipper. Only 22 years of age, but very mature cricketer, in my opinion. Well, Jared, how's the experience been? I mean, you guys probably had no idea what to expect when you came here early in the week.
Yeah, no, first of all, thanks to the organisers for inviting an Irish team to this tournament. It's obviously our first year. So yeah, very grateful to be a part of this tournament. Again, we didn't know what to expect. We've obviously watched a lot on YouTube and on the TV. So we did come here a bit open-minded, but it's been an absolute first-class tournament. And yeah, we're glad to be in the final.
Now, look, from Monday to today, obviously you've played now 9 matches. Kind of, what are the key takeaways? What have you learned during the week?
I think, yeah, obviously it's a new format for us, and we had to adapt to the format very quickly. So if you can see from the games we've been playing, we've obviously chosen to bowl first, which has worked really well. And then yeah, I think a big thing with the batting group is don't be afraid to go out. So we've literally gone out guns blazing, and if you go out, it's not the end of the world, and back your shots and back your skills, and hopefully it pays off.
Now, it sounds like you've had a good time. What would it mean to you to come back in week 5 of the championship week to play for the trophy?
Yeah, I know it would, of course, be unreal. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss it because I'm going to be in Australia, but all the boys are buzzing here, so hopefully we can take a win today and come back in week 5.
Well, Jared Wilson, captain of Ireland 11, good luck to you. Let's get back to the action.
It's in the air. Oh, chance goes down. Well, that's a big moment. And, well, the man who's been on fire, who hasn't done a thing wrong here today, especially with the ball, he's picked up 6 wickets today, 3 and 3, and a big 3 wickets in this one. That's an opportunity that goes begging. How important will that be? Oh, well, that is big. And that is Max Burton that gets put down. Well, Cammy started this championship dropping a dolly. That's not quite a dolly, but you'd expect him to take it. And this one has been smashed. Adios, Balota. That is big. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shakalagia.
Well, how about that for a pretty comprehensive reply? Well, he certainly had all the answers, didn't he? In the interview. And Wilson had the answer to that one. Gets off the mark in style. Now he wants to go again, and this is going to go the same way. Maximo! Oh, Jared Wilson getting the opportunity here. I mean, we've already seen Burton drop during the over. He got dropped on 11. And now Wilson goes back-to-back 6s, and he tries to turn the tide of the Irish way.
Yeah, I mean, this is such important. But look, you heard what Wilson was saying there, that look, just going out there and tap, that's a philosophy. If you lose a few wickets, they don't mind. That's the way they're going to play. And, well, he's demonstrating it, isn't he?
Teeth went for 36 in his only over this morning against the Irish. It was close-ish, but I think the pitch is outside the leg stump. But, yeah, Cameron, riches to rags there for him. Where's this pitch? Yeah, definitely. Probably wouldn't hit anyway. Regardless, definitely pitched outside the leg stump. Mohamed Atif, though, good young player. Oh, gotta say, a lot of feeling in the air. You can feel the tension. The lights are going to take over. We've never had a final under lights here at Kartama. Last ball, the 4th over coming up. Goes for it again and gets it again. Really good batting from Jared Wilson. Maximo! That's the way to finish an over, 38 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, this is what they wanted. This is what Ireland needed. They needed something to just to give them a bit of positiveness, just to put those 3 wickets at the back of their mind for a moment, and that will do it. And it is the captain that does it. But look, you've got to focus on that drop catch. How important could that be? Max Burden being put down by Mohamed Cameron when he was on 11. But, well, this is how it's looking here at the moment. So Jared Wilson, 18, and those 18 coming just in 3 shots, 3 sixes. But, well, it was the Mohamed Cameron show once more, wasn't it? He's 12 deliveries, and in those 12 deliveries, he picked up 3 wickets and only conceded just 9 runs.
It's quite an incredible start to this game, but it just shows me the Irish 11, they're so smart because they know they still have to attack. They're not going to take a backward step. Here's Hamza Salim Dar in over number 5. And this one's flat batted down the ground and should be stopped. See there, Asjad Butt putting his body on the line. He had a few issues in the field under lights last night, but he does make the stop on that occasion.
Yeah, Hamza, he's had a bit of a mare, didn't he, with the ball against Austria. But he did come back well in his 2nd over. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going here and go back to his best.
They get 2 there. Burton on strike again. Full straight. Now, interestingly for me, they've abandoned that kind of 3 outfielder straight field, the Southern Cross we were calling it, where they had a man really straight. Now they've got more or less an orthodox field with kind of deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off and deep cover. So all of the outfielders are in front of the wicket, all the infielders are behind the wicket. I feel like they need a wicket here, Spain to get the momentum back. They almost get one here. Big swing of this from Wilson. I think that was a bit too premeditated on that occasion.
I'm not sure which ball Wilson was seeing here. It's certainly not the one that we saw. I mean, he's played the wrong shot, the wrong line and everything there. But you can see what's on his mind. It's attack, all-out attack.
He really pins his ears back on this one. He's going to get 4. And once again, I think Wilson's kind of dabbling between the aggressive and the reckless, but he's getting away with it here in this over. You see, this time it's a heave from a ball outside off stump, but he does get enough bat on it to get it racing away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 4 runs and, well, stronger together. That's what Ireland have to be here at the moment, just to regroup after those wickets have gone. And remember the key wickets, Lynch gone, Machette gone, Melly gone, all batters that have performed from Ireland. These 2 are the last 2 remaining ones that have performed for them in this championship.
Pitched up, really good shot, picks the gap, and well, that one just misses the cue, but it doesn't miss the boundary. Wilson is having a heater here in the final after some early wobbles from the Irish. They're away. He's 26, they're 49 for 3.
Yeah, he's starting to get going here now. Well, that one was right in the slot for him, and look, this time not trying to hit this too hard. It's an authentic cricket shot through the covers, 4 runs. Slight change in the field here now.
Yeah, game running away here, and the run rate is back over 10 and over for the Ireland 11.
Oh, well, hang on a minute.
That'll be a dead ball.
Well, it's just been picked up.
Well, if it's not, it could be out, so that'll be...
I was going to say, he should have waited here.
He drops
I think
it early
he sees
here,
the
though.
signal early.
Yeah, that's the old backyard one.
Yeah, there's the dead.
Your dad always bowls that one at you. He had 2 options there, do nothing, or...
I would have liked to
smack
see him whack it. Why not?
Get the shine off it.
Nothing would have happened, would it?
Last ball of the over then. Should be bowled this time. Oh, shot. Oh. Really good shot. Not a good ball, really. Slot length picked and dispatched. Maximo. Jared Wilson, when we just heard that he can't come back for championship week, but he's making the most of his time here. He's 32. The 50 comes up, and at the end of 5 overs, it's 55 for 3.
Oh, wow. This was absolutely awesome, wasn't it? Boom. Shakalagia, what a lovely shot that is. Sweet. Out of the middle, off the bat. Well, that one is as sweet as a bowl of glove jumbo. What a lovely shot that is.
Wow, halfway through this final. Geez, it's all happening so fast here. And if you want to know the structure of this tournament, okay, we already have one team that we know will be in the championship week. It starts on the 10th of October. That is England 11. They will be joined by the winner of Group A, and that will be written in after this game, of course. Then next week we have Group B, the week after Group C, the week after Group D. And they are the 5 teams that will have the opportunity to play for that fantastic trophy thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. So nothing is for sure. 55 for 3 after 5. Ireland back to even Stevens now, I think, and they're building. Maxi Burt, he's not doing badly. 16 off 12. I suppose what he is doing at the moment is getting the single. Wilson comes on strike now, and let's see what he does with Mohamed Babar. Well, there's the Austrians, and they've had a bit of a rough day, but they also know it's been a big week. They need to let their hair down a bit. Shot. Really good shot. That's 4. Wow, Wilson's batting so well. We've seen glimpses of it, but this is something else. Next level stuff. You know, big players, they perform in big games, and Wilson right now, he's untouchable.
Oh, this is a shot. This is a shot of class. And look, to play a shot like this, you've got to be seeing the ball big, and you've got to be playing it with loads of time. Great shot.
Had a lot of great fans in as well along the way. Babar, he wants him again. This is into the gap. It's kind of that really straight man again, so he has to do a bit of work to get there. It's Christian Munoz Mills.
They're trying to encourage each other. Look, you can see Mohamed Ishan, 1 or 2 of the others. Hamza Salim, good bowling, very good bowling. I think the good thing here about is what Babar, he'll take some of that pace off, but he's just got to get the right areas with his line and hope for a miscue from either one of these batters.
Well, there's ECN founder Dan Weston. He's enjoying the action. Once again, this is hit hard. Should just be 1. I've got a question for you.
Tell me.
And it won't be an easy one. What do you think is the maximum Spain can chase down here?
Okay, I think they'll struggle for a score around about 125.
Yeah, I was going to say 120, but we're thinking the same. It's pretty well bowled. Just a little bit at the end and dug out by Wilson.
I mean, that's just based on what we've seen in, say, the last 5 innings. Don't forget, they do hold the record of the highest score being scored in this championship, 166. So we know they can go big, but they've had issues, but they can bounce back at any time.
Let's pull the over, Burton. Let's see if he can get going as well. Wants to. Oh, that's good. Well, watch out, cameraman, because that's coming your way. Maximo! Ireland 11 have been so quick to pick up this format. They've lost early wickets, but they've been counter-attacking and counter-attacking really well to the point that right now I think they're ahead in the game. That 6 overs down, the score is 69 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely brilliant. And you know what? That 6 there, that takes that to a 50 partnership. 50 partnership already. They were 19 for 3, and just like that, well, that 50 has come on the board in no time at all.
Well, look, you take out Cameron, and you've basically got 60 off 5 overs. You know, 60 off 4 overs, I should say, right? Because he had 9 of his 2. So they're going 15 over if you take out Mohamed Cameron's bowling. And Atif's coming back, but Atif has struggled against these Irish batters. Is he going to struggle again? Because this one's disappearing. Abracadabra, that one is gone. Maximo! Well, Ireland 11 will have to do the fielding as well as the batting on this occasion. Mikey O'Reilly gets a warm-up throw. Right now, lots of smiles over there on the Irish bench.
Yeah, well, the smiles are coming back. They weren't all smiles earlier. You see John Matchett there. I mean, he came and went, didn't he? He went for a first baller. But look, these two, they're taking the attack now to Spain. But really, Spain just have to believe one more wicket can change everything here.
This time, Atif gets one past him. But here's the thing with Atif. I mean, he's been really effective with this kind of a length because it's hard to drive because he's tall. Hello to everyone in the fan zone. You see us over there. And we're loving the fact that you're here to enjoy the action live. Yeah, but people have struggled to drive Atif straight. But the Irish, I think, that maybe just a little bit more technical now, so they seem to be able to handle it. It's been very expensive against the men in green. Once again, they want to launch him. Well, that has gone absolute miles. It's across the road. Well, look both ways before you cross the street, Iggy. That's another one. Maximo on 11, turning it on here at Twilight.
Oh, lovely jubbly, what a hit. And the captain, Wilson, he brings up his half century with an absolute monster 6. That is huge, and what a way to bring it up, just off 17 deliveries. Wow, what a hit, what a shot, 6 runs. Massive.
That had some, look where that landed. That is an absolute monster. Now he just wants to go after everything. And you see Atif Muhammad pushes it a bit wider. Wilson can't reach it, 50 off 17. I mean Wilson, I don't think we saw the best of him with the bat earlier in the week. You know, it probably didn't look in as good touch as some of the other guys in the top 3, but I mean, this has been something else so far. That last 6 was an absolute.
Watch his movement, watch the movement, watch here.
There he goes. This isn't, oh, he's called a wide here. To me, this goes straight over the line. And so, I think you look at this movement, he gets outside off by about 2 stumps.
Yeah, see, I don't give that.
I don't like that one, but
because of that initial movement, that's what I was saying to you, watch the initial movement. There's a little shuffle across, and for me, as soon as he does that, because he's done it before the ball's bowled,
but you know what?
Line moves.
That swings and roundabouts. Remember that one that went over his head that wasn't called a wide? That's cricket, I guess. Now, this is also cricket, and it's going to go over cover. It's going to go over everybody as well. Maximo! Wilson says, don't worry, be happy. He's looking happy. He's building, but dare I say, the C word, the century word here, because right now, it looks like he is absolutely unstoppable.
Well, that one crashes onto the side pole there, I think, off the floodlights. That ball will have to be checked. It comes back, 89 for 3. What a recovery this has been. What a knock it's been from Wilson.
What a partnership this has been. Non-Cameron bowlers have struggled tonight. Now this is high. Now someone's got to catch it. Can anyone reach it? No one reaches it. That's unbelievable, really, when you consider how high that went. But you had kind of Aljo, who was right back on the circle. I guess Atif is out of the equation because of that injured right hand. He doesn't want it, the bowler. And Isan, he couldn't get there either. I mean, that's quite a break when you hit a ball that high and no one gets near it.
Yeah, I mean, also, when you think how high it went, it would have, if anybody gets there, it would have been some catch as well. So get a little bit lucky here, get a break on, and 90 for 3 balls to come in this one. And, well, Spain, they will just got to keep believing. One wicket here could change everything.
Atif has gone for 40 here. And he's going to go for more. And you can bet your bottom dollar. They're loving the offerings of Atif here. Maximo! Maxi B gets in on the action. So after 7 overs now on 11, they're 96 for 3. And right now, wow, I mean, what can you do? You sit back, you watch, you enjoy, because this is a masterclass of power hitting. Well, don't forget, we have more cricket coming up. Well, not only tomorrow, but on Monday, we'll be back with more ECC action. And we have 5 teams in Group B. It's the same format. You know, one of them ultimately will win in a week's time their way through to the championship week. Denmark and Sweden, Hungary and Finland, and also the Netherlands 11. They'll be the 5 teams that we'll see. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India for more ECC action. Here's Hamza trying to stop the bleeding. I think this is what they haven't done enough. Okay, they've missed short of their block hole.
Yeah.
You know, that one's fuller and it's not really a good ball, but I think it's harder to pick that up for 6 than a ball that lands a metre short.
Yeah, when you look at the shots that have been played, especially that from Wilson, Wilson is taking a couple of steps to outside of the thumb. In fact, he's charging down the wicket and hitting. That tells you that the length isn't there. The length has to be better from the bowlers.
This one is a little bit shorter, hit into the gap, takes some stopping, and well, a secondary stop, and that sums it up. Spain, wheels are off at the moment. Wheels are off, and then it was stopped. It was kind of deflected towards another fielder. Dog Kaya couldn't change direction. That brings up the 100 as well for Ireland in the 8th over.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. I think you're going to say, I think that Christian Munoz-Mills, the captain, gets there. But this one, look, he gets the slide in, but it ricochets off his knees, and he wrong foots Daniel Doyle. Kaya, 4 runs.
Rare miss. That's better, though, from Hamza Salim.
You know, one thing I haven't seen too much of here from the Spanish team is variations.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the slower delivery. We haven't seen, I don't know what it is, rolling your fingers around it, the knuckleball. Whatever it is, we haven't seen the variation. And I think it might be because they're a little bit afraid, because they're afraid, well, if it goes wrong, I'm going to get back to the boundary. You've got to try it. You've got to try something different.
No Tom Vine in the lineup. You know, they went all pace last time when they beat them. That's what they're trying again. This is hit, but it could be a chance. Fielder comes around and catches it. So it's Asjad Bat that stops the bleeding for now anyway. And Max Burton, well, in the end, it's a pretty decent contribution from Maxi, I think. He goes for 33. Asjad skates around the boundary. And Hamza Salim Dar gets the wicket. On 11 now, 101 for 4 in the 8th over.
Yeah, this is massive. I'll tell you why this is massive, because now really with that wicket going down, and I know you got Wilson who's well set, who will probably want to try and take control of most of the strike here, but now you get into a stage where batters are coming in that haven't particularly scored big runs or performed. So this is where I think Spain had to be a little bit intelligent. This is where they've got to try and make sure that they can manipulate who's on strike. So the fielding here becomes very important. It's a case of try to keep Wilson off strike and try and get the new batters on strike, because these are now guys here that haven't really gone big with the bat.
I mean, just thinking, my ears are hurting from how loud these cracks are off the bat of the Irish batters, particularly Wilson in this innings. I mean, it's been deafening. It's been just unreal ball striking. I've got to hand it to the Irish. I mean, a lot of people said, okay, they're young. They wouldn't have played this format, but they've got all the skills to do it, and they've got the brains to do it as well. That's what I've noticed today. Hamza comes in to Scotty Macbeth. He's happy to dig the first one out, take one.
Yeah, Macbeth, I mean, this has got to be the role, surely, of somebody like Macbeth now. While Wilson's still out there, just take, unless it's a ball, a shot that you can fancy hitting to the boundary, take the single and just keep giving it to Wilson. Wilson, though, I think he's got to realise there's still plenty of balls left in his innings. He'll want to bat all the way through and trying to get past that 125, 130 mark.
Last ball, the over. Low full toss. Nailed down the ground. Wilson will get a single. Time to take a breath. 8 overs into this final on 11. 103 for 4 and climbing. Oh, here's the thing, though. I mean, if you can somehow get Wilson, if you can kind of do what you did last time against Ireland 11, if you're Spain, you can still, I know it sounds crazy, you keep to 120, which is kind of what we said. You know, we felt it was kind of the maximum that they could chase, but we're saying that based on what we've seen. But what we know is they've got some players that can also, really turn it on. They will attack the game, they'll take it on. It won't be easy, but for sure, I mean, Ireland are batting very well here, but they haven't batted Spain out of the game just yet.
Yeah, the other thing worth pointing out is when Spain have scored big runs, they've scored them batting first, not when they've chased.
That's a good point you make there. Here's Babar in the 9th. In the block hole, squeezed away. Atiq Mohammed do the fielding.
Yeah, and the other, I mean, Spain, they've got to stay focused. I mean, the first thing is just finished these,
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers, welcome to the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan here and we're rolling through the first day of action here at Group D of the European Cricket Championship for 2024. It's time for a battle of undefeated teams. We have the Netherlands 11 coming up against Sweden, who were first up winners against Norway. Let's go for the big coin toss with the man who's called the Sheriff, looking more like the Bush Tucker man. It's umpire Charles Croucher.
Okay, Netherlands, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Sweden, you're the away team. You'll call. European cricket's the call. Parry match.
Then we have a ball first.
Netherlands have won the toss. They'll have a bowl.
So there you have it, the coin toss won by the Netherlands 11, and they will bowl first in this game against Sweden. Looking around us, could be a bit of a threat of rain. There has been some heavy rain yesterday morning, but we've managed to get through the day safely today. The Carnival clouds are starting to build though. Hopefully we'll get a full game here because it should be a fantastic contest between these two teams. Both first up winners. Sweden took on Norway in the first game today, and as much as they bowled pretty solidly, it was all about their opening batters. Sher Ali and Amal Zuvak are a potent pair at the top of the order, and if the Netherlands 11 want to be successful today and chase a relatively easy target, it's absolutely crucial for them to get those two out as soon as possible. They do damage in the power play and every over thereafter. As for the Netherlands, they went with a really spin-heavy attack in their first-up win against Italy today. They were under the pressure early with the pacers on, but as soon as the tweakers stepped up, the runs dried up for Italy and they gave themselves a really, really simple target. I'd love to see more from Musa Ahmed at the top of the order. He's an international standard player. Failed in the first game, but I suspect we'll get to see some fireworks from him during the course of this game. Take us underway for the first stages. Great to have Corey Ruckers back in the commentary box after Spain's success last night. Corey, take us through the opening balls.
Opening balls or opening ball? I tell you what, Rhino, I can't wait. Because we have had a rain delay. Hello, everyone around the world. If you're joining us right now, it is a super six-a-thon. 6 overs to decide this win. This is going to be chaos. Netherlands 11 taking on the Swedish 11. Let's look at each other's top orders. Floyd, Ahmed, Kroos, Verhagen, Zulfikar. That is a dangerous top 6, but do you even need 6 batsmen in a 6-over game? For Sweden, Sher Ali, Zawak, Sudais, they are very dangerous top 3. They really need to click. 2 over power play. 1 bowler may bowl 2 overs. Everyone else will be 1 over. Absolute chaos about to hit Cardimer Oval. The rain has gone away, thankfully. Well done to the ground staff and everyone around at Cardimer Oval, the Blue Crew, to getting this field up and running again, because it did rain heavily in the previous game, which was abandoned with Norway winning by 9 runs on DLS. And here we go, a 6-over match. I don't think I've ever called one. I've seen them though, used to watch the Hong Kong Sixers regularly, and it has that sort of vibe as Arnav Jain looks like he's going to go dart him in there with his right arm. Pretty fast bowling. And have a look at the supercomputer. Well, 81% to 19% is the assumption on a T10 match, but in 6 overs, it definitely brings it a bit more to parity. Can Sweden, I don't know, get 6 overs, get to 80? Something massive, and then maybe, just maybe, rein it back in. The other question is, has the water on the surface, will that make it difficult for the spin bowlers? We'll have to wait and see. Zawak's on strike, Sher Ali at the non-strikers end. I can't wait for this one. Welcome back everyone in the chat. Welcome back everyone on our international network partners, as my co-commentator Andrew Ryan just puts water all over the cords. Oh no, I'll give you a few moments, Andrew, to sort that out. We're all set to go. Ball number 1 in the 6-over fiesta. We'll start with the wide. Jane is going to keep it wide of the off stump. You can see that the surface might skid a little bit here. Don't expect there to be much turn. He's not the biggest turner of the ball anyway. Absolutely crunch. Bit of width on offer. That's going to be 4. Well, we've got 36 deliveries to go bonkers with 10 wickets in hand. Maybe this is a glimpse into the future. Maybe T10's too long these days. Give me 6 over cricket. Nice shot to start, 4 runs. if Sweden were to pull the upset, this is probably the best case scenario, an even shortened game. Can they just keep going and get on a bit of a heater? Deep cover and deep mid-wicket are the two boundary riders. Hit hard along the carpet, shouts a yes, direct hit could be trouble. Just going to miss is Clayton Floyd, and that will be a single. Brings Sher Ali on strike. Hard to know what you should make in 6 overs, but we know the Netherlands have a huge batting order. They're going to need every single run to go their way, the Swedes. Sher Ali, he's a man that they would love to have click right now. The man mountain himself. Just sneaking inside the line. Right over that blue line means it's a dot ball. That one a lot closer, and that's going to be pumped out the ground. Well, a half volley's a half volley, and he puts it away. Decent start for Sweden. Can they capitalise on these last 2 balls of the first? Oh, they're super sixes, we'll call it. 2 over power play. 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, but yeah, that's a half volley. Lovely shot from Sher Ali. Full toss and crunch. That's going to be 4 as well. Arnav Jain just overcooking it a little bit too much, and that's gone for 4. So 16 on the board now, 1 ball to go. Everything going the Swedes' way early. If this was a T10 match, I honestly think it would have been such a long shot to beat this very good Dutch lineup, but in a 6-over game, anything can happen. Arnav Jain's going to come around the wicket now. Cover comes up, deep mid-on goes back, and deep mid-wicket in spot. Might try slide it across him. Sher Ali's going to go for a tight one. A little bit of a missed field from Shariz Ahmed. And that will end a pretty eventful first over. Score is 17 for none after 1. It does give me great pleasure to welcome back good friend and co-commentator for this one, Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much, Corey. Well, we stayed dry over the last hour. Can't say the same for a lot of our blue crew. Fantastic job for them getting this surface ready. Quick look ahead both to coming days. Group D winner still to be crowned. Very, very close group here between these 5 times. And then once we get to championship week, we get Spanish with Corey. We get our other qualifiers to date, and also the England 11 come and visit us for the first time at Cardamom in 2024. But this has been a pretty nice start from the Swedes, Corey. I think they're liking the way the little bit of moisture on the surface is bringing the ball on. Probably not a lot of help for the spinners.
Yeah, and I think obviously being 6 overs, it plays into the hands. Let's be honest, the longer the format, the longer the odds are for Sweden to win.
Particularly if these two, the 2-gun openers, can stay at the crease for a long time, as they did in game 1 today. Right, inside edge. Zuvak comes charging down. Sher Ali no more than a step out of his crease. Somewhat more reluctant runner than Zuvak.
Yeah, he just tries to overhit that one a little bit, Sher Ali. And Sebastian Brutt's a clever bowler. He'll bowl a couple of cutters, some into the deck. He's got a decent bouncer on him. And I'm not surprised to see him open the bowling. I'm not too sure they'll have Ollie Ellenbaas or Ben Fletcher run in on maybe what is a slightly moist surface.
Yeah, I think actually Brutt will enjoy bowling on this deck this evening. Short ball, not his best. And it's actually pretty well put away by Alex. It sat up, didn't really skip through at all, but he had to generate all of his own power, cleared the infield. It's another boundary to the Swedish gun.
Yeah, this suits Sher Ali, just going at absolutely everything here. What do you think, Rhinos? 36 deliveries, good batting lineup for the Dutch. What do they need?
What do they need? Is it the Swedes or the Dutch?
Swedes.
So if I'm the Swedes, I'm probably looking at no less than 90 here.
90?
Like you've got to go hard, and frankly, 105. If these two can stay in. Beautifully played. Tell you what, I think that's a drop out there at backward point. You spotted it early.
I reckon that's Clayton Floyd at point, and yeah, he just little shake of the head there. I don't think he saw it. Look, it's jarred out. That's a catching opportunity. Made good ground to his right. Gets 2 hands to the ball. Once again,
almost went the reverse cup, didn't he?
I've seen that a couple of times today with the Dutch. I don't know what the fielding coach is doing, but that's an opportunity.
Nice ball from Brutt. Massive appeal, but didn't sound like an edge where we're sitting. So You slightly scoffing at my suggestion of somewhere between 90 to 105. What do you think the Swedes should be looking at?
I'm looking at 140, that's what they'd love, but I think more realistic with the surface and the way it might play, they might get a bit more out, but I think they'd take 80. I think they would take 80.
Really?
Yep.
That's an unduly conservative opinion from Corey Ruckers. Let's see. That one's flown off the outside edge of the bat, and it has actually carried quite a long way, probably just inside the boundary, but we'll get confirmation from the umpires.
Yeah, I think it was 4 on the bounce. We'll have a closer look, but yeah, loose shot, doesn't matter, no third in place, and yep, 4 runs to the total.
Yeah. Zubak, he goes hard outside off stump. Right, not the paciest bowler here, but if he can get it on a good length, his chance of just skidding through a touch, hitting the top of off, is probably what his target length should be. Full ball, and it's slapped. Hasn't carried quite as far as a typical Zubak strike, but it's a Maximo nonetheless. That's a nice start for the Swedes, 32 for none, so they're going at 16 and over.
Well, you double that, they can get to 64 off 4 and then maybe have a huge explosion at the end. They might get to that 100 mark, as you're saying, but dream case scenario, you're versing a very good Dutch lineup, you then get told it's a 6-over game. The Swedes will like this. We have a look at the table, and well, Norway got that win earlier due to a bit of rain, but they did play a good game of cricket. Their net run rate's not great, but for Jersey, who played tonight, and also Italy, that's a must-win game now.
It's a huge game, Corey. No way to sugarcoat it at all. And the boys from Jersey, I think they'll take some bright spots out of that last game, but boy, Italy, they'll be down on confidence after getting a shellacking at the hands of the Dutch.
Very interesting to see how it pans out. Here comes Clan Floyd. Well, he loves a moon ball, slow outside off. If the Swedes have done their homework, they'll have a way to combat it.
I don't think Sher Ali's going to have any problem generating zone pace. Field's gone back. You've got long on and mid-wicketish. Floyd just pulls out of the action.
There's a good example. Sher Ali's watching. He's jumped outside off, and that's a good way to combat the slowness of it being wide.
It's a little bit quicker through the air. Full toss almost, and it's just clipped out to deep mid. They'll take 1.
No credit to the ground crew to get this up high. About an hour ago, it didn't look good, did it?
No, it certainly didn't. I'll tell you what, wouldn't want to be hitting a 7-iron into that cut of a pitch at the moment, because there's a fair few bunkers around the place. Outside off stump, skidded on a touch, so difficult for Zubak to get the elevation that he was looking for.
So he's had a good day, Floyd. I don't think he's gone for a boundary today. You just have the happy knack of sort of jarring it up there or going slow and wide.
Does mix up his pace a lot. Can he bowl, or he's had plenty of T10 experience by now.
There's the Italians playing a little bit later tonight, watching pretty closely to see how this one pans out.
Ali makes some space, cuts nicely, but the defensive ring is in force, so we're outside of the power play now with the reduced overs.
Well, I guess the thing is as well, one bowler can bowl 2, and I dare say this man might be the man to bowl 2, because he just hasn't gone for a boundary. He's being very crafty, a lot of T10 experience, and doing a good job.
It's a 6-over game. You can probably afford 1 sluggish over as the batting side. That's a bad ball, though. It looks like it slipped out of the front of his hands, and Zubak elevates a Maximo. There's some destruction on the field. There's also some destruction in the VIP area.
Well, I'm glad it didn't hit those toys. Lovely shot down the leg side. That's a loose one. Worst ball from him today, and well, he doesn't miss out. Actually does very well to catch up with that. Nice shot.
Catch up with it and almost play it immediately behind himself. Got some angle. Zubak 22 off 7. Outside off stump, big swing. Hasn't got a fantastic piece of it, but a man who does is coming off the boundary. Corey, that's a fantastic catch.
Oh, you think about the elements. You've got the weather. It's a little bit cold. It's a bit slippery, the ball, because it's been on the outfield. And you've got the low-level lights. That's a 10 out of 10 catch from Ollie Ellenbus. He's a very good fielder, a very good athlete, and that's a wicket the Dutch needed.
Yeah, Ellenbus made good ground because Zubak was a little bit inside out. Didn't get a good piece of the ball at all, but he had to dive forward, and with a slightly slippery pill, that's an excellent catch.
Yeah, brilliant work, really good work, and the first wicket will go, and obviously a little bit of disappointment for Zubak, but it does give someone else an opportunity at the top order.
Yeah, certainly does. Did his job. 22, making his way back to the pavilion. The rest of the Swedish batting lineup didn't get didn't get much time at the crease, really. So the first game against Norway.
He gets an opportunity here, Romani. He's known for hitting the long ball. So what are we looking at? 19 deliveries to go. I still think they take 80 from him. I know you want 100, Rhino, but I think 80 plays.
It's not what I want that matters, Corey. It's what the Swedes want, what they can achieve. Floyd goes outside off stump, big swing, and Romani's popped it straight up. Fielder's coming in off the boundary, and Sebastian Bratt takes it very easily. So 2 wickets in 2 balls from Clayton Floyd. Clever bowling.
Yeah, very clever bowling. Air out the ball, 2 in 2. Netherlands come back a bit into this, but wickets won't play too much a key in a 6-over game.
Well, they won't in terms of running through the whole lineup, but if you can keep on making new batters start at the crease and they're taking 1 or 2 balls before they start to get into their groove, then wickets will still be helpful. That's an excellent over from the left arm orthodox, and does bring us to the conclusion of the bird. So amazingly, we're already halfway through this innings.
Yeah, it does give us an opportunity to welcome you up into the Dream Box, and obviously a Super 6 game. We don't often get T10 cricket shortened. Obviously the rain gods have, well, played a little bit of havoc for us, but we obviously have a 6-over game. It's something a little bit different. Great to see you and join us. But a big shout out to the Blue crew and everyone around the ground, because there was about 15 men and women getting this surface ready because it rained a lot, Rhino.
Yeah, it certainly did, and given the tyres weren't doing much to keep the tarpaulins down, we even had some human beings lying on the surface, as that is a gigantic strike from Sher Ali. Hasn't had the strike for a little while, but Zulfikar comes on. His first ball is annihilated down the ground.
My word, he has hit that into another dimension. Over pitched, not too much turn, but Sher Ali, look, if he puts that body weight behind it, that's a truck hitting the ball, Rhino.
It certainly is. Plenty of man out there in the middle. It's a fantastic cricketer. Genuinely one of the best strikers of a ball European continent. He races along to 24 off 10. And the key thing for Sweden, him to get as much of the strike as possible in these remaining balls. Steps out to the offside, cuts. Will just be a single, so good result for Zulfikar in getting the big man off strike.
Interesting option that he went for that, to be fair. He played it quite well, but along the carpet, thought he would have looked for a little bit of elevation on that shot.
Yeah, possibly a little bit less protection on the leg side too. You've only got the man just sitting at square leg inside the circle and then out at almost cow corner, deep mid wicket. Less fielders there. That is precisely where Mundra goes. It's elegantly played. Thought he's well way through that ball very well, and all of a sudden some pressure on Zulfikar.
Yeah, it's clever batting. There's no 45. They've actually got only 3 fielders on the leg side, deep mid on, deep mid wicket and square leg. So pretty safe shot. Even if you top edge it, you'll get a good result.
Yeah, I like the theory if you had a dry pitch, because you're challenging the batter to hit across the spin. But as it is, this ball just kissing the surface, and there's not a huge amount of turn, so it's not that difficult to take Zulfikar across the leg side no matter where he pitches.
It's going to be a wide this time, just sliding it down the leg side. Obviously, being a leg spinner, I assume that ball's a bit greasy.
A little bit. Never a fun job. It's difficult enough art to execute at the best of times, let alone when there's a bit of moisture on the ball.
It's one of the dark arts.
Could you do it back in your younger years? Did you ever try a bit of leg? Well, the dark arts, I know you you have a reputation, but that is beautifully struck by Mundra. Exquisite cricket from the Swedish keeper.
Oh, I love it. Brilliant batting. Just batsmanship, isn't it, Rhino? Another ball that's probably angled in a little bit too much, and it goes with it. Good batting.
Gets the front pad out, has to really whip the wrists across the front. But makes great contact and carries the boundary quite easily. So he's given them a boost coming in at number 4. Zulfikar 18. 2 balls to go. Oh, that's been launched. Mundra races to 16 off 3. And all of a sudden, Sweden up to 65 for 2. Oh. And as every ball goes past, my prediction looking better and better, Corey Rutgers.
Tell you what, Rhino, I don't know why we bother with T10. We could put on 10 6-over games a day. I'm all for it.
S6. S6s?
Yes.
I don't know. 6 6s? Oh, cut uppishly, and it does carry the boundary. A phenomenal finish to the over. Zulfiker goes for 30, and after 4, Sweden have already cracked 70. They're 71 for 2.
Oh, they just needed a hot over, and that is a really hot over from the Swedes. Lofted over the offside, and 22 off 4 for Mundra. He's come good. Cher Ali's there on 25. I dare say they're going to go back to Clayton Floyd, the one bowler that might bowl 2 overs here. As the Swedes, well, they're in dreamland at the moment, Rhino.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've played it very well, and I think they're a bit of an underrated country at this T10 format.
I think they do quite well economically, quite good people, quite good looking.
I said underrated in the T10 format, not just sort of general elements of society.
Oh, please finish your sentences clearly, Rhinos. It does look like Clayton Floyd's going to come back and bowl a second. Hat-trick ball, by the way.
Audio turned up. You are right. That's a great shout. Hit straight back to him. Great fielding. Keeps Ali to a dot.
Tell you what, Floyd's having a day out.
Isn't he? Isn't he? Remember him. Coming last year and copping some punishment.
Yeah, last year he got found out a bit.
Yeah, but he's had a great day one here. Goes across.
Uh-oh.
Beautifully struck. Rutgers thought there was a chance for a catch in the box. As it was, Cheryl just leaned into it and carried the boundary by about 10 metres. Lovely strike.
Lovely strike. This one is a half volley, but I love what Cher Ali is doing. He's basically batting outside off stump. He jumped across to get that. That's clever batting. That's batsmanship, Ronald. That's what I want to see.
Yep, so do I. I think all the crowd loves it. Corey Rutgers animated in the box. He loves a bit of Cher. Mundra enjoying a little bit of time at the non-strikers end. These two really going at a rapid rate. 10 balls to go in the innings. Drops it into the hitting zone, and that's just a bit too easy for Big Cher. Maximo, 83 for 2.
Tell you what, Rhino, we are in for a corker. Netherlands are going to come extremely hard at this. I can't wait for the second innings. I still think Sweden, you might have been right, Rhino. Look, you're not often wrong. Maybe I am more. But you're in this position, 100 plus, 6 overs, humdinger of a game.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, the supercomputer has finally given the Swedes their due. They're sitting at 53%. Floyd's bringing the fielding changes. At the moment, he's getting pumped over the boundary, so human beings around the oval won't make an iota of difference. Tell you what, he's gone offside heavy here.
He's gone to Southern Crossfield. He's got a player right behind the bowler's arm. So I don't mind that. It is a position that has been used more and more.
Really.
Should have patented it.
Did you give it that name? Floyd coming around the wicket. He steps aside. I think he thought that Floyd was going to actually try to reel him into the leg stump. Tried to ensure that he didn't get tied up. I wonder if he'll do that. Well, he's switching back to over, so giving Ali a different look as much as possible. For a tie first over though. I think he's 2 for 21. 2 balls left in this over. Full toss, and he gets enough. Arms aloft from the umpire. It's another Maximo, and the confidence is building in Camp Sweden.
Yeah, brilliant batting. It's a lowish full toss, and look at the power he generates. It's unbelievable batting. It really is. And, well, we said Floyd had a great day, but this is T10 cricket. Eventually it catches up with you, and right now Cher Ali's got his number.
Yeah, I don't think too many bowlers would fancy bowling Cher Ali in this sort of form. Goes outside off stump. That's the shot of the day. What a stunning strike from Cher Ali. He's pumped Floyd all over the place in this over. He ends up with figures of 2 for 33. Great news for Sweden on that front. The less good news, Corey, I've just seen a few droplets of rain next to one of the light towers. And with this start, the Swedes would be desperate to get this game in.
I tell you what, if the rain ruins what could be the sexiest 6-over game we've ever had, I'd be disappointed. We've got 1 over to go. Mundra's on a steamer as well. I can't wait to see this run chase.
Well, let's keep the fingers crossed you do.
You wouldn't. If it does, Rhino, I'm done. I'm done with Spain.
If the cricket gods have any love for this 6-over format, they will let this contest continue.
Yeah.
Zulfiqar.
No, it looks like Sikandar Zulfiqar
version coming on.
This will be Sikandar Zulfiqar, captain of the Western Shield Team Europe. very clever bowler with some slow balls up, but look, the rain's getting heavier, and I tell you right now, Sweden, they do not want to come off.
Well, they might want to come off if it turns into a 5-over game, but they certainly don't want to come off and have the game abandoned before the Dutch have a chance to bat. Zulfiqar steams in. Good line outside off stump. Mundra got the wrong angle.
Yeah, any bat's good bat. I mean, even a spliced edge there is going to go for 4 probably as thirds in the ring. So Mundra has a job to do. He'd love at least 15 off the last 5, I'd say.
Outside of stump again. Holds his shape a lot better on that occasion. Very patient at the crease. And he smoked it for a Maximo. Sweden reached 3 figures.
Well. The Swedes have come to play. These two countries known for their wet and cold weather, but only the Swedes are dominating under the rain right now.
This is just pretty good summer weather in the Netherlands, isn't it?
So honestly, the Netherlands recently has been very wet. And don't tell me. Oh no. Oh no, a new ball's getting thrown.
There you go.
I thought the umpires, they were calling for a new ball, but I thought they were calling for the covers.
Just umpire Joe Foster with his sort of come hither movement, but as it is, it's just new Grizzly. Short ball. Oh, I thought that might have been rolling past the keeper. Big share, strides through. Mundra wants to go for the second. Absolutely no chance.
I'm pretty sure that's clipped Mundra in the bean.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised. Looked like the back of the helmet. Possibly through the shots.
I like what the umpires are doing here. Obviously, there's a bit of rain, but they know the innings is almost complete. You can push through a little bit. It is short-form cricket. This is good umpiring. Let's get on with it. Get to the halfway stage and then hope we get a couple overs in the second half.
Yeah, it's just a drizzle at the moment. My only concern is just that pitch getting too wet. Ali deep in the crease, cuts into an awkward area, so Alabas down there at deep point will keep it to 1.
Well, there you go.
Like the keeper might have popped the ball in a slightly awkward spot.
Well, there's Noah Cross who just wore one. Imagine if he broke a rib before going to Oman. I think that'd be a bit of a waste. Dutch selectors might get a few questions.
Oh, big swing. Not sure the contact's quite as good. Not sure our camera's worked out where it's gone, but it has gone for a Maximo. Needed the tracker to find out where that went, but good strike from Mundra. He's raced at 34 from 8, and in all this excitement, we missed that Sher Ali brought up his half-century with that last single.
Yeah, we did. What an innings from Sher Ali. 50 off 18. Mundra's 34. 1 ball to go. It's been 6 overs of pure chaos. Can Sweden get another boundary?
Mundra can't make contact. It's good finish. Not a bad over in the end for Zulfiqar. Good finish for the Dutch, but there was a lot of carnage in between. And certainly off that first stint, Corey, it feels like the Swedes are on top.
Look, they've given themselves a genuine shot, but I tell you what, this Netherlands batting lineup is stacked and they will go very close to chasing, if not chasing it. But it's given this game a real shot. Sweden, it suits them. Short form cricket, go out, give it a wallop. Because of the rain, it also negated the Dutch spin.
Certainly did.
And if it was dry, I think the Dutch spinners would have had them. So an interesting game at the halfway stage.
Yeah, certainly is. Looking forward to the conclusion of this one. Very hopeful that the weather will hold off and we do get the second innings. But in the meantime, even with just a 6-over format, we had plenty of action in there. Opening over, Imal Zuvak played very, very well. But Sher Ali, he was the gun bat in this innings. Took absolutely no time to get started. Zuvak a little less controlled, but he went hard from the word go and slapped a couple of Maximos during his stay at the crease, including one from Clayton Floyd that went drag down the leg side, and one of our blue crew got a surprise of his own. Ultimately, though, he was done by an excellent outfield catch by Edelweiss, who showed both good speed and a safe pair of hands to take an excellent grab. And then that brought out Rahimi, who was gone in an instant. But as it was, the Sher Ali train just kept on charging forward. And then he was joined by Mundra, who hit the ball to a couple of really clever parts of the boundary, and in particular made the leg spinner really redundant. Smothered the spin, hit the leg side. It's good batting, Corey.
Yeah, it was really good batting. Look, in the innings, they actually hit 13 sixes in short time, and you mix that with the 5 fours. It's 18 boundaries. They have 50% of the balls travelled to the rope or over the rope. Clayton Floyd finally got a little bit of tap after being marvellous today, but Sher Ali, he's the cornerstone of this team, Rhino. While Sher's there, the Swedes believe a little bit of a cameo from Mundra. And overall, 6 overs of madness, but we've got a game on our hands, or maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to think positively. Team's just walking out to make sure the pitch is covered during this intermission, but Swedes are already out here warming up, so they're pretty confident that the game will be underway. Quick look at that scorecard. Zubak very good at the top, 22 off 8 before he was deceived by Clayton Floyd, and great catch from Allenbach. Coming out from deep point, Sher Ali though, 50 off 18, a half century in a 6-over game. Pretty good going if you ask me, and then Mundra 34 off 9. Really brought some acceleration in the late stages.
Yeah, absolutely. So a marvellous batting effort from those men on your screen. Let's look at the bowling. Tough, really tough. Sikander Zulfik is over at the back end, 13 for the last over, pretty impressive. Floyd with the 2 wickets, 2 in 2, but overall, yeah, the batters have stood up.
Yep. Well, we know that the Swedes, the strength is their batting, but it's time for the bowlers to step up. They have 6 overs to defend, and the Dutch will be chasing 110 for victory in this shortened 6-over contest. Who needs the full 10? It's all about 6-over cricket. The Dutch, 110 required to win their second game here and keep their undefeated record intact. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network here with Corey Rutgers. We will be back in a few minutes for the conclusion of this compelling contest from Group D. Please join us then.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the ECN Network. It's a 6-over humdinger, ding, 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 under lights. Myself, Andrew Ryan in the comm box. Andrew, halfway stage, the Swedes have piled on 109 for 2. Weather coming, DLS sheet in front of me. What do we do?
We call them 6-over shootouts. I've just come up with it. That has to be the name.
Yeah, it has to be. It's a 6-over shootout.
36 sounds garbage. S6, I don't like it. T6, not a fan. 6-over shootouts.
I'm going to give you some numbers here, Rhino.
Please.
109 from the Swedes. 3 overs constitute a game. There is rain in the air. Will we get to 3 overs? Nasir Baluch has the ball in hand. The Netherlands, after 3 overs, if the rain hit, would have to be on 53. Oof. So we got a lot of permutations. It's Floyd and Noah Kroos elevated to the top. Here we go.
Well, he certainly recovered from that blow towards the end of the last innings. Nasir Baluch with the ball. He was spraying it all over the place in the first game. And if you're Sweden, you do not want him to have the same dramas. He should be getting on with this game as soon as possible. I know you want your field in the right place, but the rain is potentially coming.
Bowl the
Come
ball.
on, Nasser. Release it.
Read the room. Bowl the ball. The rain's coming. He's got 3 overs to maybe get a win. Floyd's taking time. Here we go.
Rates up. Got some of the players on the field and in the commentary box. I'm sure it looks like it's just a little indication that it tapped the thigh pad.
Oh, he gets away with that. Look, it could have been a wipe, but I tell you what, if Floyd gets any bat on that Rhino, that's flying.
Yep. Baluch had some issues with his radar in the game earlier this morning. If you're the Swedes, you don't want him bowling 3 or 4 wides here and just wasting another minute and a half, 2 minutes. Contact on the thigh again, but they will scoot through for the single. So despite the fact him losing his line again, absolutely no downside for the Swedes as yet.
I tell you what, leg by, good start for the Swedes. 34 balls to go. And dun dun dun. It is dark, it is rolling over. And I tell you right now, we're hanging on to get this game in.
Yeah. Tell you what, it's almost as exciting wondering when the rain will hit as it is seeing if the Dutch can chase this target. Oh, big swing, good contact, and that's a start that the Dutch needed. 0-1 off the first 2 balls, but all of a sudden the next one's hit for a Maximo.
Well, this man on your screen, Noah Kroos, is that good. He's off to Oman in a couple of weeks for the 50-over and T20 leg of the Challenger World Cricket League 2.
Tell us more about him, Corey. What's your intel?
Melbourne boy, seriously good keeper. Used to play Melbourne University once. Father, Dutch passport holder Rod Kroos. Has come on the Dutch scene in the last 2 years and is basically now with Scott Edwards, the second keeper in the country. He goes on a lot of tours.
they've brought him into this. I was surprised because he's a serious player. I thought he might have rested for Oman, but he's here and he can play.
You're watching back in Melbourne, Rod, as that's a shocking delivery from Baluch. He's really had his issues for a guy who is unmistakably a top-tier bowler when it comes to the European continent. I don't know whether he's carrying an injury or he's just feeling out of rhythm, but something ain't right.
I'll tell you one thing about Croce. He loves the little pick-me-up shots. He goes behind himself more than he maybe goes in front.
A bit like Scott Edwards, as that is driven. It's fielded on the offside. Shite, Stubbson. Well, it was a nice bit of fielding, particularly in damp conditions, but Floyd scoots through.
These are two massive deliveries coming up. If Baluch can get out of this with only maybe a 4 and a 1, that's a huge win in the over. You've got to remember there's only 2 overs of power play. As the rain starts to come down that little bit heavier, the umpires looking at each other, Rhino, this is tense.
I'll tell you what, we are 13 balls away from a result here. On strike. Oh, big swing. He knows the ball's coming back in, and it was well read off the deck. A sweet strike across the line, and it's a Maximo for Floyd.
Oh, Baluch, that's a bit of a hit me ball. That's just short, straight, he ain't missing out. Just a little bit too straight from the left arm seamer. Big delivery now. He's gotten away with a couple, but he's got to try and get out of this over.
Corey, this is tense stuff out at Cardamar.
I'm sweaty, Rhino.
Oh, I know. It's got nothing to do with the conditions. Floyd, it's his first Maximo, and this is difficult conditions for high-flying cricket, but these two teams are putting an exhibition on.
I've got a genuine golden ball tingle. This is going down to the right last moment. Good to see Rod Croce in the chat. So g'day, fellas, watching from Qatar. And he likes the commentary.
Is that right?
Thank you.
Probably the fact that we said hello to Rod. Is he a Rod or a Rodney?
Rodney.
He is a proper Rodney.
No, he's a Rodney.
Okay, all right. Well, either way, Rod, great to have you watching. Obviously, probably a better time to be watching from Qatar than it is in Melbourne at the moment, but great to have you join us.
Floyd deep in his crease, both legs behind the popping crease.
Oh, another shocking ball from Baluch, and he's lofted. It's another Maximo, and the Netherlands take 21 off the first.
Terrible bowling from Baluch, I hate to say it, but 4 or 5 deliveries were basically short and down the leg side. And if you're going to be playing to players of this stature, it's basically hit-me bowling. So the Netherlands, great start now. They came back late in the over, 21 for none after that.
Yeah, love to see this one go through to its conclusion for you, Corey, not just have a little 3-over innings here. Big question marks for the Swedes. Looks like they're turning to Saeed, which I think is actually a really, really good move here. He should, even with this deck being a little bit slippery, he should get a little bit more bounce. Could see a pop-up or two.
I think Baluch has bowled himself out of getting the second over as well. I'm curious to see if Saeed will get the 2 or who will get the 2 overs.
I was going to say Saeed was lingering and lurking around the bowling crease, but it is Saeed who's got the ball. Step away, it's not quite where the shot was aimed, but it's 4 nonetheless. Great fielding from the Swedes off the ground.
I thought that was a fielder for a brief second. He's got the blue bib on and he sold me for an absolute dummy. Croce goes for the ramp, gets a fair piece of it, and I thought this was a fielder behind the line.
That's generous, gets a fair piece of it.
No,
it's effectively got the outside edge.
No, if you're ramping, okay, Rhino, cricket edge. If you're ramping, all you have to do is get it up.
Of course you
Doesn't matter where it hits on the bat.
It's still an edge. That ball's gone high. Would have been a fantastic catch, tracking back in the inner circle. Pushing back for 2. Rose is quick and he makes it.
Oh, big moment. I tell you what, he got there. He made good ground. He got 2 hands to it, just didn't hold on. Croce gets a bit of a life. Oh, you can feel the intensity out in the middle.
Can't you? Batters just taking a moment for themselves. Weather holding off for the moment.
Oh, it's so dark around the ground, though. It is so dark right now.
Well, we have floodlights. Oh, a little bit of movement off the pitch. It's been hit high into the air, and it is caught. A big wicket as Staticze takes the catch. Never easy, those fly balls in the night sky. And that's a big, big wicket as Khalid comes back.
Huge wicket. More importantly, just a dot ball. Get the boys in the huddle so you can compose yourself a little bit. Crows has to go. He'll be disappointed because it was short. Maybe just hit him high on the bat. And a big wicket goes.
Yeah, do you think it rushed him a touch? It was probably just that ball being
Just
a
the
little bit
skiddy?
slippery off the surface. I think it's just gotten onto him a little bit quicker than he expected, but not a bad little innings. 13 off 5 in the context of these 6-over shootouts. Not a bad contribution. The Swedes will be very happy to see him walking back to the pavilion.
Just muttered damn under his breath. Well, this is one of the Zulfiqars. I'm not very good at knowing which one's which because they're identical twins, but I reckon that's Sikandar.
If only they had numbers on the back to let you know who it was.
That would be helpful if we could turn around.
I was going to say I thought it was Sikandar as well, but I didn't get a great look at the number. I think it's Saqib, to be honest. Anyway, he goes high off the bat, not great contact, and it's 2 wickets in 2 balls. So Saeed takes the catch. This is turning into a fantastic over. Sorry, it's Sudas. And this now has 2 for 6.
Well, it was Saqib. Zulfiqar goes back to the sheds, and I think he will be replaced from his identical twin brother. That one swinging away, he was deep in the crease. It just cloths it, doesn't get it in the region of the bat he'd like. 2 in 2, hat-trick ball. Sikandar Zulfiqar. Look, do I dare remind myself?
Do you dare? I mean, he's a man who he's had 1 or 2 successful records.
He has had 2 of the greatest chasers on the network. One was against the Spanish last year where he went ballistic for 90 off 22 balls and got them in the final. But at the Western Shield, there was a game also versus British and Irish Knights where he went crazy and hit a quick fire 70 to get the team a win. He is a very good chaser, and it's good to see him back at Carlton Oval. The Team Europe captain, what can he do here?
Well, if he was a racehorse, you'd say he's got form. And as a hit on a hat-trick. It's been a phenomenal over. And as you mentioned, Corey, wickets sending new batters out to the middle, but they also just created dot ball. So it's a hit, charging in. Oh, ordinary delivery down the leg side. They look to potentially scoop for the 1 in addition.
I'll tell you what the 2 wickets do to the DLS as well, Rhino. So at 3 overs down, they need to be on 53 if they were none down. The 2 wickets mean they now have to be on 54.
Oh,
huge
run.
Huge, 1 run.
Well, the hits just helped them out with the wide. Oh, smash! We've seen this before from Zulfiqar. Sweetly struck straight down the ground.
Look, Sikandar Zulfiqar, he's always in my top 3. He has to be in your top 3. He is one of the great strikers of a cricket ball, and he's back on the Spanish shores. He loves batting out here, and while he's at the crease, the Dutch will believe.
He's a Carlton Oval specialist.
It's a bit better than that, right?
Oh, come on. Still a specialist here. Oh, drifts into the pads. Probably not as cleanly struck, although he still carried the boundary for a Maximo. So that's a great finish to that over for the Dutch after Zahid took a couple of wickets, 19 off it in the end. And the Swedes, just when they thought they might have had some control here, all of a sudden the double Maximo, and the Dutch, they've just got, not saying they've got their noses in front, Corey, but they'll feel much more confident.
Well, the thing is, it's a huge couple of moments for Sweden. If they steal this win, and I will say steal because it's a shortened game, things are going in their favour a little bit because of those permutations, they might lock in a double chance, and that's massive. And obviously the Netherlands, you'd imagine, would regroup for tomorrow, but a lot going on right now.
So much going on as Wood there on 12, about to face up. You'd probably be keen to get Zulfiqar back on strike, but Dutch going at 20 and over. Keeping in mind this is a 6-over shootout, so they are ahead of the run rate at the moment. 70 required off the last 4 balls. Sounds a lot, but he's 2 at the crease. It's a long way from impossible.
At 17 and over, I still think the Dutch are feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. They won't be too worried. They've got a huge batting lineup, a couple of 6s and over.
He comes in. Short and wide, but a late swing takes it out of the arc of Clayton Floyd. He corrects himself with the shadow batting.
Oh, and he just goes, hold on up, give me the specs back. He's called for the glasses. Interesting decision. Floyd, 12 off 5. He'd love to get one out the screws here.
Galani fixes his own specs. Flick of the hair to his work. Oh, he slipped at the point of delivery, which wasn't helpful, and Floyd has not taken pity on him. Elevates over cover for a Maximo.
Yeah, short, wide, and 6 runs. Floyd gets it, 18 off 6 now. They're just getting the boundary every time after maybe a dot. They're staying with it, and that's what they have to do. We're 4 balls away from actually confirming a result, which is also
tremendous for the competition.
It's good for the game.
Good for the game.
No one wants a washout, right?
No, it's what the kiddies at home want to see.
Yeah, plenty of people.
Result-based cricket.
I'm sure there's a lot of people in Sweden and Netherlands tuning in right now. What else would you be doing on what day is it?
Yeah, it's Saturday, I think.
On a Saturday night.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing anything else.
Talking about something interesting at the moment. Not that we don't know otherwise, but anyway. Galani coming in. Good block hole ball. Really good bowling from him. Excellent comeback. I think it's in, and just talking about the Scandinavian region, I've heard there is a thing in Denmark of Taco Fridays, where in the last sort of 25, 30 years, having your family get together, having tacos is a big thing on a Friday night.
Great information.
And that's a full toss, but actually not a bad ball. The low full toss wide of off stump.
Yeah, sometimes that low full toss can always sort of rush you a bit. Might have been a bit closer than we thought, but gets away with it. Here comes Sikander Zulfikar. 12 off 2. Team Europe skipper. All-round good guy.
You love him. You call this one, Corey. You call it.
It's going to be 6. I don't need to call it, Rhino. He's that good. My apologies. 1 run.
Nostradamus Rutgers.
Tell you what, they've pegged it back. If the rain hit, Rhino, the rain's starting to come. 1 ball left to constitute a game. The Netherlands need to be on 53 or more. 54. If
so
this ball goes,
if
this ball goes for 6 and they come off for rain, Netherlands win. If it doesn't go for 6 and they come off for rain, Sweden win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably all academic in a way because rain seems to be holding off for the moment, which is helpful. Galani steaming in. Oh, top edge off the bat. It's flown over the keeper's head, but third man will come around. Baluch not really proactive with the throw. It's just a bit of a mediocre effort. And at the end of the over, so the Dutch 50 for 2 halfway through this 6-over shootout.
Yeah, it gives us a good opportunity to welcome him up to the dream box. We've got the Duckworth-Lewis sheet, we've got rain, we've got permutation, but thankfully we have a game. We actually have got a game. Someone will win this or lose this.
Yeah, and given the rain that we had during that last contest, in which unfortunately we had a game abandoned in the end between Norway and Jersey, this is actually a great outcome, and this was the one. I know a lot of people on the chat were very excited to see this contest today. These two teams have delivered, haven't they, Corey?
Sweden have put good runs on, but can they keep their composure? Because the Dutch are going to keep coming. They've got a very good couple of batters to come also. I've got a tingle. I think this could be a golden ball.
Yeah, I'm not doubting you. I'm not making any judgment on your tingle whatsoever. It's something you might need to get checked in future. But either way, I reckon proper 50-50 game at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to go down to the wires. It looks like spin's coming on.
Gutsy.
Oh, gutsy.
Oh, gets it high of the bat. Fielder coming in from deep mid-wicket. It's sat up there for an eternity, but a very clean catch. It's well done, and I tell you what, particularly for someone wearing a full sleeve jacket out there because of the conditions. Good hit, great catch.
I can't believe it. Sikander Zulfikar is human. He has to go. He skies it. Great catch. We thought it was gutsy to bring the left arm tweaker into the attack. Oh, that's pretty much there. Could have easily been gone out the ground, but it's a wicket. And Sweden just believe a little bit more. He holds onto it like an ice cream cone.
Yeah, they have not stopped believing throughout this entire game, and they are executing really, really well. They've got great confidence in this young man, Advat Darbe. He's only, I think, 16 years of age, thrown into the furnace of ECC 2024, and he is responding. I hope he's also looking after his homework.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe this would be Sebastian Bratt, Netherlands 11 skipper. Skipper's Hermes Cricket Club as well in Schiedam. And here's the rain.
Darbe hits straight down the ground, but he's got that wide of off-stump line, and he's getting dipped. So he's actually, I think, a pretty good strategic selection here. Corey, you're getting something very excited about, something outside the ground.
It is starting to come down that little bit heavier, but I think what the umpires will do in a situation like this, try finish it on field. It's always a nicer touch, isn't it? You can see now on your screens it is coming. This is going to be a game, though.
Short ball,
well bowled.
Not punished by Floyd. It really didn't come off the deck at all.
He slowed that one up. He slowed that one up a lot. Brave bowling, really brave bowling. Dutch, they probably need a boundary at least in this over. They can't afford one of those really slow overs in a 6-over shootout.
Certainly can't. Darby 1 for 2, first half of the over, owned by the youngster. Oh, attempted big swing. Romani coming in. He's moved left, he's moved right, he's moved left again, but somehow it ends up in those gigantic buckets. Comes up with an air swing on the celebration, but it doesn't matter. And congratulations to young Darby. This has been a wonderful over for him. Second wicket, and the Dutch are now 3 down, 52.
Well, we said it was brave to bring the left arm tweaker on, but well done to the young man. And that is an amazingly good catch. It was a steepler. You got rain coming down, under lights isn't easy here. Sebastian Brack goes for 1. And the Swede just pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, but he's 4 down. Bastian Bratt goes back as quickly as he came out, and this could be Sweden's game now. This could be the over that's really turned it. The Dutch won't be out of it. They've still got a couple to go. But as Musa Ahmed, he was the man that identified in the preview as being really important, but his role really has changed this evening, put down to the number 6 spot.
Look, he's a very good player. Made 60 at the Wanderers versus South Africa, faced amazingly talented bowlers there. He likes this matchup. He's got to be brave first ball, go with the spin, and back himself to hit 2 6s here, Rhino.
Figures of 2 for 2. Oh, that's exactly where Ahmed has gone, deep onto the leg side. Not a bad ball from the young left arm orthodox, but he's bowling to a class bat.
It's in the wheelhouse. He'll be slightly disappointed with that. Just got a 2-over pitch. Look, Musa, this is the matchup, lefty versus left arm off spin. He's got to try play a similar sort of shot.
What do you think you do here, Corey? Do you slow it down and try to get it on the tram line?
I'd love to see him do what Toby Britton did before, come around the wicket and go across the other way, change the angle completely.
No, he's not thinking about that at the moment. Does spear it in, brave ball, top edge, 2 fielders converge, and big Sher Ali takes a great catch. He's having an amazing day here at Cardimer Oval, and the beaming smiles of the Swedish team and their management suggest that this one might be in the bag, and a triple wicket over from Advait Darby. Are we seeing the emergence of a new young superstar?
Well, who would have thought the left arm off spin would come on, bowl an over under 10 and take 3 massive poles. He will look back at tonight no matter what happens. They're 3 very big scalps for him to have just in his career. Musa Ahmed goes for a genuine 6 and out. And right now, it's going to take an amazing last 2 overs to see the Netherlands steal this game back.
Certainly will. Got to say, I love the way he bowls, Corey.
Yep.
He's brave, he thinks through what he's doing. It was actually not a bad ball, really speared it in quick just on off stump as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard for 2 teams who certainly didn't have a start that was part of their fantasies coming to Cardimer Oval. Both first up losers, but that will mean they're desperate to get on the board in this game. Corey, your thoughts?
Massive game. Really looking forward to it. Hope the weather doesn't intervene. Some very good players on both those sides.
Thank you for that deep analysis as Gilani coming on for his second. That's an off stump, but just driven, and Floyd really hasn't had too much of the strike in the last few overs.
Yeah, it's one of those T10 innings where he hasn't had the full flow. He 23 off 11 when you're in a chase of 18 and over is probably pedestrian. Just hasn't got enough out the middle for his liking. Rolf Hagen's another good player. Plays his cricket in Excelsior. Look, coming out of this situation is never easy, but can he just hit wildfire and take this very close?
Don't know. Galani being trusted with the second over.
Are you surprised to see Galani get the second?
But tell you what he does. He mixes up his pace and he's able to find the block hole better than most of the Swedish bowlers. So certainly don't mind it. Hagen, He was out there with Zulfikar for the big chase last year. And played an anchor role in that innings, I think it's safe to say. Galani has advertised, finds the block hole, and Hagen just drills it for a 1.
Very good bowling from Galani again. You can't do much with that, especially your first delivery. Unless you're trying to maybe ramp it or get it behind you, not much you can do.
Got to do something.
I'll
Add
find the
some
ball.
room. The rain coming down a touch harder, but it feels like we will get a completed game in here. As much as you can call a 6-over shootout a completed game. Boyd, full toss, drilled out to cover area, and Rubak just parries it, goes for 2, but certainly better than allowing a Maximo.
Well, it's just gotten away from them, hasn't it? Some clever bowling in the last few moments. 48 off 9. It would have to be the picture-perfect ending for the Dutch.
Not impossible, but not far away from it at the moment. Galani responding to his captain's call when he's thrown in the ball for this crucial, because it all happens in the 5th, I think, in the 6th-over shootout. Oh, that's got to be out. He's gone. Excellent reward for what's been a very good over from Galani. And he gets the scalp of Clayton Floyd, and that could be it for the Dutch, save for a miracle in these last 8 balls. And they sit at 62 for 6. And Corey, this has been a tremendous performance all round from the Swedes.
Brilliant job by the Swedes. Obviously, this is a game the Dutch wouldn't be used to, slippery conditions and obviously with the weather around. But the Swedes have gotten on with it. They've delivered with bat, they've delivered with ball, and they're going to get a famous victory for their country. And well, they'll go home tonight more than likely 2-0. Well, what a day.
Oh, what a day for them. All the fans back in Stockholm and Göteborg and Helsingborg, they will be standing in their living rooms saluting this Swedish national team. It's been a great day for the blue and golds.
Probably worth noting as well, because the game is reduced, there's no bonus point permutations. You can't get anything. So I imagine that it would be a 3-1 no matter what for the Dutch.
I suspect so. Yep. I'm glad you're looking at me for this, but I guess that's what happens when Maximo's not in the commentary booth. But anyway, Galani charging in, 2 balls to go. Once again, it's not a bad length, although that's whipped away. It's a pretty good shot from Ahmad, but Galani just doesn't want to give up the Maximos, and he's done his job in this over.
Nice little bit of whippage there from Shariz Ahmed. Good to see him get some time at the middle. This man's worked on his batting a lot the last few years, and he's a genuine talent.
Certainly by the evidence of that shot. 1 ball to go, it's over. So
actually it could turn out to be quite a romping victory.
Good turn. Short of a length, flicked off the hip and nicely timed. Carried the boundary easily. So Ahmad started with 10 off 2. And the Netherlands requiring 38 off the last over. So requiring a miracle and some assistance from the Swedish bowlers. But you never know, Corey, you never know.
Tell you what, 1 wide here and the bowler just feels a bit twitchier. A little no ball 6, 72 on the board, 5 overs down. Credit to the officials, I think, to push through with this. I know sometimes in red ball formats they come off early, but it's white ball cricket.
Yep.
We're here to play. Get on with it. And well done to the officials.
Sensational stuff from them. Joe Foster at the bowler's end for this final pressure-packed over, and finally is, as my boy Saeed Ahmed, as we can at least see the moon, which is a positive sign for a coming game.
Hopefully we get the next one on. Italy taking on Jersey. So last overtime, 38. As long as Ahmed doesn't do anything silly.
I'm surprised not only has he only bowled at this stage, but I thought Ahmed might have been a good customer for the double over, although Galani delivered.
Maybe just said before they walked out he was always going to be the last over. It might have been a coach's plan or a captain's plan, but 5 overs to go to wrap up this sort of shootout 6-over game.
Nice change up. Hagen struggling to get it out of the centre. He looks to scoot through for a second, but after Ahmad hit 10 off his first 2 balls, wisely sends his partner back. So the Dutch 37 off 4 balls, so this is basically in the bag for the Swedes. Short ball. And
Yeah, it's a no ball.
No ball.
Yeah, the second bouncer for the over. And Shariz Ahmed is not the tallest of men, so that's going to be a no ball.
That is true. Saeed, you've probably got to put it on a slightly fuller length because, as you say, he is pretty. He's not a tall man. He's pretty low at the crease.
Just got to be careful here and just stay full for the last 4 deliveries.
Well, he does. Hit up. It's not going to carry, and it's actually a good catch out in the boundary, but it won't matter because of the free hit. He does get the throw back in quickly. Good play all round.
So winding down in what's been a very interesting game, but we look back at the Swedish batting. Well, I told you they would have taken 80-85. I think that was good on a skinny pitch, but to get 109, really impressive batting display.
Certainly was. And then taken off, outside off stump, swung across the leg side. A little bit defensive, Zubak in the field. Good throw, but Hagen manages to scoot through for a double, so he almost manages to get his strike rate up to 100.
Tell you what, Fielder was getting a bit of a spray there for someone that allowed a second run, considering they're going to win by 30-odd runs, but
might never know net run rate.
To be honest, it's always something. Hey, and weather. You never know what the weather will do here.
Oh, that has gone high. It would have taken some catching. It had have stayed in the field, but Hagen launches a Maximo into the night sky. I lost track of that one, but I'm relying on the umpire's signal.
I don't know how he's hit that high. He's hit it behind himself vertically up and somehow got it for 6. So a little.
Tell you what, whoever was down there as one of our ball retrievers wasn't focusing on the play as much as he might. But anyway, final ball coming up. It's been a pretty decent over from Saeed. He's bemused as to how he's gone for a Maximo. His last delivery, that's a fairly ordinary ball, but all he needs to do is just close out the game with a valid delivery.
Time killer, that one. Just needs to come in, get it straight. Hey, watch the Swedes celebrate this. This will mean a lot to them.
It'll mean a lot to them, both in terms of an individual victory, but also in the context of the group. Oh, Hagen hits it high as a bunch of players converging. Saeed wants to take it. Can't complete the cordon bowl, but at least he doesn't bust a finger. And the Dutch go through for a single, and it's a happy Swedish group as they take down one of the big guns, the Netherlands 11. They've come down here with a star-studded unit, and they've been sent packing by the boys in blue and gold.
Credit to the boys in blue and gold. They played a very good 6-over game. Yes, the conditions were tough, but they actually mastered them. They played the spin well, they played the pace well, they put the runs on the board, and I actually thought they executed quite well with the ball. Got a lot of Yorkers in there when they needed to, and the left arm off spinner, well, he came up trumps.
Yeah, Dave and Galani, probably the 2 stars with the ball for Sweden. They had immense overs, and in particular, Dave, the left arm orthodox was an absolute star for Sweden in this one. That's a huge victory in the context of Sweden cricket, because to take down a Dutch 11 that has come here with so many internationally recognised players is a fantastic result. But without dwelling on that too much, we have Italy versus Jersey coming up. Never know, the rain gods seem to be helping us out here, so that one's coming up at 8:30 p.m. Central European summertime. We'll get an update on timing, given this match has fallen much later, so we'll try to give you that as soon as possible. But Corey, this was a fantastic performance all round for the Swedes, but it actually started off a little bit shaky as Nashil Baluch was taken to the cleaners in that opening over.
Yeah, he did get taken around the ground, Baluch, but in the end, they got away with the next sort of overs okay. Kroos came out, played some nice shots, some nice rounds, but then he got one a bit high on the bat and he had to go. And Sweden just had that happy knack of picking up a wicket at the right time and sort of just pegging it back a little bit. It was Sikander and Sakib Zulfikar that came out at 3 and 4, but they never really got going. Sikander got 2 sixes early in his innings before skying one, but just sort of felt that every time the Dutch threw a punch, Sweden would throw 2.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was a great performance all round, and Galani, he bowled a pair of really good overs, so the captain has some confidence in him. Doesn't really do anything particularly surprising with the ball, but just is disciplined. He finds the block hole, but ultimately this was the performance of the evening. The left arm orthodox spinner Advait Dave is quickly positioning himself as a star of this group and a potential future star of Swedish cricket. He was whipped away by Musa Ahmed for a Maximo, but they managed to come back and get Musa to sky one, and it was really well taken by Sher Ali, who was the star with the bat earlier on. And then Galani came back in the 5th, and just when you thought Zulfikar might be the man to keep the Dutch in this game, he was on his way back to the pavilion. Ahmad came out and whipped a couple of boundaries, but in the end, it wasn't enough, and a much-deserved win from the Swedes. And they will be very proud and very happy of their results across this first day.
Yeah, they will be. They go home with 2 wins, and, well, they give themselves a very good chance at the double chance, Rhino. We know how important that can be. Let's have a quick look at the scorecards, shall we, before we wrap this one up. And overall, Sweden, just in all facets of the game, have actually taken this quite impressively. 25 at the top for Floyd, a quick fire 13 for Noah Kroos. The Zulfikars couldn't get going in this one. And 85 for 6, just not enough in the end.
No batter got into the same rhythm as Sher Ali did in the Swedish innings, and it's a hard ground. Come in at the best of times, particularly when that pitch is a little bit moist. The bowlers feel like they're on top, so Netherlands just didn't really threaten after that first over, and they got ripped apart by Darbe, who bowled an impressive spell. But anyway, it was an excellent performance all round from the Swedes. Their batters put a great total on the board, allowed the bowlers to go out there with confidence and freedom. Not a great opening over from Nasser, but he was well backed up, and in particular, Galani and Darbe, very, very good. So Sweden managed to defend the target. They get in the Netherlands 11 to 85 for 6 in this 6-over shootout. So they beat the Netherlands 11 by 24 runs, and very solid victory all round.
Yeah, good game of cricket. Well done to Sweden, who will head home now in the Netherlands 11. I really enjoyed that one, Rhino, but the action isn't over in just over 10 minutes' time, which means we are on a very quick turnaround. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the start of Italy vs Jersey. It's a bye for now.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to a dark but floodlit Cartama Oval here in the glorious Andalucía region of Spain. The region has not been helpful at times today with the rain, but it does seem to be holding off, so we're looking forward to getting a complete game here in the final contest for this evening, and it is a mouth-watering contest at that. Italy up against Jersey, both last start losers in their first game here in Group D, but they take each other on in the final contest. Zayn Nakbi for Italy. Well, they didn't get too much runs from anyone else aside from him. He is an absolute gun with the bat, and looking forward to seeing plenty for him today. Jersey, they're rolling out. Similar to a couple of changes. I mean, there we enjoyed the work from Storm and Stanley Norman in that first game. But as it is, they've also got Barney Aston coming into the 11, wearing the relatively unique 611 jersey. Dylan Katidia, who we didn't see much of in that first game, but some very, very good bowling from Theo Pullman. He was incredibly impressive in the contest against Norway, despite the fact that Jersey were unsuccessful in that rain-shortened game. Well, very well kept the Norwegian bats at bay, but notwithstanding all of that, the supercomputer not so hot on Jersey winning this game, so Italy sees a very, very tasty 69% chance of winning this contest. And I'm sure the boys from Jersey will be looking to make a fool of the supercomputer. The ground seems to be holding up well, despite the fact we have had quite a deal of rain today. Just a quick look at where we stand in the ECC Premier Division Championship week coming up, of course, next week from the 15th to the 19th. This Group D winner will join the Scotland 11, Germany, Spain, and also our defending champions, the England 11. They will be coming to join us in Championship week next week. So it's the concluding stage to the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. And the teams are just entering this cauldron here at Cartama. I can tell you that Jersey won the toss and they elected to field, so they're backing their bowlers to do the job for them under lights. Big call given the power-packed Italian batting lineup, but good to see an attacking mindset from the Jersey team. Got some good variety in that bowling lineup. Hopefully see some spin from Toby Britton at some stage. I think bowlers did well as well, so they should come into this game with a reasonable amount of confidence. Italians started brightly against a strong Dutch side, but things fell away with the bat as they couldn't really deal with the almost exclusively spin attack from the Netherlands. It'll be a very, very different proposition as far as Jersey is concerned tonight. So Chris Carnegie standing up there with skipper Daniel Birrell. Birrell to actually take the new ball here. So the left armer Carnegie started us in the previous game for Jersey. The skipper's taken responsibility for us getting started.
Yes, boys, yes, boys!
Tell you what, there is some anticipation around this ground. As Birrell comes steaming in to get this fifth game started. Nice ball. just sort of making its way back into the batter. Zayden Nakby just gingerly playing one out. And a man who didn't ever gingerly play one out when he played in the ECL a few years ago. Good to welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Corey Rutgers.
Thank you for those glowing endorsements, Rhino. Yeah, looking forward to this. The weather gods are on our side. There was rain forecast for this evening game, but thankfully it's avoided us. I think we might get a full 10 overs in.
Couldn't agree more, Corey. Good to hear your optimistic views as Birrell drifts on to outside leg stump, and Nakby with those quick hands whips across the ball, flicks it down to fine leg, and he gets underway with the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot that from Nakby. He batted very well this morning, didn't he, against the Dutch? He looked pretty complete against the paces, a little bit more at sea against the spin, but he'll enjoy the pace coming on, the skiddy surface. Good to see Birrell bowling as well. He's the skipper, and he's well known for his pace.
Yeah, he's a pretty good bowler. Very repeatable action. A little bit of movement, just lost his shape on occasion. New ball, just swinging a bit more than he expected. Nakby drops onto the back foot, doesn't get a good piece of it at all, and that's a huge wicket in the context of this game. A bit of a heart starter, but Nakby gone, third ball, and we know what happened to the Italian lineup when he departed in game one. That's a huge scalp, and Birrell's got his first, and Italy 4 for 1.
It just got a little bit big on him, didn't it? That's that extra pace from Birrell, and easy catch for Toby Rin. Zayden Nakby, that is a little bit of a, how do you describe that?
Disappointing dismissal from a class player, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I think he's a bit in shock that he just got that high on the bat and he's been dismissed, because against the pace, he's usually very efficient, but he's out for 4, and this is a good start for Jersey.
Yeah, certainly is. It's the one man they would have loved to see the back of, and to have him gone with only 3 balls into this innings puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the lineup. Shivani Sandhu makes his way to the crease. Left-handed number 3, Dastagia, standing at the non-striker's end. Still hasn't seen a ball. Birrell just making a few changes in the field with the left-hander coming on. Very, very heavy offside field around the ring. Just 5 metres to the right of the umpire, a backward point. Short ball, and it is ballooned off the surface. Phenomenal take from the wicket-keeper, Elliot Corbell.
Yeah, brilliant keeping, really brilliant keeping. I thought that was going to be 5 wides for a brief moment. Birrell goes a bit too short, just 1 wide in the end.
I think even that would have been a bouncer for Storm and Norman, all 6'6" of him. He's got a smile on his face, Birrell. Suggests that probably wasn't precisely what he was trying to do. Good length, really jumping off the deck. Swing across the line from Sandhu. Felt a little bit premeditated.
Yeah, got a nice bit of pace coming up here, Birrell, as well. Kissing the wicket and getting that to lift. And well, I was just about to say, Vinny, no, Rhino, this is a big game.
Huge game.
Huge game.
Tell us why it's a huge game.
It's a Saturday night. If you go back to that Sunset Beach Club 0-2, you lose a bit of spice. You don't want to go to level 6 if you're 0-2.
Birrell block hole. Well played in the end by Sandhu, but excellent bowling.
Well, obviously, there's really big ramifications this year in the ECC about the relegation side of things.
So good,
obviously, with 2 teams going down and the Greeks winning the Challenger division going up, we know Malta are already confirmed relegated. Now that everyone's got a point today, Malta are gone. But there's a second team waiting, Guernsey, who will be watching this game pretty closely.
Outside off stump. It's actually a pretty decent shot from Dastagia. My God, it's too late, Corey. I'm struggling to get the word out. But anyway, he hits a 4, and that's helped the Italians after a bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, that one's slightly over pitch and sort of heaves it to the leg side. So that's 1 over complete, and the score is 10 for 1. But yeah, a lot of permutations around this group. Guernsey will be watching it closely, and well, tomorrow night we will know the 2 teams that are relegated as we have a look at where we're going for the rest of the year. Malta, ECS, Spain Encore, and then the ECCW.
How much more will we hear Corey Rutgers for the season?
2 weeks of me in Malta, maybe a snippet of Spain Encore, and I mean like a day or 2 snippet, and then I will finish with the ECCW.
So Rutgers cameo at the Encore as Sandhu lifts that into the night sky. It's a beautiful shot. First Maximo of the game.
Lovely shot. Really lovely shot. Just lifting it over leg side, showing that you don't have to overhit it at Cartermore Oval. Little clip, 6 runs.
Yeah, beautifully played. Just got slightly inside the line. Enough pace from Carnegie. Lifts it backward of square. Beautiful strike. What do you think of these conditions, Corey? I mean, you did such a good job in the last game of estimating what the team batting first would get. What's your sense of the Italians here?
I think they're going to want, I think with the ball skidding on a little bit, sometimes it hurries the batters. I think you take 130 under lights.
That's not a bad shout, especially losing Nakby early. I think they get to those sort of areas. I see it as a win. Wide of off stump, a little bit of late movement. Quite a difficult ball to play that, isn't it? Because you're already flashing wide of off stump, but the late movement can really actually take it out of reach, particularly if you set up outside leg.
Yeah, the batters that are set up on leg stump or slightly outside, it's a nightmare ball. You can't actually reach it. So seeing a lot of batters in this tournament bat on middle and off.
Low full toss, driven to mid-off. Might have been an opportunity there for Storman Stanley Norman if he had it picked up cleanly, but it's a long way down.
Opportunity for Sandhu there as well. That was a low full toss. Looked like he was hanging back for a short delivery. Seemed to be surprised by the low full toss.
One of the key balls in T10 bowling as far as I'm concerned. He just shifting his field. Right-hander on strike now, so putting the man inside the circle from deep backward square. Full ball in the legs, clipped, but keeper Corbell, he's come up with a couple of good plays already this evening.
Yeah, just one more to the total leg by single from the umpire. So Italy, a sedate start. I was impressed with Jersey's 10 overs earlier. Really looking forward to watching Theo Pullman again.
As is all of the rapturous crowd here. Cartermore Oval, some hardy souls who have stuck around. It's outside off stump. Flashing blade, and it'll be enough to take it down for a boundary 4. Bad bowling, though, again from Carnegie. He already had Sandhu playing and missing early in the over with something similar.
That's one spot where I think teams should have that third very fine. I think the ball flies in that vortex, and yeah, it doesn't usually go to a traditional third man's position. It's a lot finer at Cartermore and 4 to the total.
Yeah, I've got to say, I find the angle that they've got him at, he's actually moving a few steps to the right, but angle there at the moment, it's almost a bit of a nothing position with the trajectory of the left arm bowler and the type of balls that he's delivering. As that's struck hard. I think it's cracked Scott Simpson in the chest.
I hope he's okay. I mean, look, this ball is made from Mercury, the planet itself. It is rock hard. It's just really maybe high up on the wrist or the arm. That was hit extremely hard.
Key man in their bowling lineup, so they can't afford to lose him.
He might have done a finger. He might have done a digit here. I hope he's okay. And hopefully he can shake that one off. He is a key player.
Well, he's making sure his hand stays warm in the most temperate part of the body anyway, so sensible stuff from a gutsy player. It's the end of the over, but a little bit of drama there as we have a look at the drama that is engulfing these teams in Group D, and the Swedes have started on fire.
Yeah, big game, because if Italy lose this tomorrow, they have Sweden and Netherlands waiting for them at the top of the table. And imagine the scenes if we're talking about the Italians potentially being relegated.
Incredible stuff, Corey.
Well,
such drama here already at the Cartermore Oval, which will transpire tomorrow.
Here's our man.
Storman Stanley Norman. Gets through the batter with an off-speed ball. So,
actually
big fella
like
running in hard.
I like it when a seamer starts with an off-speed delivery.
I agree. It's a little bit of a thing of people don't want to bowl a slower ball or an off-speed one, first ball.
Why is that?
I think it's just partially trying to get into your over. It's partially thinking, does a slower ball actually work if you're bowling it early in the over? But my thought is always bowl what either the batsman is least expecting or least wants at any given time. And if the batsman thinks you're not going to bowl a slower ball in the first ball, then send it down.
Yep. do what the opposition doesn't want you to do.
Absolutely. So many bowlers as he storm and come in. That's his third dot ball. Really good stuff. So many bowlers at all levels, and particularly in T10 cricket, you see just want to stick to what they want to do, whereas T10 cricket is so much about making sure you're giving the batter what he or she least wants at any given time. Great start for Storm and Norman. 3 dot balls. Oh, it's lofted over the leg side. Brave effort from the fielder, Dylan Kotidia, coming around there from backward square, but he can't stop the boundary. So it's a 4, but doesn't feel like a huge amount of, I guess, vibrancy and atmosphere from the Italian team. Not sure whether they've quite got into this tournament yet, or their emotional investment is just not allowing them to celebrate even the good moments.
The Azzurri Blue, you're absolutely not right, Rhino. They seem flat. I thought their performance this morning was flat versus the Dutch, and that dressing room just a little bit lacking some muster, as that one is clipped pretty nicely back of a length. That's going to go for 6.
Yeah, not a great ball from Storman on that occasion. Previous ball lost a bit of control, went down the leg side, and that one needed to correct and get his line well outside off stump again, but unfortunately Gulam has stepped inside and whipped it with a really nice piece of cricket down to the boundary at fine leg.
Yeah, it's still a sedate power play overall from the Italians, who did have a reputation of bringing some of the bigger hitters around Europe. So Jersey, I think they'll be happy overall with the first 3.
Into the block hole, another good change of pace. He's got some variety in there, and Agent 611, Barney Aston, keeps them from taking the single. Well done. And that is the end of what is a very sedate power play. 10, 12 and 11. Italy 33 for 1 after 3. Corey Rutgers, your thoughts, please.
My thoughts are Jersey happy, Italy not as happy.
That's very deep.
It has been a big 24 hours for myself, Ron. I'd like a little bit of slack here.
Yeah. So talk us, while we're waiting for Simpson, who seems to have recovered from getting smacked with the ball a few overs ago, talk us through what the feeling in the camp was after last night. I guess feelings of celebration, but also looking ahead to the to championship week.
Unfortunately, the celebrations were cut short with logistical issues, with players obviously needing more time off work and
the lights being turned out.
And the lights being turned out. So with the team meetings till about 2:30 a.m.
Is that just reviewing video?
Honestly, it's a logistical sort of situation, trying to get players to be able to return, and also just to have a quick reflection on what was a fun evening last night.
Yeah. Well, Simpson starts with a wide 50-50 call, but I think the umpires punished him for delivering such a poor ball. Representative of the very good bowler that he is.
That's the bouncer used for the over now, so he's going to have to change his tactics.
So Dastagia, he's 15 off 8. These two have been out there for a little while without hitting any great heights. That was a telegraph slower ball. You could see the wrist in a different position, and Dastagia has sat on it and spanked it behind square for Maximo.
That's a nice shot. He's read that. He knew it would probably be off speed after the quick bouncer that was a wide, and he laced it. Just goes with it. 6 to the total, and maybe the Azzurri Blue are building.
Yeah, he really telegraphed that ball, Simpson. You can see the change in the hand position. It's a wet ball, so I guess the bowler's probably a little bit more tentative about late finger movements, so harder to disguise those changes of pace. Simpson under a little bit of pressure here, just showing the ball to the umpire. Got hit a long way.
You know, when they throw the ball to the umpire, do the umpires really look?
I think you just want to see that it's not completely mangled.
He's called it back. There you go.
Well, he is genuinely looking then. So the replacement pill comes from square leg umpire. Swinging away, it wasn't a bad ball, just started a little bit wide of off stump. Getting the ball to talk to Simpson, it's just not making a huge amount of sense at the moment.
Struggling a little bit to get into this over. Remember, this Jersey team missing a few big guns with the bat, so they want to restrict this to as low as possible.
star bowlers for the old Victorians who performed very well at ECL earlier this year. Got a flying top edge, but it's going to take a miracle catch, if for no other reason than it's flown over the boundary for a Maximo.
Oh, that's a coach killer, that one. The old top edge, false stroke, 6 runs, the Maximo. What are you meant to do as a bowler there, Rhino? You've done everything right, but yeah, there you go. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty good seed from Simpson, to be fair, but feels like it's always the way as a bowler. You bowled a couple of poor balls to start the over, and then you finally get one in the right spot. The batter gets a backward edge, and it flies for a 6. And just suddenly you're none for 14 off 2 balls, and then you've been lifted over the leg side. That's really well timed, so successive Maximos, and this is turning into a tragically bad over for Jersey.
This is better from the Italians as well. There was a sedate power play, but right now they're cashing in the 4th over from Simpson. And, well, it's a bit more like the Azzurri Blue we've become accustomed to in the last few years. They are a boundary hitting team, and that expected score now says 1-4-6.
Do love this T10 format, don't they?
Play it all over the country, Rhino.
Pressure back on Simpson, only halfway through his over, and runs are matching the number on his jersey. Outside off stump, that's cracked. It's one of the best shots we've seen tonight. Shortish ball outside off stump, but Dastagia has jumped up on his toes and played a beautiful stroke.
What a lovely shot. A little bit of width, laced, and 4 runs just, I believe. Looked like 4.
No question, Corey. Boundary 4, and it is signalled as such by the umpire. So Simpson's been woken up here, and 24 off his first 4 balls. Big Jersey paceman has got to respond. Dastagia is able to swing it around to, and coming around from fine leg. Got away with one there, Simpson, because it wasn't a great ball.
Did get away with that, didn't he? Well, Rhino, just Jersey maybe getting the Italians off the hook a little bit here with some short deliveries, but they'll still feel that 1 or 2 wickets, 5 back under lights.
Tell you what, given Italy lost Zayn Nakvi 3rd ball, I think it was, if you told them they'd be 58 for 1 just before the end of the 4th, they'd be a mighty happy group, and still not hearing a huge amount of enthusiasm from their tent. Clearly still quite nervous about the outcome of this game, but these two have put them into a reasonable position, particularly Dastagia, 38 of 13. Good in swinger, but managed to lift it. And Theo Pullman comes around, fires in a throw, and Paul Bell wide to throw some acrobatics as Scott Simpson pulls himself up off the turf, both literally and figuratively. It's a very, very tough over from a talented bowler, and thankfully he doesn't seem to have done an injury despite losing his footing on the moist surface. It's the end of the 4th over. Italy 59 for 1.
Yeah, glad to see him get back to his feet and that he's okay. And Italy have that platform now they've been looking for to maybe get around that 150 mark. Big game for them after they were swept this morning from the Dutch. And Jersey obviously need to go home at least with a couple of points under the barrel after the rain did ruin what could have been a pretty good run chase versus Norway.
Yeah, I agree. They weren't that far away. Taking a little bit of confidence from that game. As would Norway, very happy to get their first win. This Group D, but certainly today it's been Sweden has been the story of Group D. Peter comes on to bowl the 5th, floated up, and that's a glorious strike from Sandhu. Ball was in the slot. He's got the weight moving forward, very clean strike, and all of a sudden Italy have raced along to 65 for 1.
What a lovely shot from Sandhu. It's in the wheelhouse and he just clips it straight for 6. So the Azzurri Blue really building into this now, and the more players they get in form before the finals in 2 days, if they do finish in that top 4, Rhino, the better chances they are of maybe causing some big upsets.
I've got to say, given how poor they were against spin in that previous game, I'm very surprised we've not seen Toby Britton yet, as Katita comes up with a slower ball, and Sandhu had about half an hour to work out what to do with that delivery. It was just floated up, sat up, and he's pumped it.
Yeah, he picked it enough, didn't he? He just checked his shot a little bit and he gets another 6 to the toe. So now they're really clicking. They're going quick. First 3 overs did not go for too many. Now the Azuri Blue really flying.
Short of the lane from Katidia. Ball is just going to carry fielder out here at long on. Probably didn't get the greatest piece of it. And Theo Pullman, who's reasonably tall, was positioned on the boundary, but just couldn't get a hand on it. And Katidia has gone for a bunch in these first 3 balls.
Well, Rhino, we're in a little bit of a hot pocket here. That is 7 sixes in the last 9 legal deliveries.
Ooh. Oh, well, it's going to be another one because that is smashed up to the top of the embankment. So Katidia has gone Maximo, 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 Maximo.
Well, are we on for something special here? Rajmani Sandhu's just batting beautifully, picking up the length well, watching the slower balls when he has to, and that is, let me just double check my numbers there. That is 8 sixes in the last 10 legal deliveries, and the other 2 balls, one of them was a 4. So that's 9 boundaries in 10 balls, and all of a sudden, they are motoring along.
This has been some sort of onslaught as Katidia decides he wants to come around the wicket. So he may as well try something different, but he's got to stop dropping the ball just short of a length.
Have you seen 6 sixes in a row live?
Oh, actually, I don't think I have. Well, this one's going to be punctuated by pretty big wide down the leg side. A fair bit of pressure on this young man. It's clearly not an easy time to bowl at the moment, but he's just played into the hands of Sandhu.
Wide down the leg side, so this is real danger signs for the young man. Good keeping there.
It's on his legs.
Oh.
That's a beautiful swing. It's like he's taken a 1-wood out to the practice fairway. Absolutely smoked, and Katidia has 5 Maximos and a wide from this over. 1 ball to go.
Well, Rajmani Sandhu, life doesn't give you many opportunities to hit 6 sixes in over. You feel this is a special moment for him. You got the cameras at Cardimer Oval. Write yourself into the record books.
Absolutely. 43 off 13, so he's now overtaken Gulam Dastagir, his batting partner. Oh, big swing, lost control. It's not going to go for 6, and it's actually a really good catch coming in off the boundary. So Katidia not only avoids the ignominy of 6 sixes in an over, but he finally gets the wicket of the big hitting Sandhu. And tell you what, I'm not saying it's just reward because he bowled a couple of poor balls, but a huge wicket for Jersey.
Oh, what a peculiar over, isn't it? 31 for 1 off the over. It goes supersonic, but he loses his wicket. Nevertheless, the Italy obviously will take that, Rhino, because now they are in a very strong position. Good to see the captain still get around his young player and then get around him. But Rajmani Sandhu, top innings, 6 sixes striking at 307, 43 or 14.
Yeah, and full credit to big Storman Stanley Norman too, who had to make good ground coming in from the boundary to take that catch, and in difficult conditions, good all-round cricketer. So everyone, welcome to the Comms Box. We're halfway through the first innings of Game 5 here in Group D at the European Cricket Championships 2024. Andrew Ryan, Corey Rutgers. Interesting start to this one, Corey.
Yeah, the whole start of Group D has been quite interesting. Obviously, Sweden winning the 6-over bonanza. Norway showed a bit of glimpses today as well. And look, it's only 2 days left of group stage games. That's championship week.
Yeah,
we're into the final sort of few days of this competition.
It certainly is. There's plenty of good cricket to come. The rain looks like it's holding off, so we should be able to get through this final game as much as the conditions are difficult. And we have got a left-arm orthodox spin being introduced, but it's put away for a Maximo first ball, so this 6 barrage continues.
Yeah, I need to look at the numbers, but just in the last, I think, 15 deliveries, it feels like there's been 12 or 13 sixes. It's really, they're on 200 pace. I think after the power play, they were on 33. They're just under 200 pace. So, pretty remarkable comeback from Italy, and Jersey just need to get something rolling.
I had said to them they'd do this without Zayn Naqvi really contributing anything material to the score. I wouldn't have quite believed it. Full toss. I tell you what, Dastagir has missed out. They could have been a Maximo to bring up his half-ton.
Well, Rhino, there were 33 off 3. Off the power play. So they've actually piled on they did pile on another 63 runs in 2.1 overs. Just remarkable sort of pushing and hitting. And, well, can they maintain it, or can Jersey fight back, this young Jersey team?
Britain needs to be one of the ones to give them a little bit of breaks, and he's managed to hit the tram line on that occasion.
I always wonder why batters leave it. Just swing. If you miss it, then it's really well bowled.
Bit of flight from Britain, but gets it into the block hole. So Shko, who's come out there to partner up with Dusty Gear. He's now 5 short of his half century. Italy 98 for 2 with 2 balls remaining in the 6th. Supercomputer heavily favouring Italy at the moment. It's the pads. Very, very polite inquiry, but interest from the umpire.
It's an extremely polite appeal. Looked a little bit straighter than maybe a few people thought, but yeah, Italy dominating at the moment. If they make 150, 160, that's going to be a tall order under lights.
So it will be. Easy time to bowl though. Britain just fakes the bowl. Dusty fakes the little whip around reverse. We'll see some real cricket in a moment. For a second time, Britain's bailed out as he's eventually made up his mind that he wants to change to over the wicket.
Just maybe lost his run up a little bit there, Rhino. Change of angle now. Okay, I'm confused.
Well, the batters just decided that he wants to control the tempo.
Oh, is someone going to bowl a ball? The lights might turn off.
Comes from exceptionally wide, and after all of that, it's actually a pretty good shot from Dusty Gear. He's managed to beat the fielder at cover, no protection for the sweeper back there, and Italy finished the 6th over, 102 for 2.
There's a bit of byplay maybe between the batter and the bowler, but in the end, the batting winning the contest. We look at the scorecard so far, 102 for 2, 4 overs to go. You'd imagine that even if you go at 15s from here, you're going to get 160 odd.
Certainly, they've still got some power to come in that lineup. Joy Pereira there. Archie Singh, both good hitters of cricket ball. Only 2 wickets down in the first 6 overs, which is really, really troubling for Jersey, and it's probably a good move. The skipper, Earl, has decided to bring himself back on. Pretty good opening over. Got the wicket of Naqvi. A few loose ones to finish off. Really do need to get rid of Dastagear in particular. Should go on strike. Swings away to the leg side. That's a stunning shot. Have a look at the technique, the head leaning forward and the arms just whip through the ball for a Maximo.
Oh, what a shot, the old no-look 6. Give me more of that. Oh, yeah, that is a beautiful shot. You want to hang that in the Louvre.
Wonderful stuff.
This is a little bit more like the Azuri blue we expect to see.
Sort of panache.
Panache, good word.
Real short, wide outside. Umpire lets it go. Tough call for the batter.
I'll up you from panache, bravado.
Well, they are showing some bravado, but one has to in these T10 competitions. I'm still trying to get over that no-look 6. That was adding some mustard. A little bit of insult to the bowler too.
Good head position, really.
Oh, tremendous. Birrell just taking his time, trying to work out whether he should have that top button done up or not. Should go on strike. Full ball, pretty good one too.
Yeah, really well bowled. He goes full and straight, just misses the off stump. So good bit of bowling there.
Hints of atmosphere around the ground, isn't there, Corey?
It's a funny one. Yeah, it's I wouldn't say lackluster. I'd say, yeah, just players going through the motions a little bit. They know what's on the line, and I think there's a bit of nervous edge to everyone in this game.
I think lack of noise because the DJ seems to have gone home as Birrell charging, appealing, but the umpire's gone very quickly for the wide signal.
Now, I didn't hear anything myself, but signal to wide. Let's have a closer look. Was there a tickle?
Hard to tell from our angle. Very quick with the wide signal, mate.
I tell you what, this is why this is a big game. You get the win here, right? You're basically almost safe. You got to remember, Guernsey is sitting on 4 points in the danger zone.
You're thinking about this very negatively in the context of the relegation battle.
Yeah, the relegation battle is everything to me right now.
Oh, another almost no-look shot on this occasion. It's a flying outside edge. But it does go for another Maximo, and the procession of runs continues for the Azzurri.
Yeah, that's that thick edge flying for 16. A lot of that over the last few weeks. The ball just flies at Carter over. But yeah, look, the relegation zone's something that I've always wanted. I think cricket needs more relegation. So Guernsey, right now, Sweden are safe. Netherlands are safe. There's only 2 other teams that could potentially go down. It's one of these 2 teams. Ooh. And whoever wins this game, you're pretty much there to be safe. Then Guernsey will be hoping for the other team to lose again tomorrow. It's just a huge contest. As there is another. Honestly, if you're a bowler sometimes, you want to pull your hair out. Only thing I will say, you can have a fielder in that fly spot.
Yeah, well, you can, and particularly, I guess, with the pitch as it is at the moment. As you mentioned earlier, it's just probably more likely to get the thin edge. They've still got third man very wide. They're persisting with that position. Just don't think it's the way forward. Tell you what, Corey, can you smell something burning in the background?
Yeah, it smells like barbecue, hopefully.
Might be Jersey's tournament going up in flames. It's a little bit short of the length. The ball holds up in the pitch, and it goes through for a dot. So that's the end of the 7th, and Italy 119 for 2.
I wouldn't count them out just yet. Let's have a look at what's on tomorrow. That first game, Jersey versus Sweden, is massive.
Tasty.
That's really sad, because then Jersey have the Netherlands 11 after that. So Netherlands 11's a tall order, but we saw Sweden, what they can do. Jersey, they definitely would want to win against Sweden. If they didn't, then they could be in serious strife. For Norway and Italy, they're still trying to push up that table, maybe sneak into second spot. But yeah, plenty to play for, as that is our sort of last group day of Division D. Group D, I should say, and then we have the finals for Group D.
Plenty to play for.
Are you a bit
even group here, isn't it?
Are you a bit astounded that this man is only coming in now? Theo Pullman.
I don't know. I can understand wanting to keep him for the back end. He's the best block hole bowler that they've got.
Maybe the best Yorker bowler in the world after what I saw today, but I think they could have brought him back a bit earlier.
Oh, hits the pad. It's not a bad appeal. It's swung in quite a long way from outside off stump. It's a leg by, so Dastagear still doesn't have his half century. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad shout.
Swung quite a lot. Was it going down leg or was it getting a piece of leg stump? You tell me, Rhino.
I don't know. Anyway, 50-50 call, but great bit of bowling from Pullman. They changed the finger position on that. Dragged it down the leg side. It's beautifully played by Shigo. Doesn't he play some good shots to that region?
Yeah, it looks like he favours that leg side as the ball went over 45 fine legs. Sort of keeps that head down again, just lets the hands go through the ball. So
I guess the head is very still when he plays it.
I love watching that. The head is extremely still, favouring that leg side. Big score.
Shot. He's given them some impetus in the middle of the innings, 23 off 9. First time Pullman's been dispatched in the tournament. Goes for the big in-swinger, and despite Shiko charging down the wicket, it still goes for a wide.
Yeah, he's getting it to swing under lights here,
isn't he?
It just needs to maybe start a little bit wider of the off stump.
See what he's trying to do, but at the same time, he had a lot of success just really angling the ball in a little bit more in that first game. Just trying to find the block hole. It's a little bit of an off-speed in-swinger. Comes in with the nifty footwork. Graham Lasso would probably not be so proud of that effort, but either way, they'll be happy to just have only one added to the total.
Just one more. Once again, just sort of shanking the goal.
Nice change up. Executed a few times in that last game. 7 on 3. Good in swing up into a difficult spot, and athletic fielding down there at fine leg on the 30.
And not a bad over this from Pullman, and that's 50 up as well. So Stagia, well batted to him, and well, the man with the specs has done a good job for the Azzurri tonight. A little bit frustrated he didn't get that one away to the boundary, but 50 off 19. And look at the wagon wheel. Talk about not going in front of the wicket. Huge fan.
Especially in these conditions, it's probably not a bad way to go. He steams in, full toss, whipped away. What a sensational shot from Chico. He is playing some cameo here.
Yeah, once again, he's that lovely head position, just doesn't lift the head or follow the track and to track the ball. Watch his head, just stays completely down at the point of contact, 6 runs.
Beautiful shot. Tell you what, I would not be straying anywhere near his pads. 29 off 11. And Corey was calling on Pullman to bowl earlier, but he's gone for 14 off 5. Beats Chico on the last ball, gets his line a better spot. So an interesting over there. 135 for 2 Italy and 2 overs to go.
2 overs to go, and they really are looking at a big score after what was quite a sedate power play. 33 off the first 3. The last 5 overs have gone for more than 100. Andrew Ryan is loving all the action.
It's compelling viewing here at Cartermore Oval. Late into a Saturday night. Couldn't think of anywhere you would much rather be on the coast of Malaga than out here under lights at Cartermore.
Just hope the
Italy
rain
putting
stays
on a
away.
show.
No, for this one it will. For the next 2 days, though, I really hope it stays away.
Here. Seems to be a little bit less comfortable swing around the leg as Stormin Norman almost manages to swivel around to awkwardly get onto his right-hand side and not far off with the throw.
Yeah, direct hit actually would have been out, so fair enough to throw it. Got that one to swing away just a little bit as well. Can they finish this 2 overs strongly, Jersey, and then take some momentum with the bat?
Big swing away to leg side. I mean, he's seen what's happened to the bowlers in the last few overs when you drift onto Chico's pads. That was a poor ball. He's a better bowler than that.
Yeah, he is a better bowler than that, but obviously just a mis-execution that time. And when it's on the pads of this man, he looks very comfortable indeed.
It's a sweet time of ball on the leg side. Still not too many smiles in the Italian camp as they look pensively on. Yeah, be seeing this giant of a man. Maybe they're worried that the food won't get delivered since they're playing the late game. Who knows? Should go on strike. Oh, flicks it to leg, and that's another glorious shot. He's putting on an exhibition here at Cartermore Oval. The leg side striking.
I think we could clip all these sort of leg side pickups, a bit Mark War-esque if anything. Lovely to watch.
Love it. Really is a beautiful stroke that he plays to that side. The aesthetics are so nice. He's raced away to 39 off 14, and Storman's got a few questions to answer here. 21 off 1.3. Started well with a good opening over, but drifted the leg a few too many times here. That's a better line. The strike goes right up in the air, and it's actually really well taken. It's Agent 611, Barney Aston. Call off the school audition group because there's no room in the percussion section because the snare has been taken.
Oh, tell you what, Rano, Agent 611's actually caught this with the one hand. That's how good he is. He could have gone with the 2, and he goes, I don't need to. Right in the right, Duke. Well done.
Did he even need palms? He's essentially just used his digits, which is fairly appropriate for a man wearing 3 of them on his back. Chico, he goes for 39 off 15. Caught by Agent 611, bowled by Stormin Norman. And that is a combination I think we were hoping for at the start of the game. I was wondering where Agent 611 was in the field because he was making an impact early on. But I tell you what, he's a good man to have under a high catch. Stormin comes striding in again, but Pereira has launched his first delivery for a Maximo. Quite a statement from the skipper.
Joy Pereira, he is built like a house, a certain type of house. And tell you what, when he hits it, it stays hit. So just chips it pretty calmly for 6. And the Italians are facing the pace compared to the spin this morning. You don't look like a completely different unit.
Thoroughly enjoying it. one of those earthquake-proof houses that stands up to whatever conditions are thrown at it. And the young pace bowler from Jersey isn't going to send any concerns Pereira's way. Another big strike, great timing. Swings it for the double Maximo. And it has all happened in the ninth. The great catch followed by Maximo. And the Italians at the end of the ninth are threatening to put a mega total on the board.
Yeah, this has just blown out. It really has. You've got to remember, it was 33 after 3 overs, and some of those economy rates have gotten away. A lot of players bowling 1 over as the skipper's looking for some option. Rhino, after the power play, it has been an array of sixes. In total, we've had 18 sixes.
Oh.
They're really going here. They're looking at 175. And tell you what, we know it's a young Jersey team, but they don't want to get swept here. This 1 point could be massive.
How massive could it be?
The difference between playing Challenger Division and Premier Division next year.
A lot riding on Pullman's shoulders. Swung in from outside off stump. Better line from him. And it's a really good stop from Katidia at the backward square leg position. Might have gone through for a 4 if his hands hadn't been so clean.
I've enjoyed their fielding though. I love these young fellas. They're always throwing their bodies on the line, doing everything they can to stem the run rate.
Check where Agent 611 is. I think he could make an impact. He's 10th. He's down there at third man on 30. Pulling swinger is Pereira. Drives gingerly. Taken just for the 1, so Carnegie fairly conservative with the fielding, but doesn't get punished.
Just 1 more to the total there, Rhino. 4 to go.
Such pressure on these young men. They're doing their Bailiwick proud.
They're utmost.
They really are. Pullman charging in. Big swing across the line from Dastigia. And he's actually found the gap. Well, it's unfortunate for Pullman because he managed to generate the mistimed shot, but unfortunately didn't have his sweeper coming around. And so it feels like Dastigia has been sort of around the 40 to 50 area for quite a few overs, but his partners have just been hitting at such a rate.
It feels like the rub of the green hasn't gone Jersey's way as well. I think there's been maybe 4 or 5 bloom top edge sixes. Even that shot there, that's nowhere near the middle. It goes away for 4. So sometimes the luck's got to be on your side as well.
Big hooping in swing up, flying down to fine leg, but they have got fielder down there as Toby Britton fields dynamically on the fence.
He's okay, young man. So just the hamstring there a little bit.
Hamstring balls at his age should be reserved for
they play that much
men
cricket.
of our vintage.
They play that much cricket these days, these young men. Injuries are bound to happen.
Pereira on strike, 2 balls to go. It's pretty good bowling from Pullman. Back to that block hole length.
Tell you what, he's done another good job. 2 overs at the death, 22 off 11 balls. Fantastic effort.
Great development for him, isn't it? Having the responsibility of bowling the final over for this Jersey attack. Good job. Dastigia get the last bite of the cherry. Full toss. Struck well, and Birrell actually does very, very well on the boundary. That ball was travelling at a rate of knots. Got a smile on his face. Might have been one more of concern beforehand, but they fought bravely, Jersey, but that is a power-packed batting display from the Italians, Corey, and you talked about it earlier. They went on a Maximo barrage in the second half of that innings.
Yeah, just after the power play, they seemed to click. The 4th over off Scott Simpson went for 26, and then the next off over went for 31, where Rajmani Sandhu almost lit it up with 6 sixes. And overall, a good effort from Jersey to close out the back overs and limit the damage, but I think the Italians found their batting boots under lights, and they will go into the second half well ahead.
Your thoughts, Jersey? Can they chase this down?
Look, I don't know enough about this young lineup. Maybe if someone clicks, they've got a shot, but it is going to be a tall order.
Yeah, it certainly will be, but it all started so well from them. The skipper, Birrell, took the first over, and the main man, or that we thought was the main man in the Italian lineup, Zayn Nakbi, just calmly potted one straight to the hands of the fine leg fielder on the 30, but didn't take long for Sandhu, the left-hander, find his range. Got lucky on a couple of occasions. Carnegie actually didn't bowl a bad over there. Simpson, I think he was somewhat hindered in his over because his hands were still recovering, but ultimately the Italian side with Dastagia opening up after the first few overs, they got off to a flyer after a couple of quiet overs to start with.
Yeah, they did, and there's a lot of shots probably down the leg side, besides maybe that one that was smacked over the offside. That probably tell you a little bit about the line they were bowling and the lengths they were bowling, and this was the over that sort of just swung the tail of the tape. Rajmani Sandhu stayed deep in the box, got the elevation, 5 from 5, and we thought he was going to write his name into the history books.
Yep, well, he tried to, but then he was actually undone by a good piece of bowling from Katidia. And Storm and Norman came in off the boundary to complete the catch. I tell you what, I thought that Toby Britton could have been more of a factor today, but the man who was a proper factor with the bat, Dara Shikov, came in and just launched some of the most glorious shots over the leg side we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, the old no-look shot. I think the wagon wheel was backwards tonight, Rhino. All the shots behind square were quite incredible. Storm and Norman did come back. This was Agent 611 with the one-handed sort of grab. And good, nice moment for the young man. And overall, they tried to peg it back, but the Azuri blue got ticking.
Yeah, they certainly did. Even Joy Pereira came out there at the end. He is a meat-axe with the bat. So they finished strongly. They went through the middle overs strongly, and unfortunately, the Jersey bowling attack didn't have too many answers to the problems that were posed to them through that innings, and the Italians have put a hefty 167 on the board. It could have been worse if there hadn't been a good over at the end from Theo Pullman, but having a look through the card, the early loss of Nakvi didn't worry them because Dastagia got into his work quite quickly, but Rajmani Sandhu bombing 5 Maximos off poor Katidia's over, and then Shiko came in and blasted from then on. Corey, that Jersey bowling lineup, not too many good stories.
Yeah, surprised Carnegie didn't get a second at the top there. I was really impressed once again from Theo Pullman, but I think they brought him back a little bit too late. And a couple of wickets shared. Stanley Norman, our big man, Storm and Norman got one. But at the halfway stage of this one, Italy on 167 for 3. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Good evening, European cricket fans. It's Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network, joined by the illustrious coach of the Spanish national team, Mr. Corey Rutgers, on commentary for our 5th and final game here at Cardimer Oval. It is Group D of the European Cricket Championship, day 1, and we have the final clash here between Italy, who have put 167 for 3 on the board of their 10 overs. They have set a mountain of a chase for the boys from Jersey, a young squad from the island nation. Fair bit of pressure on them. They will have to get off to a flying start. But the Italians have come out with a spring in their step. Very good hitting from a variety of batters in that innings too. As we mentioned, their main striker, Zayn Nakvi, was out early at the top of the order, but the opener, Dastakir, played very, very well, and Rajmani Sandhu, the left-handed number 3, came out swinging 5 Maximos in 1 over before he was dismissed, and then Shiko took up the attack. A couple of beautiful shots, but they're not out of this jersey. They will need to get off to a flyer, take the most as they can out of the power play. Looks like it is our cult hero, Storman Stanley Norman, is going to take strike, and Daniel Birrell, the skipper, is at the non-striker's end. San Ali, left arm paceman, is going to take up the attack for the Italian team. A couple of early incisions here, and Italy will feel they can get on top of this Jersey team. Jersey having to go hard from the get-go, even if it's just for getting the bonus point. It's quite a chunky chase that they have here. So requiring 16.8 runs per over. Against a pretty decent bowling attack. So Hassan Ali was steaming in to bowl the first ball, but not for the first time. We've had a bowler pull out of his run-up, who never backs away from his obligations. Joining me in commentary, Mr. Corey Rutgers.
I like obligations and I like delivering. Here we go. Interesting. Can they get this 168?
Storman flicks it off his hip. First ball. Maximo, well, maybe Ali wish he had it pulled out of his second attempted delivery. That's a beautiful shot from Norman.
He's got that extremely fine. Well, just maybe a back of the bat job. I'd like to have a closer look. I don't know how he's got the ball that fine. It's flown over the keeper's head, basically. We've had a lot of Baximos tonight, haven't we?
We have. Interesting for the Italians, there is no one in the fine leg area whatsoever. They've got deep backward square, but let's not missing them in the dark as Storman Norman swings high over the offside. It's a beautiful shot. I think he's started with consecutive Maximos. We'll have to have a quick look at the replay. We've lost it in the sort of darker part of the ground out there, but great start from the young man.
Yeah, nice. Opens the face and guides it over point, and that's going to be 4. 1 bounce 4. So a 6 and a 4 to start. And against Norway a little bit earlier today, they didn't really get motoring straight away. This is a much more productive start.
Certainly is. A couple of ordinary deliveries, though, from Hassan. Pretty good paceman, but first one down the leg, and that one really allowing Norman to get his big levers out there as he does again. Oh. That is a shot. Rockets off his bat. And so he started with 16 off the first 3.
Where has Storman Norman been my whole life? What a man, what a player. Over pitch, shot. Lovely shot.
this might have changed from a storm into a proper hurricane. He's timing the ball beautifully.
You know what might suit them here is that it's a big chase, right? So you've only got one way of batting. There's no sort of in-between, I've got to nudge a couple or whatnot. It's go out there, get on with it, and win this game, and you never know if you don't give it a go.
It's inspirational chat from Corey Rutgers. I'm sure the Jersey boys could have done with that pep talk, as that's a good reply from Ali, but a steepling bounce off the Cardamom surface. Left armour pushing it across the right-hand bat.
That's better length. It's a heavy, hard length, and if you're late on that, you might get that top edge right into the night sky. So Hassan Ali's got a lot of experience. He needs to deliver here for his country, given another opportunity in 2024 ECC.
Oh, hard swing. It's probably going to land safely. In fact, it goes very far, carrying the boundary comfortably. And Storman races to 22 off 5 balls in the over.
168 seemed like it would be far away, but now it's already down to 146, much more manageable. A big over really sort of cuts into the chase, and with all the bonus point sort of situations around as well, this is a dream start for Jersey.
Certainly is. Skipper must be ecstatic standing there, almost motionless at the non-striker's end. Full ball. It's actually really well bowled. Little tap of the pitch. Disappointed that he couldn't get some bat on that delivery, but either way, it's been pretty good first over for Jersey. 22 for none.
Breathe life into this game. Supercomputer does give them a 1 in 5 shot from here. Well, something that's been upsetting everyone. 198 games since a golden ball, Rhino.
198 games on the board, 198 games.
We took a few beers.
Well, let's not continue that one. But anyway, yeah, not sure that this is going to be the golden ball. 168 is the target. That's a long way for Jersey to go.
It would be one of the higher golden balls we've ever had on the network.
Has Maximo calculated the average gold, or maybe even the median golden ball figure?
That's a great question. He'll be listening somewhere. He'll be listening. Him and Rico, I'm sure they're still tuning in. They've left us the keys to the castle.
Give him a WhatsApp, Maxi, as Arslan comes in for the second over. Oh my goodness.
Hit it. I wish they never got rid of that rule.
Wouldn't it be great to see Birrell charging 30 metres down the track and just smacking that golf style?
It's actually quite difficult to do, bowl it backwards. It's really difficult. He's done it really well there.
Found a good length, actually.
I wish that you would still be allowed to hit it. Why not?
So take 2 goes a little bit better. Well, it's not really. It's a full toss. And Birrell has, unfortunately for Jersey, found the outfielder, but he's put it down. That wasn't, in all honesty, that difficult to catch. The parabola was much more friendly than some of the really sky-high balls we've had today. And Sandhu, who batted so well earlier on, we're going to get a fantastic view of it. Moved comfortably. In fact, didn't have to move too far at all.
Yeah, not very happy with sort of how slow he was going towards the ball.
They're just going to check the no ball here.
Yeah, they want to check the height.
Storm and Norman just waiting down the striker's end, and looks like going to continue, so no ball, but
just those first few steps from Ramjamani saying just lazy, just sort of walking towards where the ball was. These are the little things that you've got to be excellent if you're going to beat teams here.
Laissez-faire stuff as Storman gets an outside edge. Well, they did without a fine leg in the first over. They've decided to buck convention and not bother with the third man on this occasion, and Storman continues to take strides forward.
Yeah, he does. Look, a thick edge this time that balloons away for a 4. And I just think that's a region you've got to think about covering. But good start from him. 27 off 8 balls. Don't count him out.
Certainly not. Pretty bright start from Jersey. Full ball in the stumps and whipped away with some power. That's actually a really good cricket shot. Norman whipping it off his pads. Great strike for 4.
Well, you look at this man here. He's tall, 6 foot, probably 11, and he's opening the batting. He's bowling at decent speed. I think Jersey have another young cricketer that if they blood him, give him a lot of time, he's got a good career ahead of himself.
Getting Julius Samaroa vibes from this young chap. Oh, full ball, and he's gone and obliterated it into the night sky. Don't break your necks looking up for that one, Italy. It ain't coming down for a while.
Oh, well, it was a full moon up there and he tried to take it down. That was crunched, really crunched. He's got a lovely swing of the blade, doesn't he? Looks like he's on the 4th tee, and that was right up to our spring media crew.
Oh, they would have had a few shaky legs up there, I suspect. Glorious shot, as you said, Corey. He's just got such an elegant swing of the bat. If he hit that on his home ground, might have knocked it off the island.
Might have sent it over to one of the other islands. What a good start this is for Jersey. Game on, Rhino.
Isn't it? 37 for none. Slam 15 of his over so far, 2 to go. Oh, that's not a great ball, and intelligently played by Norman. He hasn't tried to overhit it, just beat the 30-metre circle, and he raced along to 40 off 10.
I have to admit, when he batted earlier today, he looked maybe a little bit more rusty than this. He is batting really nice. He's judging the length. He's playing some cricket-educated shots, and he's raced into the 40s. Looking at a 12-ball 50, maybe.
Certainly is.
Well, that's crazy when you say it. 12-ball 50.
Jersey, great, they're going. Might chase this down in 8 overs. Could they go for the bonus point within 7? Storman makes sure he gets the strike back for the next over, sprints through. Really keen to not let his captain get anywhere near the strike. He's only faced 1 ball, but that is a flying start, Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. These two teams rooted at the bottom of the table. Obviously, Sweden take a surprise lead to the top, but yeah, a loss here for either country makes it very difficult going into tomorrow, and also with the permutations that Guernsey are watching and hoping, I guess, not to get relegated. One of these two teams will be fighting up against them.
Just a little bit of an update in the YouTube chat. Okay. So I thought there was probably only one way of interpreting our nickname of Storm and Norman, and that relates to the heavy weather system that sometimes comes with lightning and wind and rain. Dave B has gone for the alternative of the Storman Norman, as in a person who looks after a retail store. Dave B, your alternative thinking knows absolutely no bounds. Singh coming in to play a good tune. It ain't getting any better for Italy though, as Storman or Storman Norman whips it off his pads. He goes along to 45.
Rhino, remember before, maybe about 40 minutes ago, you just said that the dressing room for Italy was a bit lackadaisical. And again in the field, there's not much energy, there's not much voice. I don't know, there's just not the Azzurri energy I know from the past.
No. Not sure why. Late evening, but under lights, they should have a bit of buzz about them. Seeing short of a length. Norman pops it up. It's going to drop, although it's a fantastic effort coming from the outfield. And, well, he didn't make the greatest effort on his first catch, Sandhu, but he's thrown himself full length. Only just missed the ball, and Norman races along to 49 off 13, and Jersey already at the 50.
Yeah, 50 mark up in 2.2. That is a rapid, and that's better. Good effort from Sandhu out there. But while he's there, tell you what, Jersey are in Dreamland. He's 49 off 13. This is a bit like Mohamed Baba and Daniel Doyle last night.
Big wide down the leg side. So pressure dial just turned up on the Italian bowlers. Zane Nakvi with the gloves. He's just holding his hands out. Doesn't feel like this the sort of unit that sort of goes and pats the bowler on the back, gives him a little bit of a chin up. Seeing stop this charge from Norman. Big swing, and he's made good enough connection, and what a way for this young man to bring up his half century. We've unearthed another gem here at the European Cricket Championships. That is some magnificent hitting, Corey.
Oh, I think Jersey have found themselves another young star. Look out for him in years to come. 5-6s, 6-4s. Look at the wagon wheel. Perfect.
Well, it's a great wagon wheel because he's also hit one directly straight and directly over the keeper's heads. Love it. It's responsibly played. Didn't pick the slower ball immediately, but he hasn't given away his wicket. Got to say that it's hard to say when you're chasing 1, 6, 8, and 10 overs, but they're actually a little bit in control of this chase at the moment.
They seem calm. He's picking the right deliveries. Obviously, we haven't seen too many other batters face a ball, though.
Short ball, short arm jab, and he's probably lucky he didn't get a full piece. He's dropped about 5 metres in front of Sandhu, who is certainly in the action at the moment.
Look, in a big chase like this, Rhino, you can always have one player going to hit it, but you probably need two to click. Yeah, Stormer Norman's not going to hit 140 not out himself. He needs someone else to go. Birrell, he's been sent up the order to throw the long handle. Can he get going? Only his second delivery in the power play.
Singh puts it slightly just short of a length. Birrell's got a better part of it than I expected, and oh my goodness, it's all falling apart for the Italians as Mohamed Arslan trucking back from the 30-metre circle has not only dropped the catch, but he's managed to kick it over the boundary.
He's dropped it onto his left foot and kicked it for 4, and I know the Azuri Blue love their football, but that is a big mistake, and you look at the consistency, 3 magical overs to start, and well, pretty remarkable, isn't it? Look at the power play comparison.
Almost 30 runs ahead at the same stage. This has been a phenomenal start from Jersey. Good for the skipper to get a little bit of confidence on that last ball as well. Wasn't the cleanest strike, but he'll be happy to at least feel like he's contributing something to this partnership. He's almost been like the at-home spouse who's just waiting for the productive moneymaker to come home in the evening.
Are you a little bit in shock at this start?
I am, but I'm so proud of Stormer Norman.
He's a fan favourite.
What he's putting on display here, he's turning into a cult hero of the European Cricket Championships.
Well, what does he do against the spin? Shaminder's going to come into the attack. We saw left arm off spin work only an hour ago for the Swedes.
Oh! He answers that question unceremoniously as he's pumped him onto the football field. That's a huge strike.
And he's enjoying it. A little wry smile there over pitch, and look at the flourish with the bat. Great bat swing, and well, Jersey, what a start to the run chase.
Well, I didn't actually think that was a bad ball from Shaminder, but Storman gets the levers out. Can be beaten in flight and still adjust. Short ball, jumps off the pitch, and Naqvi doesn't take it cleanly.
They probably have been very guilty of bowling quite straight to him. Everything's been in the arc. They haven't bowled much wide of off stump, so need to adjust their lines, and they need to switch on, the Italians.
Yes, if they do bowl wide of off stump though, ain't no fielders out there around the point region. He does play, he plays that forward pull that you have a great liking for, Corey.
Yeah, the modern day player. That might have been an opportunity though to go square because there isn't really a sweeper through point. But look, like I mentioned, Birrell is only facing the 2 balls, needs to get going also.
It's flayed off the outside edge, but it's found the gap. And he's done exactly what we talked about. He's played it genuinely on the offside. And because of all the fielders standing straight, so we've got one at cow corner, one at long on, one at long off. It's just only so many outfielders that you can have around the place, and they've decided to go with cover. But the length that Shaminder's bowling, geez, I don't know, I think that fielder going square towards points probably the better option. Short ball, it's cracked straight, and Birrell's got a decent enough piece of it. It will skip off the turf, and Jersey are absolutely flying.
Well, they need to go up 15s from here, and they've got 15 already off this over, so they're finding the boundaries consistently. They're playing good cricket strikes. There's no slogging here, just watching the ball, reading the line, and hitting the gaps.
Oh, Birrell moved along to 13 off 4. Final ball of the over. That's a better delivery. And it's defended sensibly. And it's good play from Birrell. No point giving away your wicket to a good pill. especially when you're 77 for none after only 4 overs.
Yeah, so 77 on the board. They're going just under 20s. Everyone probably in a little bit of shock. This young batting lineup showing what they can do. And well, if the Italians don't switch on soon enough, Rhino, we could be on for a massive chase under lights.
This is turning into quite a game, Corey. I think a lot of people would have thought that the Italians had battered the Jersey team out of the game, but particularly for so long as these two are around, there is life, there is hope, there is the possibility of a miracle chase. 91 needed off 36 balls. It's down to a quite manageable 15 and over in the context of what we've seen in this tournament, and particularly given they haven't lost a wicket yet. 50-50 game according to the supercomputer. Short balls, good bit of lift from Sandhu.
A good area that. That's where they haven't bowled too much to this young man. Got that to swing away and a good bit of kiss off the wicket. So nice start to this over for Italy. Going to keep some sort of consistency about it though.
Mind you, Corey, he bowls that length. He has not got third man on the boundary. And there's no one in that point or square a sweeper position. Norman only needs to get bat on it. Can't beat the infield. Still looking to take the one, but he's sent back. So 2 dots to start this 5th over.
2 dots to start. 4 balls landing in this over. They'll still need to get at least 2 boundaries in them, you'd think.
Norman just counting all the Maximos that he's struck to date. 63 off 21. Oh, good ball. That was good from Sandhu too. That one was slightly pitched up, so wasn't telegraphing that Norman had the opportunity to play the uppercut to the shorter delivery.
It's actually getting the ball to talk. It's getting it to swing quite late. So it's amazing how quickly this game can shift. 3 deliveries, 3 dot balls, and all of a sudden Italy feel like they've got some control back.
Need to panic though. Oh, there's some bat on that, but it's still a dot. And this has been a phenomenal over from Sandhu. No runs so far, 4 balls into it, and Jersey didn't need this at this stage of the game after their flying start.
Yeah, clever bowling, actually angled that one a little bit back in with the seam position, no away swing, and sort of went on with the arm. So 4 dot balls, top over from this man on your screen.
Great ball in the context of what he delivered to date. Oh, change of pace. It's gone flying over the top. They've left that third man area vacant. It's come back to bite them, so not the cleanest shot he's hit all night, but Storman finally gets some runs off this over.
Yeah, he does get some runs. It's not the most conventional shot you'll ever see, but it doesn't matter. He's due some luck as well. Just inside the rope, 4 runs.
It's a good call from long distance from Corey Rutgers. Big balls coming up here, Corey. We're almost at the halfway mark, and Jersey are not far off being halfway to this chase.
Long way to go. Long way to go.
Good ball. Lock hole length, so Norman can only drive it down to Singh at the long off position. So that's a pretty phenomenal start from them. 82 for none after 5, but an excellent over from Sandhu has allowed some form of control from Italy. Great to have you on board with us, Andrew Ryan here. My good friend Corey Rutgers. Corey, this has turned into quite a meaty contest.
Yeah, I think at the halfway stage we thought the Italians with their bowling depth and the big Hassan Ali would come out here and maybe steamroll this young Jersey side. We know it's a different look side because of the amount of cricket the country's been playing. But credit to Storm and Norman. Birrell's doing a good little innings as captain. They've got a shot, right now.
Got more than a shot here. No wickets lost in the first 5. These two could stick around. Swing across the lines. Pretty good contact from Norman, but can't beat the field. They've got a very, very straight fielding corps on the boundary here.
This is where he probably needs a bit of help from Birrell. He's just maybe lost a bit of touch in the last 6 deliveries, has big Norman. But can Birrell get going? Really get going? He's only faced 5 balls remarkably out of 31.
It's just been incredible innings on many fronts. Ahmed coming in, and Birrell's just probably tried to hit that a little bit too straight, but it's actually a good line from Ahmed. Every time there's a dot, the pressure builds immeasurably on Jersey. there will probably come a time when maybe the more important number for them is to look at the bonus point of 117. They'll just drive straight with a good amount of contact, and they'll keep it to the one. So it feels in the context of this game like it's been an eternity since a Maximo's been struck. Now needing 84 and 27. Context. Norman has 69 off 26. Steps away to leg. Magnificent batting. Just hasn't quite got the firm contact that he needed. I thought off the blade that was going to fly to finally.
It's amazing how quickly the game changes. A good over from Sandhu. 4 deliveries from Ahmed have only gone for 3 runs. That was the right option. There's no 45, no fine leg, but I think it got more glove than bat. And right now, the last 10 deliveries have all gone Italy's way.
Just needed a tickle. Bad shot from Birrell, good contact, and he actually beats the fielder at long off. So first boundary in a while, particularly the first one off the meat of the bat. Not of approval from his partner.
Not of approval, out the sort of spliced middle. Wasn't flush, but got enough of it. And 89's just hanging in there, aren't they? That run rate requires just gone a little bit high for their liking, I'd imagine.
To get the Maximos flying, but at least that will help. Oh, big swing, carved out through the offside. Not particularly elegant, but it's effective from Birrell.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that the Italians haven't sort of clogged up any of that area. Backward point or third, there's a lot of balls flying down there, and that was very close to going for 6. So it'll be a 4. Another over is complete. And they're just hanging in there, Jersey.
There or thereabouts. Need a flourish in these remaining overs. But once again, for so long as this opening partnership is there, they've put 93 on the board. 6 overs to date. Norman, 70 off 27. What an innings from this young man. And Daniel Birrell, 22 off 9, giving him good support. Norman's just got to find his rhythm again, just sort of guilty of trying to overhit the ball in the last over and a half. And this is a pretty good move from the Italian skipper, getting Sandhu back at the bowling crease.
Yeah, look, he had rhythm last over, and sometimes a bowler wants to keep that rhythm going. So huge over in the context of the game. Can they get some runs off this man?
Interesting last 24 balls. Oh, good delivery. Norman only just gets battled and only just gets it over the top of the stumps.
What a spell this is from Rajmani Sandhu. He's got the ball on a bit of a string.
That's good bowling from him. None for 5 of his 7 balls so far. Just to add to the flashing shots that he played with the bat. Some stunning batting. 5 Maximos of 1 over. It's another good ball. Sandhu ends up on his backside, slipping over in his follow-through, but punches it for a single. Tell you, if you're Jersey, and this is looking harder and harder for them, probably just regret those couple of overs that sort of went around the 30 mark, because if they keep this to somewhere around sort of 145, then they'd still be right in the hunt here.
Look, they're still in the hunt. I'm not going to cancel them out just yet, but they need something right now. Sandhu's bowled an amazing 8 deliveries, 6 runs, and just got to find a way of getting some boundaries.
A bit of a conflab between skipper Joy Pereira and the umpires. There is not a single player within the ring on the leg side at the moment, Corey. Does go leg side. Norman plays it into the sky. Charging in from deep, and it'll actually allow them to get 2 as Hassan can't complete the catch. And, well, could have done with a fielder inside the circle on the leg side, but I guess for so long as balls aren't going to the boundary, then the Italians will be happy.
Yeah, they will be happy. He made good ground, but couldn't really rail it back in. 72 off 21, just in the last sort of 2 overs. They've lacked that power hitting, haven't they?
Birrell can't pick the slower ball, just plays it off the deck.
say Rajmani Sandhu bowls another 2 deliveries here, Rhino, they go for a single and a single. Could you get man of the match with a none for 11?
Yeah. Got to remember, he did hit a few runs in the first innings as well.
But just on the bowlers, I think bowling spells like this should always be recognised massively. This has changed the game completely.
I mean, in the context where all the bowlers basically going for 17, 18 and over. Storman launches. He's woken up again. Maybe that big Category 5 cyclone is redeveloping. He's pumped it over the leg side for a Maximo.
Well, Rajmani Sandhu changes it up finally and decides to go to a back-of-the-hand slow ball, and it was absolutely mullered. Nice shot, 65 now. Just hanging in there, aren't they, Ryan? I mean, 10 wickets in hand as well.
Well, if they can bring it to sort of 20 or 22 off the last over, then that is certainly feasible. Supercomputer not giving them much support at the moment, but they're still in the hunt here, Jersey. Oh, that was almost slot length, just a little bit wider than off stump, and Sandhu completes a fantastic 2-over spell, run for 15, and Jersey 103 for none after 7. Corey, tomorrow, take me through it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, we've seen a bit of the teams today. Tomorrow's the moving day, and at the end of the day, we do have to say goodbye to One Nation before they have to depart. Look, it's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to Norway, Netherlands under lights. Also, I think there's a big game early. Jersey versus Sweden. Just feel like Jersey maybe finding some batting boots here, and they could easily go and beat the Swedes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, for a team that's denied by the rain against the Norwegians, whatever the outcome here, reminded teams in this group that they have some firepower. Ahmed coming around the wicket, not well controlled, but flashes down to third man.
Well, they finally put a fielder there. They've been calling for it for quite some time, and it saves them a couple of runs straight away.
Gotta admit, I don't really understand some of the fielding structure and the tactics in the field here from Italy, but you never know, by weight of runs from the batting side, they might make their way through this game and win it. Oh, Storman has played a cracker of a shot wide of the cover fielder. Magnificent timing. Tell you what, Vinny, tell you what, Corey, he's up to 81. He could be on for a ton here.
No worries, Rico. What a lovely shot that was. A little bit of width, 1 bounce 4. You can say you miss him if you mean it.
It could be time for us to do our relative Maximo and Rico impersonations. 1.2 overs. Ball, it's a full toss wide of off stump, but Norman only just played into the ground. They'll take the 1.
Might be on for the very rare loss with 10 wickets in hand. I don't think that's happened too often. 59 off 15. Maybe they need a little bit of luck here, I think, so maybe a no ball 6 or a couple of 5 wides or something like that.
Slippery ball could easily happen. Birol charges down. He's got the top edge. Well, that's a little bit lucky. Straight over the top of the keeper's head. One of the best places to go. It's a Maximo, and every Maximo just keeps the Jersey faithful believing.
In the last few days, I don't think I've ever seen so many Maximos. The ball just edges and goes. So 6 more, 53 or 4, and go boundary here. At least 1 6 in the next 2. They're just hanging in.
It is the danger with the sort of straighter bouncer, isn't it? Notice a lot of your bowlers coming from a little bit wider of the crease, angling those short balls into the right-handed batters a little bit. Short ball to someone that's just going dead straight. So much potential for it to go for 6, but Burrell's gone somewhat more conventional on this occasion, and he has timed the pants off that ball.
Yeah, lovely shot. Really nice shot. Stood still, got some width, and hands just went flying through the ball. Another boundary here, Rhino. We're on for a bit of a close finish, maybe.
Oh, this is getting tight at the Cardimer Oval. Haven't we seen some fireworks here on Saturday night? And the healthy crowd over there in the VIP section have been kept entertained.
It's going off, Rhino. Absolutely going off. 47 off 13. Those 2 6s really do breathe life back into this contest.
This has been a surprisingly incredible game, hasn't it? Jersey now
scoring thriller.
16%. Saturday night at Cardimer Oval. Oh, short and wide.
And opportunity.
In the context of the game, it's not a bad spell going for 30, but needs to finish off as Burrell just plays the uppercut. They still haven't got a fielder in that region. In fact, the cover fielder is really, really wide. Oh, it's a pretty decent ball from Ahmed to finish. Burrell hoping to get the wide. No, theatrics will sway the umpire. It's completely the correct call. So 8 overs gone, and Jersey 1-2-2 for 0.
Yeah, look, they're just below that red line, but one more big sort of push could get them above it at the right time. Down to the final 2 overs of what's been a fantastic Saturday in Group D.
Big questions here. Who do you go to close this game for Italy? Because all the bowlers who have bowled 1 to date cop some tap.
Big Hassan Ali still got one.
Certainly has, but he got smacked in the first over.
Still is the premier bowler. You expect him to come back for another.
Turning to Baljit Singh. Happens in the 9th. Oh, that is in the slot, but it's just swung away late. Big swing from Storm Norman. Oh, triple ball. I think they've got it. Corey, that could be the most incredible catch of the European Cricket Championships. First fielder had 3 bites at the cherry, but somehow he has popped it up. And I think Simranjit Singh has taken a stunning catch.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous. He drops it at first attempt, parries it a second time, then clips it a third time, and it lands in his teammate's hands. Let's have a closer look. Storm and Norman mistimes one finally. Off the hands, 1, 2, oh, and he's just there for the sort of crumb. What a mark.
Oh, couldn't have scripted it any better. It was this 3rd grab, and full credit to Anik Ahmed straight, because he's actually popped it up, which has given Singh the chance to come through. So those 2 boys who have barely touched the ball in the game so far have come up with probably the Paramatch player of the day, but full credit to Stanley Norman. What a brilliant innings from the youngster. It has lit up this Cardimer ground this evening, and he does not deserve to be on a losing side.
No, he doesn't. What a top innings it was from him. And, well, a little bit of magic in the field from the Azuri, a little bit of luck and some magic, you'd have to say, has probably closed this fixture out. It would take something crazy from Birrell here to get them over the line.
One line they have crossed, though. They have got the bonus point.
Yeah, I think that's big.
That's a really big outcome from this game. As Singh swung down the ground by Birrell, and a much more conventional effort from Ahmed on that occasion, wearing a gigantic smile, and unfortunately the brave effort of the skipper ends with him going back to the pavilion on 38 runs and 2 wickets in this over, and it's turned out to be a pretty good bowling change.
Yeah, and a bit more of a conventional catch this time. No sort of razzmatazz on top. Oh, just almost a bit of an ice cream cone, but Birrell will have to go. He batted pretty well as well. Maybe didn't find the flow he would have liked at the top of the innings, but 38 of 16 has done the job for his team. It made sure they still picked up a valuable point.
Yes, certainly the case. So good innings from him. Kept enough support for Storm and Norman to keep them in the game. It's a very, very long road now for Jersey. Alistair Webster's the man who's at the crease now, came out at number 3. Elliot Corbell, the wicket keeper, down in the number 4 spot. Swing and a miss. So this has been an excellent second over from Singh.
Yeah, look, I think Italy are going to come away with the win, but there's definitely a big push from this young Jersey team. They've kept them honest for pretty much 8 overs of that run chase. In the end, looks like Italy will pull away with the W, but Jersey takes some momentum, I think, into tomorrow.
Certainly will. The ball steps across, big inside edge, and it will fly to the boundary. Where there's life, there's hope, Corey Rutgers. So 41 off 7. So a Maximo here.
I'm not going to entertain it. If they hit 7 sixes in a row to win, I will work for free for the next 10 years for the company.
Maximo listening intently and keeping his fingers
I'll
crossed.
do every day, every game ever for free. Surely not.
All right, well, you never know. someone had have said at the start of the game that Jersey was going to get close to this target, would have had some long odds, but they bowled, batted very well. As Corbell, nice shot, but finds that fielder in the wide cover position who hasn't really done too much tonight, but finally gets his hands on the ball, and that's the end of the ninth. Jersey 1-2-8 for 2.
Yeah, we have a look at the bowling scorecard. They've got options to bowl the last, but the game's pretty much closed out. One good thing I'd say, considering the conditions and the ball being a bit wet, only 2 extras. That's quite good from the bowling.
That's a very positive outlook on it. I'd also add, they haven't had someone go for 30. So there's been a lot of overs that have been around the 20-22 mark, but nothing that has gone supersonic.
So Hassan Ali, the premier seam bowler, is going to close out here, and he's got plenty of runs to play with, nothing silly. Make sure you get the win and improve the net run rate, because they did get decimated this morning versus Netherlands.
Certainly did. Jersey 1-2-8 for 2. 40 runs needed off this last over. Largely impossible without some help from the bowler, as Corbell tries to hit hard down the track.
Yeah, it's going to end a pretty entertaining day of cricket. It's been interesting, this Group D, and look, tomorrow there's a bit of weather around as well. A lot of permutations still in this group to play out.
Certainly are. Don't want to talk too much about the future. Still got the conclusion of this contest, and it's been a brave fight from Jersey. Themselves in this game much longer than we expected, as Corbell gets a decent piece of bat, but it's well fielded. Probably have to check the replay whether or not that ball's been kept in the field of play. That's Dara Shiko, who lit up the Italian innings early. Very casual with his fielding, but done a pretty good job.
Casual but effective.
His feet have stayed in place, so no boundary. He took pretty well in this last over. Short ball, a little bit of heat.
Yeah, I'm glad they gave Hassan Ali the last over here, Rhino, because he's, for me, a bit their barometer. When he's on, he actually takes wickets in the power play and can stop opposition teams getting off to fly. So if he can get in rhythm for the rest of this tournament, good signs for the Azuri.
Needs to build up some confidence. Temperature's dropped at ground level. You can see steam coming out of the mouth of Ali. Big swing to the leg side. Made pretty decent contact, so it's a Maximo from Webster, who, all that, had only managed to face 2 balls. Been out there for a little while since the dismissal of Storm and Norman.
Yeah, nice shot there. It's in the slot and he gets it away. So just showing that there's other players in this lineup that can throw the long handle. And Jersey, I think, look, they'll take the day as it is, considering they've got so many missing. They've shown that they can compete at least, and the youngsters have a bright future.
Certainly do. 2 balls to go. They're ultimately going to fall reasonable way short of this target, but a credit to them, they kept themselves in the game for so long. Oh, big edge flying over the keeper's head, and will go for 4. So Webster's taken 10 off the last 2 balls. Nakvi couldn't get the elevation on his jump to take what admittedly would have been a spectacular catch.
Yeah, not sure if he picked it up or, yeah, just maybe a tad late to move, and hands on the head. I think he knows that might have been a hot chance.
Would have been difficult, would have been spectacular, but good athlete, Nakvi. So final ball of the game. Oh, big swing again. Not great control, but it doesn't matter at all. That has flown. So fantastic spray of runs in the last 3 balls from Webster. He takes 16 off them, and in the end, Jersey only fall 22 runs short, so Italy will breathe a sigh of relief. They would have thought at halfway point that they had points in the bag and probably would have been looking to actually take all 4 from this, but in the end, cracking chase from Jersey.
Yeah, brilliant chase in the end. They just didn't get there, and I guess the Azuri, Rajmani Sandhu, well bowled. I think his first 10 deliveries really shaped out. If they went for 20 or 30 runs, Jersey probably chased this down, but they do take a valuable point. They take 2 points from the day. Italy, they come back. They've got 3 points from the day. And remember, 4 points with a decent net run rate is safety.
It's a really important point. Thank you for making that, Corey. Reminding the viewers that there's all to play for in Group D here. hearty congratulations all round, Italy. Be happy to get that victory here, but important that Jersey has fought through and gotten the bonus point. And at the end of the day, very entertaining day's cricket. We only had one interruption with the rain that was of particular significance. We enjoyed the 6-over shootout. Jersey versus Norway was quite interrupted, but in the end, Corey, your thoughts on what's been an interesting day's play out here at Cardamom?
Yeah, it just felt like teams were jabbing left and right at each other, and obviously there was a couple of uppercuts in there as well, but overall I think obviously Sweden go home happy. Netherlands go home semi-happy. They know it was a bit of a different game that they've ever played before. And I think Italy and Jersey, I think they'll go back to the drawing board a little bit tonight, but they've shown glimpses of what they can bring tomorrow.
Always important to show a glimpse. So probably every team has gotten something out of today. Don't forget the Norwegians, they managed to get the points over Jersey, but Corey takes through the highlights.
Yeah, well, it was our man Stormin Norman. I tell you what, he lit it up at Cardamom Oval. Sometimes when players get on heaters, they just fly, and he was hitting it to all parts. His wagon wheel, I love a wagon wheel, was very good indeed.
It was a thing of beauty. He's a class player. I don't think we'd appreciated just how good a young bat he was, but he's got some style, he's got some substance, and he's got some undoubted power. Shots all around the ground, including one that sailed into the football fields. And while he was there, Jersey had a genuine chance in this game. Sandhu had a bit of a tough time out there at Cow Corner, missed a couple of opportunities, but he had an important role to play with the ball.
Yeah, he had a very important role, didn't he? And he took those sort of dot balls and those wickets. That was one that was left-footed into the back of the net. And at this stage, we thought, well, who's going to take a wicket? Who's going to peg the back? Because Stormin Norman was riding a little bit of his luck, playing some nice shots in between. Birrell was offering a bit of assistance. And until they picked up the wicket, which was a fluke crazy catch, Jersey were on.
They certainly were. Norman got back in his groove. There were probably 1 or 2 overs in the midsection in which he lost it a touch, but then hit a couple of Maximos in succession. Birrell started to join into the Maximo party, and it was only that moment there that stopped him. It was the triple grab, and then Singh coming around and taking a great catch, and a huge moment in this game.
Yeah, crazy catch actually is a real random one, isn't it? You don't often see a 3-time juggler from mid-off to mid-on. And in the end, it was 2 in 2. A golden duck there for Webster. Had to go in and try whack it straight away. It took us down to the last couple of balls of the day, and the runs kept flowing. Didn't matter where Hassan Ali bowled today. He didn't have much luck also. We saw a lot of Maximos. But overall, a good effort from this young Jersey team. Italy take a valuable 3 points. And as we mentioned, Jersey take a valuable 1.
This is all round in celebration, and let's not forget it was the batting effort from Italy that set things up, and that man Sandhu in particular, the left-hander, smashing the ball to all parts. But have a quick look at the batting card. An impressive coming-of-age innings from Stanley Norman. Scored 82 off 34 and some mightily impressive shots. He was given good support by Birrell, but in the end it just wasn't enough. And Corey, bowlers probably just didn't let one big over go, and Sandhu, he was hugely important.
Yeah, he was very important. Look, 15 runs there, but an economy of 7.5 sticks out like a sore thumb. And overall, Italy take the win by 22 runs, and they take a valuable 3 points. Dakia, 57 off 24. He was the standout with the bat.
Yeah, certainly was. Not sure why we keep on fumbling his name, but whatever it is, it's a bit of a tongue twister, so we might just call him Gulam from now on. But there is plenty of action to come tomorrow. We have seen some incredible cricket already here today, and it seems to set up Group D as a very unpredictable 5-team race. Everyone who has been with us here today, it has been a phenomenal day of cricket. Corey Rutgers, your thoughts before we close?
Interesting Group D. The weather's played a bit of a role. The teams are a little bit different from last year. The Dutch look very strong, obviously, this morning. They decimated the Italians. But the Swedes, I think the Swedes are the team we're talking about tonight. I know you've got big raps and you've watched a lot of ECS up there. They've got a good T10 team.
Yeah, certainly. Very adept at this form of cricket. And if you cannot get through that top 3 or 4, then you are going to have some runs coming your way. Question for you. Dutch have come here with a very spin-heavy attack. your thoughts as a T10 guru, can that take you to victory?
I think it can. They are class spinners, obviously, and the weather might play a part. If it rains a bit more, it's a bit more difficult for the spin, but they'll find a way. I'm sure they will. And Norway as well, we can't count them out. The likes of Raza Iqbal, Wale Gori at the top of the order. I think this group is just opening up a bit, and I don't know which team won't make the Final Four.
Yeah, it's a big question, and we've had the emergence of two young superstars here today too, in form of Adva Adabe, the left-arm orthodox for Sweden. He was magnificent across both games, and obviously our new cult hero, Stormin Norman for Jersey. So it's been an incredible day of cricket. Big thank you to our team at Spring Productions who have had to work in very difficult circumstances. Blue Crew's been fantastic. They had to get out there super quick to make sure the field was still playable. And Corey, it's been a great day with you in the box. Great to unleash the Ryan Rutgers show here this evening.
Yeah, it's about time they got us together for an extended break. Do we have the fixtures for tomorrow? Maybe we should have a quick little look.
Ooh,
Did we already put them up?
A nibble at what's coming up.
Just a little look at tomorrow. Obviously, we go into Jersey, Sweden early. Jersey might have taken that batting form coming into it. And also, Italy, have they found their batting boots? Norway, still a little bit of Maverick side, but I also think the Netherlands 11. I'm looking forward to watching them bowl under lights.
Certainly will. There's some contests coming up which are mouth-watering. I don't know about you, Corey. I cannot wait to get back here to Cartamir Oval today. Thank you to the rain gods who let us get through the full day of play. Certainly was good to get all 5 matches completed in one way or another. We'll be keeping our fingers crossed that that's the same case for tomorrow.
Absolutely. So thank you to the Blue Crew. Thank you to Spring Media. Thank you to everyone out there that watches us, the ECN Network. That was Group D Day 1, Group D Day 2 tomorrow. And let's say a big goodbye for now.